Lee Han-soo has loved games since he was a little boy. He spent most of his childhood in the hospital where there was nothing to do, so they became part of his life. But anyone could get tired of doing the same thing all the time. At some point, the game stopped bringing him pleasure. Whatever genre the hero would choose, all the games that came out year after year were complete crap for Lee Han-soo. They were often similar in plot and world building to past versions of games that the guy hadn't played in a long time. There was no elaboration in them. And that's how he came across a game that had bad reviews. Dungeon & Stone was an indie RPG game with pixel graphics that had lost popularity. Even an avid gamer didn't usually play games like this. There was only English, but since everything was free, the guy decided to give it a try. Dungeon & Stone had quite a few characters, but his choice fell on the first one that came along. The game with the overhead view was a godsend for the lover. The boy quickly understood the game, and gradually he began to like it more and more. He literally became obsessed with it. Dungeon & Stone highlighted a few details that were unique but crappy. First of all, NPCs were essential to progressing in the game. When the guy lost, all progress went to zero. At first it was just fun, but then the game became a real addiction. The game was so lame that there were no guides in Korean or English. The hero stubbornly decided to go through it on his own. From the moment he started playing it in the hospital, he got a job in an information office. Got in, graduated, got a job with a company, and played it all the time. Lee Han-soo finally reached the final boss room in the game Dungeon & Stone after 9 years of playing. No one has ever gotten this far yet. It was a game for real losers, but the hero had spent the best years of his life playing it. Now he only had one last step to take. After the boss fight, the gamer might not be able to come back anymore, but now it was too late to turn back. The boy was sure it took more than one shot at the final boss. He needed to gather more information and prepare himself. However, as soon as he entered, there was a notice that he had been trained. It was a real shock for him. All the inscriptions were in English. Suddenly, a bright beam of light poured into the real world and illuminated the room. As it passed through his body, it literally burned through him. The hero was completely unaware of what was happening. The light was piercing his body and there was no more strength to fight. He lost consciousness. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an indescribable situation. The commander-in-chief of the crowd of barbarians was shouting so loudly that it made his ears ache. Muscular barbarians surrounded him on all sides, with torches instead of light bulbs. And a strange bearded man was making a speech. This was the first time Lee Han-soo had heard the language they were communicating in, but somehow he understood everything. He didn't know how he had gotten inside the other world yet. If this was an introduction to the game, the guy had to figure it out first. He could feel the body, the rough palms, the hard muscles and tattoos. The game lover found himself out of his body in a world where he resembled the rest of the barbarians. His skills were now a true gift of gaming. The elderly leader summoned Karak, the third son of Vannon. The warrior chose a two-handed axe as his weapon. It was an excellent choice. Fenelina Einar's daughter chose a sword for herself, and a spear was just right for a clever boy. The young men chose their weapons, after which they were recognized as warriors. The protagonist found himself in the blessing of Rapadonia. Now it was clear that the whole action was exactly like the plot of Dungeon & Stone. That's how the game of being a barbarian began. The barbarian that Lee Han-soo had just played as. The game took him to the reality where the real battle was taking place. The hero wasn't the only one who doubted the reality of what was happening. The young warrior was confused, eyes twitching, face frightened. He was different from the other barbarians. He was very scared. Then the boy realized that he was not the only one who was in the game. Before the game man could even notice, the pumped-up and healthy old man was standing right in front of his nose and growled angrily. He was displeased with the chatter in the formation. Lee Han-soo was not frightened, but blamed it on the associate who was too loudly afraid. The young man was even more perplexed. Being an imperturbable commander, without listening to a single word, the barbarian cut off the intruder's head with one swipe of his sharp weapon. Human blood spilled, the protagonist's breath caught. It seemed that one extra movement could be the last luxury for him. But the barbarian did not cut heads, but only said that Orm, son of Kadua, was seized by an evil spirit. He ordered the warriors to forget the words of this demon. The ceremony continued. The boy realized a few things, one of which was that the people transported into this game were called evil spirits. Anyone who was exposed would face certain death. Right now, the boy's clever head would be rolling on the ground. He was never to be caught. But there was one problem. The ceremony went on, and the hero still didn't know his game name. His life depended on this damn game. There was no way to guess. The chance was slim, but the warrior saw no other options. He decided to move 2 seconds after the name was called out. Lee Hansu had to stay alive by any means necessary. The other evil spirit could do the same, so the young man had to rely on luck. The chief barbarian summoned Bjorn, Andal's son, to him, but there was silence in the crowd. None of the warriors moved. Daring, after waiting for 2 seconds, the hero decided to step forward. The only thing that moved him was the hope that the name belonged to him. A face-to-face meeting was very dangerous. The old man could easily reveal the evil spirit, and the boy's head would be blown off his shoulders. After a tense pause, the barbarian finally ordered the young warrior to select a suitable weapon. The hero hit right on target. The young barbarian's name was now Bjorn, son of Andal. Now it was time for the second important decision on which all future progress depended. In return for their lack of magical talent, the barbarians received greater physical strength. Bjorn decided to start his development with melee combat. The protagonist chose a shield as his equipment. It was the best choice he could have made. Now he had become a real warrior. Synchronization has been completed. The character information and daily logs have been recorded. The transfer to the administrator has been completed. With the skills the guy had acquired over 9 years of playing and an impressive muscular body, the guy was up for anything. The first time he played as this class, he chose a big sword because it looked cool, but he couldn't withstand the attack and died almost instantly. The boy no longer realized what kind of build he needed to put together to last even a little longer than usual. A two-handed axe, a large hammer. The warrior tried many weapons and combinations, but being on the brink of survival, the potential could not be unlocked. One day the thought crossed his mind that he didn't have to play as a barbarian on a fence. After all, it was a class with high survivability and strength. The player did not really like this idea, because it was necessary to greatly refine the style of battles, but also the time spent on this style of battles was a pity. What the hero saw clean after the battle, after the barbarian's technique, made him convinced of his decision. It was a true MBA. Right now, it was the most logical decision he could make. There was no turning back. The player had no doubts about anything. In this game, after the destruction of the world, there was only one city left. Every month, a maze was opened, providing an opportunity to pass it and get a reward. Barbarians who went through the ceremony would go straight to the labyrinth, and for that, they had to go to the city of the labyrinth, Rapadonia. With a loud shout, the old man directed the warriors to the place where their fate awaited them. The crowd of angry and ready young men rushed toward the light. In the crowd, one was for all, and all for one, so the hero decided to run alongside everyone. But on the way, he still doubted that they knew the way. After a while, the warriors were lost. Chaos broke out among them. Carrick was considered unworthy to be a leader. He was leading everyone down the wrong path. The others were no different as they silently followed the leader's path. But still, the leader gave up his place as leader, though he was upset by the failure. The post was accepted by a brave warrior maiden Einar. She was wise and wanted to rule the people. Her strength could equal even the strongest man. Even the cocky girl failed and lost her way. The warriors immediately wanted another leader and suggested Jin for the position. The protagonists realized that they all just lacked brains, so they wouldn't be able to get to the labyrinth, but the guy didn't want to attract attention. Suddenly, Bjorn snuck up on the leader while the others were out of sight. The girl figured she would be accused again, but that was not what the boy had come for. The young man decided to help and told them the way to the labyrinth. Pointing his finger, he told Einar to just follow the three men. The magic players watched the barbarians with great disdain. They were made fun of by the savages who set out in the middle of the night. After a while, the leader still managed to lead the crowd to the labyrinth. The sacred portal of battle was just around the corner and lit the way for everyone. The boy doubted that going in there was the right decision. He decided to separate himself from the group because no one would even notice. Even aside from the fact that he spent most of it in a hospital bed, the young man was a simple man who never hit anyone with his hands. Doubts overwhelmed the hero's mind. He wasn't sure of his strength against the monsters in the maze, thinking of another option to pay the tax. This was one of the silly hallmarks of Dungeon and Stone. All residents over the age of 20 had to pay a tax or they would be executed. In fact, there were many ways to make money. The hero could go to the labyrinth and fight monsters. Even getting a job in a tavern could pay the tax. But the problem was that the young man was a barbarian. No one needed savages to work. In the game, barbarians couldn't do the work. They were given weapons from the start. If not for that, the boy would have had to fight monsters. The biggest problem was that it was 10 minutes until the portal closed, which only opened to warriors once a month. If Bjorn stayed outside, he would have to survive. He would run out of rations in a week, and he wouldn't be able to find a job that easily. Even if the hero could survive, after a month, his condition would be terrible. He needed to go in right now, but it was like his legs wouldn't move. Suddenly, Einar grabbed him sharply by the shoulder. She said that everyone had already entered the portal and suggested that he join the others. It was 5 minutes to closing time. The portal had gotten smaller. The brave warrior still doubted himself and gave way for the girl to go through first. Before going inside, Fenelina's daughter said she wished she could be as wise. She wondered what it would take to do that. Bjorn thought about the fact that she needed to be born again, but told the girl to just think before each of her actions. Such advice suited the leader quite well. The girl promised to pay the young man if they could get out of the labyrinth. In that instant, the boy was truly afraid of her. The warrior maiden feared death like all men, but she was born a brave warrior. The barbarians really did look like a hero. They fought because they had no choice. There was no way to survive in this city without killing monsters. So the barbarians learned to overcome their fear every time. They were truly amazing creatures. At last, Bjorn realized that he too was a barbarian. He was afraid, but he ran forward, for the labyrinth was 1 minute away from closing. The warrior had to do it because he had no choice. He had not only strength, but also the knowledge he had gained from 9 years of playing. With full confidence, the hero flew into the portal. He entered the crystal cave, which was the first level of the game. Bjorn was an expert in the dungeon and stone game, so he came to the conclusion that if he combined the barbarian's body and his knowledge, it was possible to survive. Despite the knowledge, there were many inconsistencies. In total darkness, the hero could not see anything and could not understand why the barbarians had nothing but weapons. In the game, there were crystals scattered throughout the first level, sticking out of the walls. The barbarians couldn't see them without the aid of torches. But it suddenly dawned on the young man that this was an area of darkness, a super rare area located in the farthest corner of the labyrinth where there was no light. In real life, anything was possible. The starting point was chosen randomly, although in the game the dark zone was not the start of the game. After looking through equipment, inventory, skills, and logs, the boy found nothing that could help him. Reality was very different from the game. There was no point in standing still, so the hero decided to move to one side. Leaning against the wall, he carefully took one step at a time. Bjorn decided to move at a crawl, but no sooner had he increased his speed than he felt a wild pain that pierced his entire body. The character fell into a goblin trap that was impossible to see in the dark. Sharp thorns squeezed his leg and dug into the bone. The pain was unbearable, but the hero wasn't allowed to make much noise. He just had to calm down and bear it. Goblins were monsters that set traps all over the first level. The young man knew that the owner of this clan was somewhere nearby. But the maze was still empty. Those were the most dangerous thoughts. The boy needed to deal with everything lest it get worse. If there was a trap, there was also a goblin. He heard the man and noticed he was caught, which meant he was hiding in the darkness and waiting for his victim to fall. Therefore, the barbarian was not allowed to make loud noises. This was the logic of dungeon and stone, which could not be contradicted. The trap was smeared with paralyzing poison. The damn barbarians had given useless sandals instead of normal leather boots. There was no point in wailing. The character needed to move. He had to do it faster before the fight started. Finally, the barbarian managed to get out. The poison was spreading. His right leg was numb. The poison made him no longer feel fear. Bjorn shouted loudly and ordered the goblin out of the darkness, but the labyrinth was still just as quiet. The hero began to think that there were no monsters there. Even if the guy was acting like an idiot, he decided to be an idiot that would survive. He ordered the goblin to make a sign to come to him with his own forces. The bleeding wouldn't stop. His mind clouded as more blood came out. It was as if the hero had been drugged with alcohol. But he was right about one thing. The goblin was close. The warrior heard his footsteps but didn't see the monster, even though he knew it was there. The goblin must have been waiting, so the boy had better speed up. Moving through the dark labyrinth, the hero dragged his wounded leg with difficulty. He clearly felt the presence of the goblin, who pursued him. keeping his distance. When the boy stopped, the monster stopped too. The goblin rejoiced at the bleeding prey. Thought the man would have been afraid of his laughter and died slowly. The sly bastard wasn't even hiding his voice anymore. Suddenly, the brave warrior decided to change his plan. Sprinting harder, he dropped sharply in the middle of the road and created a perfect decoy. All the goblin had to do was fall for the ruse and get closer. The hero was abruptly hit in the head by a rock, followed by several more. The goblin was throwing stones to check the condition of his victim. The cunning bastard was craftier than even most barbarians. The young man managed to trick the trap-setting monster. He lay there unmoving until the goblin came too close to him and stretched out its filthy paws. At the most unexpected moment, Bjorn jumped to his feet and wanted to hit the goblin with great force, but the lunge was too short and his fist didn't hit the monster. At that moment, something inexplicable happened. The hero's body seemed to be infused with extraordinary strength and began to move involuntarily. Now he could not control himself in his crushing blows. The boy felt the goblin's every move and threw punches. This body was different from the one that had spent half its life in the hospital. Now the monster itself was the prey, having found itself in the barbarian's clutches. Punch after punch, the boy turned the goblin into a bloody mess like his wounded leg. The monster flew in all directions, as if he were a punching bag in a boxing ring, spilling his blood. With a final blow, the savage barbarian literally beat the goblin to death. The boy was awarded 1 point for killing the monster. But after death, something magical began to happen to the monster's body. His body disappeared as if in a game, leaving behind only a stone. It was the currency used in Dungeon & Stone, a rank 9 magic crystal. But the price of such an item was only a loaf of bread. For the sake of such a small thing, the hero had to go through such shit, spill a lot of blood, and spend a lot of energy. There were labyrinths and monsters in this place. The monsters that were killed left behind items, and the city outside had familiar scenery and different races that lived together. It was definitely a game world that Bjorn knew perfectly well, but he would never confuse it with reality. Now the hero was ready to do anything to fight in the maze and survive. The game system crackled over his head that the bleeding effect was in effect. The guy was already barely crawling around like a dog with a broken leg. The idea of giving up his human dignity was tempting. The brave warrior stopped using his wounded leg and crawled faster because it didn't hurt as much. And it was tempting because he was no longer stepping into traps. With every meter, the hero's condition worsened. The bleeding did not stop. The blood loss was too great. His whole body ached. It was no longer a joke. The young man needed to find help as soon as possible. Moving in one direction, the young barbarian would be able to get out. Even in this state, he pondered over the fate of the guy who was robbed of his life because of the evil spirit status. Health points were running out. Less than 5% remained. In moments of despair, the hero wanted something to distract himself. Now he was beginning to understand why people believed in gods. The guy seemed to be moving in the right direction. It was getting lighter. It was his only hope for salvation because the entire first level could not be in darkness. Suddenly, Bjorn saw himself in front of him. His copy towered over the body and said that the guy was not a beauty and completely without brains, so no one would want to help such savages. The young man was literally going mad. He answered his reflection that all the appeals were directed at not himself. Even without brains, the boy needed to move forward. The hallucinations were unrelenting. The hero's personality was bifurcating, blending, and bifurcating again. So he would definitely go crazy if he lost more blood. Two personalities struggled within him. One guided the barbarian to survive at all costs and find someone who could provide help, while the other dragged him to the bottom, urging the loser to give up and die. The brave warrior was not going to give up for anything. He continued to crawl forward even at the last 4% of his life expectancy. The brave warrior was not going to give up, even with the last 4% of his life expectancy. When Bjorn reached the light, he was immediately spotted by the team of adventurers. They recognized him as a newcomer, but thought it strange that he had gotten there before them. There was a priestess on their team who could easily heal a wounded man. She was called upon to help, but the girl refused. Then the young man asked Partsan for one restorative potion, but the latter said it was for last resort in case the holy power would run out. After promising to pay for the potion, the adventurer managed to get the potion to help the newcomer. He warned that the potion caused pain, but the hero didn't care anymore. His health was at a critical level. As soon as the contents touched his skin, The boy screamed at the top of his voice. The pain was so intense that it melted his bones. Now it was clear why in the game, you couldn't use potions in the middle of a fight. It was impossible to endure such pain, but the hero persevered and healed. He no longer hoped that he would be able to stay alive, but the game gave him another chance. Now the adventurer wanted to know if the newcomer knew about the secret passage. Now it was clear why he had helped. Free cheese was only in the mousetrap. The lad hadn't been able to learn anything, except that the newcomer had appeared there immediately after entering the labyrinth. The adventurer knew that due to the instability of the portals, it was possible to fall into the dark zone. But the chance was so rare that it happened once every 100 years. There was a mage and a priestess on the team, so their level was average. And the young warrior had experienced a phenomenon that even they had never seen before on his first run. But he was extremely lucky to meet them in such a timely manner. The adventurers asked not to worry about the cost of the potion. In the labyrinth, time was money. It was already a miracle that they had spent it to save a drowning man. The drow said that the boy was extremely lucky not to die at the very start. Having met a goblin's trap on the way, such unlucky people would definitely not have survived. The girl from the adventurers team was not happy about it. She said that the others thought otherwise, and if it weren't for the rules of the temple, the priestess would definitely help the newcomer survive. The boys wanted to come quickly to the beginning of the blood trail that would lead them to the right place. But Przan said that, judging by the amount of crawling the newcomer had to do, he wasn't having much luck. The team's guide was a brave drow. It was convenient to have such a guide because he had memorized the map of the first level perfectly. Most of the guides could only show the approximate direction. The heroes did not hurry in vain and came first. The guide touched the stone, and finally the portal to the second level was opened. A bright light illuminated the space. The adventurers could go on their way. Suddenly, a girl from the team noticed the bloody shoes of the newcomer next to the trap. The team froze with bewilderment. Using magic power, the old man suspected something wrong and lit the way. What the heroes saw made them dumbfounded. The place where they came across the Barbarian was 15 kilometers away. It was now clear to everyone that the Barbarian was crawling in total darkness. After this realization, Patron began to wonder if he would have been able to crawl for so many hours. The adventurer didn't realize it right away, though the newcomer held out his hand, in which he held the crystal. It was crazy. The young man had crawled for so long, but he hadn't thrown away an item to trade, because he had nothing else to trade. The angry seeker realized that the Barbarian wasn't just lucky, and he wasn't an ordinary newcomer like the others. He was sure that such lunatics didn't just die. The protagonist didn't care how hard the tasks were. He wasn't going to give himself into the clutches of death. After playing with death, he kept bumping into goblins. Fortunately, the guy had enough strength to deal with them. The creatures from the labyrinth kept attacking and attacking. Bjorn had been nervous the first time, but now that he could see normally, the goblins were no longer a problem. Traps were haphazardly placed on the floor that weren't even covered with earth. The direction of the goblins was unpredictable, as were the locations of their ambushes. The hero was perfectly prepared, and in no time he could deal with monsters, spilling their blood. The only problem was that hunger was getting the better of him. Without food, he wouldn't be able to survive for long, spending so much energy on fighting. The boy remembered that the chief had given some provisions, but when he pulled out the pouch, he was horrified. Crawling wasn't such a good idea. The fabric had frayed and the contents had fallen out along the way. Out of a ration for 7 days, there was only enough food left for 5. The hungry barbarian immediately pounced on the food, but he would have to economize to survive the rest of the days. Even the dry bread seemed to taste good to him. The young man felt weak as it dissolved into saliva. After eating, War was very thirsty. Problems came out of nowhere. There was a hunger system in the Dungeons in the Stones game. It worked in the maze, and the guy never carried water with him because all he had to do was eat. But it wasn't a game. It was complicated as it was, and in reality, a real disaster. It was just a game-like world, and since no one had been given water, the hero decided to find the source in the labyrinth. Gathering all his strength and aiming to find water, the hero continued on his way. When he finally heard the sound of water, he realized that there was a spring nearby. But there was another stranger in the labyrinth that the guy had to face. It was the first time Bjorn had met a man there, not counting the team of adventurers. But the guys didn't talk about anything. There was an unspoken rule that one could only interact with other adventurers if absolutely necessary. After a while, the brave barbarian was collecting a good amount of crystals. Now he realized that not dying in that situation was a real miracle. But now he had a new problem. The boy was tired as hell. He had caught a lot of goblins, it was worth it, but he wanted to sleep so badly. There were two ways to rest in the enclosed labyrinth. Since it was very dangerous inside, the warriors could have hoped for luck and just gone to bed. But in another case, they could reach people who could guard them. The hero couldn't even think that everyone would be alienated from him. No one wanted a barbarian on their team, and the whole team was rejecting him. Everyone turned him down. When Bjorn had given up hope of spending one night with the crew, he was suddenly called out by a man who was drawing water from a spring. The Lord noticed that the newcomer was looking for a companion and decided to help. The hero was looking for a nocturnal companion, so it was beneficial to both characters. Hans introduced himself and extended his hand cheerfully. The guys could help each other. It was a great relief. In the game, the kids saw it as something like a sleepover with friends, but in real life, it sounded kind of twisted. The characters shook hands and they'd been cooperating ever since. It was better to gather in threes, but at this hour, they would only be wasting their energy searching. Hans said it was better to spend the night alone. It was like a romantic story about a labyrinth that brought loners together. His words sounded strange because of the manner of speech, but the hero had to agree. So they decided to spend the night in the labyrinth together. With a game of rock, paper, scissors, the boys decided the winner, who was to be the first to sleep. Hans handed the young man his watch and asked him to wake him up when the shorthand would be past midnight. The barbarians were considered stupid and useless creatures, but Bjorn understood this perfectly. It was still a problem, but he would surely get a chance to use that prejudice to his advantage. While the young barbarian was bored in the empty cave, the adventurer slept a sweet sleep. There were no goblins or other adventurers around, but that was even better. When the hand of the clock moved, it was time to wake Hans up. Finally, the turn came to the protagonist, but he realized that he would not be able to sleep. Entrusting his life to a stranger in his sleep was too dangerous an undertaking. The barbarian decided to pretend to be asleep and to snore like a savage who had had a rough day, hoping that the stranger wouldn't have guessed. His thoughts were easy to understand. He thought all barbarians were simpletons. The boy wanted to know the real motives of the night companion, but the mysterious gentleman did nothing for 2 hours. It was all too strange, and the boy hadn't even slept. In any case, one could not let one's guard down in front of strangers. The hero decided to stay awake until he could trust him, though one could die of fatigue that way. After a while, the hero dozed off and woke up abruptly from dripping saliva. The companion was not going to swear because everything was fine and nothing happened. The young man looked good-natured and offered to let his partner sleep, for it was his turn. But there was something about him that made the young barbarian wary. Bjorn did not trust the stranger. When he was in a difficult situation, Hans had spoken to him first, had not scolded him for falling asleep at his post, and had refused to punish him for a mistake. There were no such kind people in the game, the lad knew well. The fatigue was too strong, so the hero decided to rest. When he woke up and opened his eyes, there was a huge hammer in front of his face, which was coming closer and closer at a great speed. At the very last moment, the boy dodged to the side, and the hammer hit the ground with a clatter. He was not mistaken. His companion was a real rat in the collective. Hans tried to stop the boy and make excuses, but the savage barbarian was unstoppable. Hans tried to stop the boy and make excuses, but the savage barbarian was unstoppable. The warrior ran up very quickly and delivered a crushing blow to his enemy. The young man flew upward, and blood spurted in all directions. He had mistakenly thought the barbarians were stupid, and now he was punished for it. The adventurer didn't die from a single blow like the goblins. He begged for mercy and wanted to explain everything, but there was no turning back. The hero was determined to kill him for insulting his kind and attempting to kill him. Determined to hit even harder, using his giant shield, the young man beat his enemy to a pulp. When Hans was on the verge of life and death, he begged for forgiveness, but the barbarian was too cruel and fair. To avoid death, the adventurer said he did it for the crystals. He wanted to knock out the boy and take them. He said he wanted to take the shield as well, because the newcomer's equipment was selling well. Hoping for clemency, Hans waited for the hero to be spared. He looked too strange and was clearly hiding something, so he received a hard kick in the face. The murder of an adventurer in Dungeon and Stone was a serious crime. The stranger must have had another reason. Bjorn had given him one last chance, and out of his last strength the young man shouted that he wanted to get the hero's heart. The heart of a barbarian was sold very dearly. It was used as an ingredient in new magic. To Hans, the kid was like a goblin, hard to catch but lucrative enough to try. Seeker didn't attack the first time because he wanted to get some sleep himself. He wasn't being overly cautious, just practical. The young man hoped with all his heart that the hero could forgive him, since he had told the truth. The warrior could meet many more such companions, and they might say the same thing. To forgive them every time would be too stupid. With a last hope, Hans begged for forgiveness. He promised to give one chance and give all the items he had. To the barbarian, the words were just a sound, and he swung his shield and struck one last blow. One day has passed since the character entered this world, and he has already killed a person. After 2 days of getting into this world, the character equipped a backpack. The inventory was expanded. He raised the level of items by equipping a hammer. Now the warrior no longer looked like a barbarian. He drank water from a flask when he felt thirsty. He used a compass when he wanted to know his direction. He looked at his watch when he wanted to know the time. He treated his wounds with potions and bandages. It was ironic, only after killing a human, Bjorn began to live as a human himself. Now goblins disappeared with a single blow of his hammer. In battle, his body seemed to move on its own, and he began to think about a normal weapon. From the second day, goblins began to appear in pairs, and the hero's combat level increased thanks to the new weapons. His advancement became more stable. Now the young man was a real pro in his skills. Fighting against monsters was easy enough for a warrior, but he would soon die of fatigue. The battles hadn't stopped since the incident with Hans, so the guy wouldn't be able to last long. He urgently needed to get some sleep. Bjorn decided to take a nap without his nocturnal companion. Being wounded by a goblin gave him a better chance of survival. But as soon as he covered his eyes, the monsters immediately appeared. Not even 10 minutes later, the hero had to prepare for battle again. After a while, the kid killed everyone he saw. His eyelids were already too heavy, so he begged the goblins not to show up and let him get some sleep. The character was attacked by a goblin in his sleep. Due to extreme fatigue, the boy did not notice him at all, and the monster plunged a sharp knife right into the human chest. The hero used his hammer and swung it harder, pushing the small enemy away with force. This was the fate of anyone who dared to come within a step of him. If the boy had been a little shorter, the goblin would have jumped up and stabbed him in the throat. He hadn't even noticed anything, and now he needed to rest. But he needed to take care of himself first. The potion cure was more painful than the stabbing. It had been 14 hours since the incident with Hans. Now everyone was just starting to look for knight companions. But Bjorn couldn't trust anyone, since Varvar's heart was so precious. The hero needed to find another barbarian brother. But whoever offered the boy companionship, everyone was human. Now every person he met was offering to join him. One of the adventurers suddenly said that there might have been a problem with finding knight companions. Even the barbarians who had just gone through the ceremony were quickly ascending the levels. At the first one, there were already less than 100 of them. At parting, the stranger wished that Rapadonia would favor the hero. With such a sturdy body, it was indeed strange to stay so long on the first floor. The young man just needed a companion, not fundamentally a barbarian. He had to be of a different race, less of a human and closer to barbarians. Elves who kept their promises or Darths, who were more like barbarians than anything else, would do just fine. But basically, it didn't matter to the boy if they weren't human. Most of the other races had traits that were distinctive from humans, so they wouldn't attack creatures similar to themselves. After the young man changed his mind and wandered the caves for another hour, he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious creature. He finally found it. The wounded elf was perfect as a companion. The fairy was immediately wary. She had a very aggressive attitude. Any wounded loner would be frightened if he saw a huge barbarian in front of him. The girl was very frightened, as if someone had offended her. Suddenly, the hero noticed that she was wounded by an arrow in her stomach. It was obvious that such a wound was not the work of goblins. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees and cried. She looked helpless and alone, begging for forgiveness. The fairy didn't even ask the stranger's name. Huge drops of tears fell to the floor. The little girl asked Varvar to let her go just this once, for she had a little brother left at home with no one to care for him. The sight of the spineless fairy made Bjorn uncomfortable. Most of the fairies in the game were cold to the others, and this one seemed so at first glance. If the hero had known that the girl had such a soft character, he wouldn't have startled her. He decided to release a smile to get rid of the misunderstanding. A glow of hope appeared in the fairy's eyes in an instant. The little girl was frightened by every word and didn't believe the huge barbarian. Their image was obviously ruined by someone, so the kid threw her a healing object and asked her to take care of the wound and discuss everything later. Richo leaves and bandages were not used by the hero. He feared they were poison. Even that gesture alarmed the girl. She didn't believe in the bully's good intentions. You didn't need a reason to help someone in need. But in fact, the warrior did have a reason. He wanted to make her a knight companion. For a wounded, tired, still beautiful fairy, it was a great option. Irwin finished the treatment quickly enough. She had dexterous hands. Finally, it was time to get acquainted, but the girl continued to be afraid of her savior, for she was a fairy and he was a barbarian. In this world, fairies and barbarians have always feuded, creating real wars. Their feud ended 10 years ago, but the fairies were still wary of the huge enemies. It was strange because in the game, their relationship was normal. Since the whole feud had ended a long time ago, the girl swore she had no ill feelings towards the barbarians, so she didn't want to fight. Bjorn realized that it had been a very long time since the time period of the game, but now he had other things to take care of. He was very tired, so he suggested that the fairy team up and become companions for one night. Irwin had heard that barbarians valued their military honor above all else, so she asked the boy to swear on her that he would not harm the defenseless little girl, and in return she was ready to swear on the name of the tribe. The protagonist didn't give a damn about military honor, but it could be useful. To begin with, he clarified that he was Bjorn, Andel's son, after which he sincerely swore not to offend his companion. Touching their honor, the heroes promised not to attack each other at night. Now at last, the lad could finally get a good night's sleep, confident of his safety. After a while, Bjorn woke up as if he had slept for a year. He didn't even know what time it was, but his time was up. He had been asleep for 2 hours and was having a hard time getting out of sleep. Wiping away the drool, the hero didn't even realize how he had managed to pass out. He didn't even have to fake a snore. It was definitely the magic combination of a blanket and a backpack. Using her backpack as a pillow and wrapped in a blanket, the fairy fell asleep before she could even lay her head down. She was exhausted. Her day had been as hard as the young men's. The barbarian had only been in this world for 3 days, but the time dragged on too long. It was shortened by intrusive thoughts of what had happened to him in the old world. He assumed he was wanted. It was better not to think about it, because even if there was a possibility of returning, it was impossible to do so now. The warrior would lose the will to fight if he continued to think about it. After a few repetitions of the dream, it was time to move on. There were 10 minutes left before the fairy's dream ended, but the hero wasn't sure it was worth asking her to go along. The fairy wouldn't be an extra in the group, but then the barbarian would have to share the loot with her. Though goblins began to appear in packs on the 3rd day, the young man could handle 3 or 4 by himself. Suddenly, the kid noticed 2 guys who wore the signs of the Crystal Alliance. They discovered the location of the fairy by noticing her bow and arrows. The guys were ready to get their hands on her sleeping body. One of them immediately approached the barbarian and asked him if he had known the fairy for a long time and how long she was supposed to be still asleep. But the hero was not going to answer his questions, for he was definitely looking for Irwin. Bjorn tried to wake the girl, but she pretended to be asleep and hid her face under the blanket. Then he grabbed her sharply and asked her why she was pretending. Irwin worried that if she stood up, her partner would leave her. The heroes didn't actually become full-fledged allies just for one night. The relationship in which they protected each other was for a few hours. The elf revealed that she had no idea who the 2 who were looking for her were. She assumed they were from the same clan as the people who had tried to hurt her. They had the same symbols on their clothes, and they called themselves the Crystal Alliance. It wasn't just a couple, but a whole union of embittered people, so it was better for the hero to stay away from the fairy. But Irwin was only 20 years old, so the young man offered to discuss everything further on the way. The girl was beyond excited that she was going to be helped, but first the hero wanted to hear the details. The fairy met the enemies on her first day in the maze. They had become nocturnal companions. She opened her eyes for a second because she felt something strange. Only later did the girl find out that her companion was one of the main ones in the clan that ran the business on the first floor. She said that she was able to escape, but the people from the Alliance kept attacking her. That's how the fairy got injured. Irwin was aware that they used communication stones to coordinate. This was the first time the hero had heard of this, as there was nothing like it in the game. The communication stones were mystical devices that helped transmit messages to each other. They only worked within 300 meters. Bjorn assumed it was the equivalent of a handheld radio. The fairy had nowhere to run. There were more enemies, and they were also communicating with the mystical device. Irwin could not be left behind, or she would be caught. There was a reason the Alliance was after her. Not only was the girl trying to take out a witness, but she had waved a knife around a bit when she tried to escape the first time, and had stabbed one in the causal place. The fairy tried so hard so that she cut off an important place of her enemy completely. Such a thing could not be cured with potions, so the Crystal Alliance would definitely haunt her for the rest of her life. Suddenly, the little girl told her partner not to look back because they were being followed. At a distance of 150 meters, it was impossible to feel anything, but the hero did not think she was lying. The guys needed to speed up urgently while the fairy could still do so. The girl's wound might have opened more, but she wasn't complaining yet. She had a lot of courage. The Barbarian and the fairy sped up, but they couldn't break away from their enemies. Besides, they should have alerted their entire alliance by now. It was getting too dangerous. The heroes had to destroy them. If the young warrior wanted to help his partner, he had to decide now. There was no going back. The boy had to think carefully about what he was risking and what he would get in return. Irwin was good at cooking and cleaning, but her main ability was her excellent archery. She also possessed spirit magic. A good fairy archer possessed the rarest fire attribute. The girl had never killed anyone before, but she could definitely do it if necessary. The hero dared to invite her along with him before leaving the labyrinth. The odds were 9-1 in his favor, and no objections were accepted. Without thinking, the fairy immediately agreed to be a companion and said that the distance was 100 meters. The enemies were catching up even at full speed. There was no point in running away from them, so Bjorn decided to change the plan. No one could have even guessed that the young barbarian would be back in the darkness again. The heroes hid around the corner, and Irwin summoned the fire spirit. The opponents were already very close. When the fairy canceled the summoning, it was pitch dark. The enemy shouldn't have been able to see anything, but still walked into the darkness and stopped not far from the heroes. It was obvious that there was a method of tracking the target. Now was the perfect time to start hunting. The experienced archer drew the bowstring and shot precisely at the target. From the darkness, she could see exactly where to shoot. A sharp magical arrow pierced through the stranger. Irwin did a good job, but it would have been dangerous if she'd hesitated for a second. Thanks to her skills, the elf had killed a human for the first time. Bjorn approached the bloody corpse and noticed the device in his hand, with the help of which the stranger communicated with the rest of the alliance. Using the walkie-talkie, the unknown men tried to contact Sheridan, but they didn't know yet that he had been dead for a long time. The men of the alliance already knew that he had pursued the barbarian and the fairy. Now the protagonists knew that their pursuer's name was certain. The guy hoped to find useful things, but the alliance member had nothing useful. The barbarian only managed to find a large bag of crystals, 2 daggers, 1 potion from his belt, and the clothes the enemy was wearing. The clothes got to the girl and she finally managed to change. It felt weird. There was a leather top and bottom, but either way, it was better than before. Along with her clothes, the aura she emitted had changed for the better. Now Irwin wanted to know how to use the communication stone. She said that there was a button that had to be pressed. At that moment, the Crystal Alliance came into contact again over the walkie-talkie. The gentleman on the other end of the line reported that Citadel, who was chasing the barbarian and the fairy, had stopped communicating. He was giving a reward of 10,000 gold for their heads. The heroes had no choice but to move on. Bjorn asked the fairy to summon a spirit, for they would have to walk on the edge of darkness. The boys went to the portal to the 2nd floor. Overcoming the difficult path, the heroes descended lower and lower. Irwin could not believe that her companion was really going to the 2nd floor, for the 1st and 2nd floors were very different. That was exactly where the brave barbarian was going to go. He said it should be fine as long as they didn't stray too far from the entrance. The boys were a great pair and should be fine. A melee tank and a ranged attacking archer was the perfect combination. Since the hero and Irwin were now a team, the first floor would be easy. The girl was hesitant to go to the second floor right away. After all, it was their first time. Everything sounded like they were jumping into an orc lair to escape the goblins. Along the way, the Crystal Alliance kept in touch with their people by radio. They promised lots of gold and a lovely evening with the ferry to the first person who could find the heroes. Some members of the Union joked and were going to cut off the ferry's arm or leg if she started to resist. In response, other members asked that her vital organs not be harmed. From what she heard, the poor girl couldn't even say a word. It was too good to be true, and Irwin agreed to go to the second floor. Now Bjorn would not have to persuade her. He would always help those who needed it, as long as it didn't hurt him. There were two benefits to the hero in this endeavor. He had to get satisfaction from a good deed and get rid of a nasty piece of garbage. He had no reason not to help. The guy didn't know the specific path to get to the second floor. But if the heroes were going north, they would definitely come to the right place. The levels were built in such a way that, moving along the edge of darkness, one could reach the portal sooner or later. The darkness always led to the passage to the upper floors. Suddenly, the fairy stopped her partner. There was a goblin trap ahead. The fire spirit lit the way, and the hero realized that in bright places, goblins use traps less often. Irwin gave the boy a break and decided to deal with the trap on her own. But as soon as she was close enough, a pair of goblins jumped out from around the corner and swooped down from above. Jumping back, the girl took a big step back. She immediately took her stance, drew the bowstring, and fired an arrow. The point pierced through one ugly goblin. The fairy really impressed with her skills and marksmanship. She moved clearly and shot without misfires, taking the life of another creeper. Her superior technique was incomparable to anything else. Irwin was much better than the protagonist expected. She was very agile, and even small cave monsters could not keep up with her. The guy remembered to honor the agreement to divide all loot 9-to-1 and paid the fairy 2 magic crystals. Her little brother begged to buy a couple of things, so the girl wanted to try even harder. Time flew by. New messages came over and over again on the radio. The price for the heroes' heads had risen to 20,000 gold pieces, but now they were being sought even if they were dead. Bjorn was sure that they would not be sought in the darkness. Many members of the Alliance weren't even interested in them, but things were going too smoothly. It was strange. Something bad usually happened to the heroes' luck at a time like this. Trouble didn't come alone. The heroes ran into a whole pack of monsters. On the first floor, there were different monsters depending on the zone. The nasty ghoulie was supposed to appear in the south, so something was not clean here. The experience reward system in the dungeon and stone game was strange too. The kid decided that this time they had to destroy the creepers together. Experience could only be gained for the first kill of a monster of any species, so they needed to kill more different species to raise the level. Being an excellent tank, Bjorn took on the nearby ghouls and left the ones behind for the fairy. If the monsters acted like in the game, they wouldn't attack until they were too close. The shabby monster accelerated and pounced on the barbarian, but the young man wasn't a coward. Thanks to his 9 years of experience in the game, he knew exactly what he had to do to destroy the bastards. The ghoulies were stronger and faster than the goblins, but they were still ranked 9 monsters, so their movements were predictable. The ruthless hero used his hammer to bombard every creature in the maze. With a reliable companion, everything turned out to be easy. Victory over the nasty ghouls was in the hero's pockets. Now they continued northward until they reached their goal on the 3rd day. Suddenly, Irwin noticed blood on the floor that led just where they were going. It didn't look like goblin blood, and there was a piece of bread lying on the ground. It seemed unreal, but the hero found himself at his starting point in the maze, where he first got trapped by the goblins. This place was right next to the portal to the 2nd floor. The barbarian was simply furious. He couldn't believe that the portal was 10 meters away from him, and he had to endure silent terror to get out. It was all his bad luck's fault. Putting together the puzzle of the trap, the bread, the slipper, and the boy's reaction, the fairy guessed that he had been through something terrible. But she was sure that the young man had lost a loved one in this place. It was time to go inside. Irwin was a little scared, but she said she definitely wouldn't be lost with a barbarian. She had a bad habit of saying useless things, but heroes wouldn't give up easily. From that moment, a new adventure began, and the boys were moved to the 2nd floor in the Goblin Forest. The whole time the hero was wondering about the feeling he would experience when moving into the portal between floors. Upon landing on solid ground, it felt like he had been chewed up and spit out by a huge frog. The fairy was a little surprised. She had never fallen out of portals like that before, and the other girls hadn't told her about such a thing. Still, she landed normally. That was a dexterity that the barbarians lacked. First, the boys needed to explore the area around them. Everything was similar to the northern area of the Goblin Forest. The portal behind their backs would allow them to go back at any moment. The guy couldn't sense anyone within a 50-meter radius. The lighting from the stars in the sky was poor, but there was no point in waiting for it to get brighter. The girl said that she had never heard of a forest on the second floor. She had probably heard about another second floor. There were 4 portals on the first one, each leading to a different zone. To the north was a goblin forest, to the east a beast lair, to the west the land of the dead, and to the south dark rocky mountains. Either area led to the 3rd floor. The labyrinth threw the adventurers out when time ran out. On the 1st floor, this happened after 168 hours. On the 2nd floor, after 240. Bjorn was sure that the Crystal Alliance was unlikely to stick their heads into this place because they didn't know how to work as a team. He decided to stay on the floor for all 168 hours, waiting for the 1st floor to close so he could get out of the maze. But sitting for so many hours at the portal was too boring, so the hero decided to look around at least a little. The girl was happy to support the idea. In the forest, Irwin felt excellent. Everything around resembled her fairy abode. She saw traps everywhere and asked the hero to try to keep in step with her. The girl could easily detect all hidden traps, even those that were well hidden from human eyes. But the hero didn't see anything at all. It was an excellent skill of detecting fairies. The fairy could be relied upon, but the barbarian was a bit harsh and did not praise her much. He said that there was no need to rejoice in such trifles, for he already considered her an experienced adventurer. The little girl couldn't hide her joy. She was now assigned to be a trap finder. The praise made her self-esteem soar. She was too easily manipulated. But something was wrong. The traps were there, and there were no goblins around. In fact, the presence of a trap on the 2nd floor didn't mean that someone was guarding it. It was more of a feature of the zone than anything specific. In the game, this place was also called the Goblin Forest. Apart from the camouflage traps, goblins appeared here in groups of more than 10. Sometimes mutants, archers, or warriors would appear among them. The largest cluster of goblins was deep in the forest, and there were none at all near the portal, not to mention the high-level monsters. But it didn't matter to the heroes. They were going to stay near the portal. They were going to deal with the traps in the neighborhood first, and then expand the exploration area, so they wouldn't be afraid to run to the portal in case of danger. The heroes were increasing their search area and knocking down traps with rocks. It would be a lot of trouble if they stepped in one while walking back and forth. Suddenly, the fairy sensed more than 10 goblins 50 meters away. They hadn't noticed the guys yet, and the fairy could approach them unnoticed 30 meters away. The heroes decided to proceed as agreed. It was amazing how Irwin could move through the grass without making noise. It must have been a peculiarity of fairies. As soon as the girl spotted the goblins, she approached them as far away as possible and signaled. Drawing the bowstring, she launched a stealthy bow attack to take the enemies by surprise. The ruthless Bjorn rushed to the attack. The 2nd floor was very different from the 1st floor. There were 3 times as many enemies here. They were very dangerous even though they were goblins. There were also mutants among them. Ideally, the main character should have been scared, but he didn't feel any fear at all. On the contrary, the warrior's heart he had received was pounding with all its might. Like a true invincible Spartan, the warrior used his shield and crushed the enemy trolls. They were very fast and agile, attacking the boy in pairs from different directions. With the incredible honed skills of a player and the strong body of a barbarian, the guy was pushing the goblins away in different directions. He was literally going for a battering ram to keep himself safe. While all of the barbarian's attention was diverted to a couple of creatures, the 3rd attacked him too suddenly. It was dangerous. The hero's head would have flown off if he had reacted a little slower and not ducked. The monsters didn't give a second's rest. They looked like ordinary goblins, but more than 5 were already causing problems. In this case, injuries were inevitable, but only if the hero was alone. Irwin was doing a great job in backing up her partner. She had taken a fighting stance, so it was time to call it a day. Bjorn received 11 magic crystals from defeating the first group of goblins. Compared to the first floor, where it took a whole day to collect 44, the reward was impressive. When the heroes went beyond a radius of 3 kilometers, goblins began to appear every 5 minutes. This time they had an archer who possessed cloaking magic. The archer made things more difficult, but there was no way the guys were going to lose. In a barbarian's body, it was enough just to be attentive. The hero wasn't going to make the same mistakes again and deftly dodge the goblin arrow. This allowed him to declassify the monster's location in order to destroy it. After 15 hours of fighting, the heroes decided to take a little break. This time the barbarian decided to give way to the girl and let her rest first. He even gave her his backpack and blanket. Before she could lay her head down, Irwin fell asleep. She was exhausted this time, for she had never made such noises in her sleep before. Or maybe she just felt safe. They hunted for 15 hours. They made more money than they could ever dream of on the first floor. But the farther the heroes went, the more often they met other adventurers. Not only did they go in groups larger than 3, but they also had different races among the members. The guys always passed in silence, but Bjorn was losing patience just from seeing them. The adventurers were much stronger than the goblins, especially now that the boy had someone to worry about. The problem was that the girl was too beautiful. The hero reasoned about his feelings out loud, so the fairy was embarrassed by what she heard. But the boy quickly sent her to bed. Time flew by. Days were replaced by nights. The heroes continued mopping up the territories and then let each other rest, bravely guarding their dreams. 6 days passed and finally the 7th day came. It was time for the heroes to get out of the labyrinth. There were 2.5 hours left before the labyrinth closed. Irwin was already very tired, so they decided to move out. Along the way, another goblin trap was discovered by the fairy in the forest. She determined their location to be 1 hour, 70 meters away. A group of 8 regulars, 2 archers and 2 warriors were huddled there. Irwin was in charge of the archers, so Bjorn took over the warriors. He was not afraid of even mutant goblins, because his skills in battle were unique. After so many battles, the hero had become a true master of such battles. Now he was like a 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed Avalokiteshvara. Irwin was used to it. She knew exactly when and who to shoot at. Even though she said there were 2 archers, not a single arrow flew toward the barbarian. The time of killing goblins was greatly reduced. The fairy was showing excellent results. But the hero asked her to warn him next time when she would deal with the archers, so he wouldn't think about it. She had grown in the last few days. The guy was proud of her. Suddenly, the girl spotted something interesting up ahead. As she approached, she shrieked it was the essence of a goblin archer. Bjorn knew that essence was part of the game's skill system. It gave passive or active skills depending on the type. You could only absorb 1, but it gave something cheater, so it was valued much more by adventurers. But there was a limit to how much could be absorbed, and skills varied greatly depending on the monster. The fate of the entire character depended on what essence would be absorbed. The chance of falling out was about 0. The hero didn't expect to see such a thing. It was a huge luck, so the guy had a bad feeling. The guy who was chasing them on the first floor had probably absorbed the essence of the razor-haired wolf and was finding the heroes by scent. By absorbing the essence, it was possible to gain new skills. The barbarian already knew what kind of essence he needed. He would have to spend a whole lot of money if he absorbed it mindlessly. And for a barbarian, the goblin archer essence wasn't particularly useful. The kid allowed the fairy to absorb the archer's essence to get his skills. But as soon as she wanted to do it, suddenly the heroes were surrounded by strangers. A group of adventurers took the barbarian and fairy by surprise and ordered them not to move. They were hostile and ordered them to explain themselves. Bjorn told the girl to just keep quiet and not say anything. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. The young man pushed her with force and threw her right into the goblin essence. A bright light illuminated the entire forest space, blinding the eyes. The adventurers were not happy, for they had come to obtain the archer's essence. The warrior expected that they would have to face such people. They rushed there as soon as they saw the essence. But it was too late. Irwin had absorbed it. The protagonists were outnumbered, so they needed to be more brazen. The uninvited guests underestimated them, so they wouldn't be as cautious. The barbarian was ready to fight right now. Bjorn and the fairy rushed forward, not stopping until they reached the portal. The 4 of them had already left, but they could still run into each other again, even if they weren't being followed. The young man said that a group of 4 was an excellent number to sweep the second floor, but they were hanging around near the entrance itself, which meant they planned to return to the city through the closure of the first floor. The way was not easy. At a distance of 50 meters, the heroes were again waiting for a pack of goblins. The hero wanted to bypass them this time, but it was impossible because the monsters ran straight at them. Usually the goblins didn't find them first thanks to Irwin's detection abilities. All of this made their position difficult, and suddenly the hero decided to change direction. But at that moment, the fairy was on the verge of death. An arrow flew a centimeter away from her. The young man had time to pull her aside, otherwise there was no way out. Bjorn realized that it wasn't the goblins who were shooting, but the very same guys. They had baited the goblins and were waiting in ambush on the other side, wanting to exhaust the heroes first. It was decided to utilize the power of essences. Each of them had a different specialization. Irwin absorbed the Goblin Archer essence, which in the game increased characterization points and also gave active and passive skills. The girl didn't know how to use these skills, but without realizing it, she was already actively using them. Her body was literally enveloped in the energy of the thief's footsteps, which gave her a disguise. There was too little time left. Bjorn decided to deal with the goblins himself and ordered the fairy to find the crossbowman. After the signal, the girl was to shoot her, having only one attempt. The goblins surrounded to the left, and those bastards didn't show themselves after the shot. The barbarian ran straight at the monsters with all his legs to destroy them. He was sure the adventurers would definitely show up after that. The goblins were outnumbered due to numbers, but the brave hero had the sheer strength of a barbarian and defended his honor. Using his shield and hammer, he would need nothing else to scatter the gang of creatures. There were more than 10 of them, 2 of which were warriors. If the arrows weren't flying toward the boy, there wasn't an archer after all. Bjorn was wrong in his guesses. A sharp arrow struck him. That meant there was an archer after all. The young man managed to protect himself with his shield, but without Irwin, he would have to watch out for arrows as well. While the hero was defending himself against the other goblins, the others were attacking from behind. He had to keep in mind that there was still a crossbowman somewhere. Being left without the help of his partner was a real bummer. It was getting very dangerous. There were more and more wounds. The barbarian was trapped, 2 arrows flying at him at the same time. One from the crossbowman and the other from the goblin. He couldn't block both. He managed to defend himself against the crossbow, but the goblin's arrow hit his elbow. The problem was that because of the poison arrow, the guy couldn't move his arm. Now the barbarian had only one working arm left. He had to choose between weapons, and his choice was his shield. Those bastards were far more dangerous than the goblins. The adventurers were a real threat. Killing the little thing with a hammer would be easier, but then he wouldn't be able to block crossbow shots. Tired and wounded, but brave and courageous, the protagonist managed to deal with almost all the goblins alone. Many escaped, but there was no point in chasing them. His hunch turned out to be correct. At that moment, the bad guys came out of the bushes, but the crossbowman was not with them. The young man said that he could see the barbarian at once. He was full of energy even after fighting with a crowd of goblins. But the thug had a lot of wounds, so the bastard was willing to let him go, in exchange for information on where to do the pretty fairy. After receiving orders to stay alert and fight against the monster, the boys rushed into battle. The young man was all alone against them, in complete danger and with one wounded arm. His left arm was barely moving, the poison spreading too fast. Bjorn wondered if the fairy had found the crossbowman. The boy needed to signal, a gesture unique to this world that would definitely attract attention. The middle finger was a perfect signal that Irwin had to understand. The young man couldn't hear her, for she was far away, but there was no choice. He had to trust. The enraged barbarian armed himself with a shield and flew into one of the members of the Crystal Alliance at great speed. The enemy managed to stay on his feet and began to resist the pressure. At that moment, Elias flew up and covered his partner. Using his katana, he struck the barbarian with force and he flew backwards. The old man was very strong and different from the other adventurers, but there was no retreat. Gathering all his strength together, the hero once again rushed into battle. He had to distract the old man to create a gap for Irwin. With full confidence that the fairy had destroyed the crossbowman, Bjorn continued to fight the alliance members. But at that moment, something happened that shocked him. A sharp arrow was approaching the barbarian at breakneck speed. The bad guy covered his allies with his shield and no one was hurt from the impact. The arrow belonged to Irwin. She came to help. The warrior found himself in a difficult situation. The enemies calculated every step. They surrounded the guy from all sides, and one of them even protected everyone from the fairy's blows. There were opponents on both sides. The hero couldn't handle two at a time, so he decided to sacrifice something. The brave young man decided to attack the redhead, since he couldn't move his left arm anyway. Elias swung his cold weapon and struck him from behind, hitting him directly on the arm. The old man wanted to finish off the nasty young man and jumped on top of him to stab him with his katana. The barbarian reacted quickly and jumped aside, avoiding death. The members of the alliance were puzzled by the capabilities of the bulky man. Suddenly, Irwin intervened and shot a flaming arrow, but one of the guys protected the old man with a shield. Now the Crystal Alliance was hit. The warrior's shield caught fire and turned into nothing. The fairy had done a great job. She was no ordinary archer, but a spirit user. The two sides clashed in battle again, the forces gradually running out. While Bjorn was trying to subdue the two adventurers, a third jumped up from the ground and ran off to find the fairy. The fight was getting too intense and dragging on, so the hero had no choice but to act. Using his shield, he dealt critical damage to one of the enemies. What he saw made Elias even angrier, but now he was alone. The old man was very strong, and the young man did not understand why he had joined a group of such weaklings. The ruthless barbarian realized that the old man was just trying to buy time before the redhead returned. He decided to make it look like he was hitting so he could quit later. Incredible abilities allowed the warrior to strike his opponent and grab him by his clothes. Now only the last step remained to be taken. Now the barbarian finally showed his true nature and acted like a savage. He bit off a piece of the old man's head, pulling out veins and veins. Soon, Irwin came running in. She did a good job too. When she saw her partner's serious wounds, she gave him a potion, the effect of which was better than that of applying it to the wounds. Bjorn was poisoned, so he drank the contents of the bottle. The energy consumed his body. He felt as if his insides were being boiled alive. Pain was felt in every nerve, and his skin burned and itched. There were 40 minutes left before the first floor closed. The heroes had no time even to rest. The barbarian told the fairy to take off her clothes immediately, and embarrassed, she began unzipping. The girl was really naive and stupid, for the young man meant to take off the adventurer's clothes. There was no time. The guys had to take the equipment, backpacks, and magic crystals as soon as possible. It was 13 minutes until the first floor closed. Irwin took the redheads and the crossbowmen's gear, and the heroes headed straight for the portal, loaded with supplies. When there was a minute left before the closing time, the guys immediately jumped inside the portal. Moving through the energy layers, they passed to the next level. The heroes were spit out again and were moved to the first floor. It was fun, but Bjorn didn't understand how the fairy kept landing correctly. Either way, they barely made it in time. Before they were attacked, the hero wanted to talk about something. There wasn't enough time now, so at the last seconds, he set a meeting place outside at the Black Whale Tavern. The labyrinth closed. The character Bjorn was moved to Rapadonia. He finally returned to the city where all the characters in the game were returning to. All the adventurers gathered in one place, but there were still a lot of people. The flow of time in the labyrinth was different from that in the city. It didn't matter how long a player would spend there. Everyone was back here at noon the next day, so each time they had to change their clocks to match the city time. After returning to the hero, Carrick and Serum immediately approached him. The barbarians were glad to see each other safe and sound. After a while, a whole crowd of barbarians gathered. It was like a reunion scene. Carrick was quite popular among them, so the others shared their impressions with him. It was estimated that Andel's son had collected 180,000 magic crystals. Everyone envied him. He had not only gotten the crystals, but also a hammer and boots and a backpack. He was definitely the best warrior. The hero understood why everyone was so enthusiastic. After all, he was the first barbarian to go into the labyrinth almost empty-handed and return to a civilized man. For now, the boy decided to stay with the barbarians. He might not know some nuances yet, so he wanted to wait for the others to go together. But at that moment, a familiar face appeared in the crowd. It was Irwin. She appeared like sunlight in the midst of a thunderstorm. The girl had bragged to the other fairies that she had finally figured out spirit control. Now she was sure that fire spirits were the most naughty. The barbarians did not appreciate the presence of the fairies, and the fairies in turn were hostile to these thugs. Bjorn and Irwin were like Romeo and Juliet between two warring clans. When all the remaining wars had exited the portal, the moment of family reunions began. Children joyfully greeted their fathers, mothers their sons, and wives their husbands. There was something similar in the game too, the joy and happiness of families. But there was also despair and agony at play. Many did not return. Their families fell to the ground in horror at the helplessness, but the children were too young to realize it. The main character had played Dungeon and Stone many times, but seeing the faces that were displayed on the monitor with 2D graphics in reality was very strange. After passing the maze, all the barbarians gathered in the tavern to celebrate. They were drinking to excess. The only reason Bjorn went with them was so he wouldn't miss something important in the whole process. The hero didn't want to sit in the bar, so he left. In this world was very calm. There were no monsters and people who could harm. Law and order ruled in this place, so it was possible to relax a little. Even if the guy fell, he would be able to get up. It was definitely a different world, where people reached out for help, much wilder than the 21st century. Life in this peaceful city turned out to be pretty good. After a hot shower at the hotel and washing off all the dirt and blood from the labyrinth, the boy felt much better. Bjorn left the labyrinth at noon and slept only a couple of hours. He didn't want to deceive anyone, for he really missed home a lot. But for now, he had to hurry to meet the ferry. Turns out the Black Whale Tavern has been closed for a long time. 10 years ago, the owner's son went into debt because of gambling. The name and the owner changed. This place used to be great. Bjorn knew it. The events of the game had happened a long time ago. The tavern now had a new name, Fidenpuss. Inside, Irwin was already waiting for him. The same woman as last time was with her. She introduced herself as an older sister named Tercia. She had come because she had many questions for the barbarian. The girl had a very negative attitude. She angrily jumped up from the table and asked why the barbarian had called such a small girl to the tavern in the middle of the night. The boy had summoned Irwin last night to this trashy tavern, and now had the nerve to ask why his older sister had come along with her. Tercia didn't like that very much. The hero was puzzled because he was sure that only 4 hours had passed. When the fairy said that 30 hours had passed since their last meeting, well, the guy was shocked. Now it was clear why he had been so kind. The barbarian immediately apologized. He didn't wake up after leaving the labyrinth, but he still couldn't tell his older sister the whole truth. The fairy and the barbarian had a real altercation and almost started a war of 10 years ago. Bjorn told the girl to stop behaving like that, but Tercia thought he was a savage. The girl threw a bag of gold on the table. It was the price for the essence that Irwin had absorbed. The hero had a feeling that he had seen this before in doramas, but he didn't take the money. Bjorn said that he had originally planned to form a group with the fairy until she would have raised the required amount on her own. The little girl was very upset that that was all that was needed from her and didn't agree. From now on, Tercia was going to go to the maze with her sister. She was just following tradition when she let her youngest go on her first outing. She never would have agreed otherwise. The agreement between the heroes was to divide everything 9-1, so the barbarian was not happy. The older sister almost forgot about it and immediately added another bag of gold. The boy was beginning to understand why the barbarians hated fucking ears. The older sister was done, so the young man asked her to scoot off so he could be alone with Irwin. Tercia agreed to leave only on the condition that the barbarian would make a promise not to sleep with the little girl. The hero had no choice. He had to swear on the warrior's honor, even though he didn't care about her. When the heroes were finally alone, Irwin said that she was grateful for the offer. But she and her sister had made a promise to each other a long time ago, so the girl couldn't accept it. The fairy handed the barbarian a sack containing 63,000 crystals from the redhead and the crossbow man, and their backpacks were at her house. There were a lot of things inside that were better to see in person. Bjorn wouldn't have refused either if the high-level fairy had offered to drag him through the labyrinth. She didn't even need to say anything. The girl understood everything herself. The hero was sorry to let such a companion go. The fairy could not ignore the help the barbarian had given her. It was clear now why her sister had made the boy swear. She thought the young man might have asked for something strange. Suddenly, the girl cried out that she would like to have her first comeback drink with the boy. There was such a tradition in the game. For a fairy who had spent her whole life in the abode, the first time was surely important. The boys spent the next time drinking booze. It was their first time over a cup of return, They were happy to share this moment together. They drank down and snacked as if they had a raving appetite. The alcohol was making their minds cloudy. Irvis noticed that the pumped-up barbarian was wearing a short shirt, and the boy noticed her short skirt. There was only one way to thank the hero. Bjorn said it had to be done out of public view, so the charming fairy offered to go to him. In a hotel room, a barbarian broke a fragile lady's arm behind her back. The increase in flexibility by 4 wasn't really noticeable in real life. The girl had never bent like that before. The guy wanted to test the difference of the essence effect in the game in and reality because it was forbidden in the city. Irwin was upset. She hadn't come to the room to check the effects. The Dungeon and Stone game never spared its players. It was enough to look at the characterization window to realize this. Strength, spirit, and ability were the 3 main characteristics. The drop-down lists of which had hundreds of other parameters. For example, increasing stamina allowed you to carry heavy things and deal more damage with physical attacks. Because of this, even characters with the same basic characteristics played differently. A gamer spent thousands of hours studying them, and even after 9 years of playing the game, he didn't understand the effect of some parameters. For example, the effect of possession. Irwin received an increase of this characteristic along with the essence. The only thing that was known about her was that it was a low-level characteristic in the spirit branch. Suddenly, the fairy suggested doing something else. She had to feel some change after leaving the labyrinth. The change was in the cookies. She didn't like them much before, but after she came back, she ate a whole bunch of them. And there were new characteristics that the hero might not have been aware of. He wanted to memorize them, but suddenly the young fairy tugged at his clothes. The girl was tired and wanted to lie down. As night fell, the candle went out. That evening, the heroes went to bed together. Bjorn could not sleep well. He thought of Tertia's words, but she must have meant a different dream. The next day, the heroes were able to earn almost 1.5 million stones by selling all the loot they had collected. If you subtract Irwin's share, Bjorn earned 1,400,000 stones. Before leaving, the guys decided to walk together through the central square. Suddenly, they came across a crowd of people with a huge guillotine in the center. Executions were beginning in the city. People did not commit serious crimes. They did not kill or rape. They were only guilty of not paying taxes. Rapadonia was the last city in the world to be destroyed by the witch's curse, and the labyrinth was the only place where resources could be obtained. So those who couldn't pay the tax were executed to reduce the number of mouths. People dipped bread in the blood of the executed and then greedily ate it. There was a belief that the blood of the executed brought financial luck. Taxes increased with every year of work, so it was impossible to stop training. If the hero couldn't find a way to return home or become stronger, his blood would also end up on someone's bread. It was necessary to accumulate as much money as possible, so that in the future nothing to worry about. And for that, the character needed to get at least to the 6th floor. In the game, the library was inaccessible, but in this world, the hero had access to go there. Everyone stared at him as if they'd never seen a book-loving barbarian before. In the library, the boy bumped into Einar, who wasn't expecting to meet her barbarian brother. He told her to learn to think before she did anything, so the girl decided to gain new knowledge. Traveling through the labyrinth, the barbarian girl realized that it was not only monsters that she had to be wary of, so she decided to study, but it was very difficult to read. Einar was going to go to the temple so that she could be taught to write and read. She wanted to go immediately so that she would remember to do it later, remembering her promise to repay the hero for his advice if he returned alive. The girl invited him to the Furious Bull Tavern. She would do her best to help if the barbarian was in trouble. The library was huge. Bjorn needed a history book, but the librarian had fallen asleep on the desk. She told the boy to wander around a bit to find the book. Suddenly, the girl used her magic and concentrated then magic in her palms. It was strange, because nothing around her had changed. The hero realized how her magic worked when he looked around a bit. She was illuminating the books he needed. Now it was clear why there was only one person watching the huge library. Starting with the book, The Fallen World, the barbarian immediately delved deeper. It told him that for thousands of years, these lands had been under a witch's curse and uninhabitable. Rapadonia was the last fortress to escape the catastrophe. The ruling family opened a path to another dimension for people who were dying for lack of resources. It was called the Labyrinth. The ancient history of the world resembled the prologue of the game. The basic alchemy notes book talked about how magical monster crystals could be turned into bread, water, steel, and more. The fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss, was more useful than the others. It described that evil spirits were those who came from another dimension to take over someone else's body. The book didn't describe the reasons, but it was clear that the ruling family and the church had done much to get rid of the phenomenon. The fifth book was about the death of a king. It told the story of the first king, who was called the Immortal King, Revigin III. He died 150 years ago, and the game has been going on ever since. The next book had notes on the instability of the measurements that the blonde adventurer was talking about. The book said that going through the portal at the moment of closing could cause instability. From the library, the hero returned late. 3 days had passed since returning from the labyrinth. A month in this world lasted 30 days. The labyrinth opened at midnight on the first day, so the boy still had 27 days left. The next morning, Bjorn had not woken up yet, but he had to listen to the fairy's squeals of joy. She told him that she had succeeded in concluding the contract. Irwin spent the 10 spirit stones her sister gave her, and it worked. In addition, the wind combined perfectly with the fire. The girl hadn't shown everything yet, but she had already made a complete mess with the wind. The barbarian was not very pleased and thought it strange that the girl had wasted 10 stones on an expensive item. Realizing the mistake, the little girl quickly cleaned her room. She really did have a great talent for cleaning. But it still seemed strange to the boy that she was wasting so much time. In fact, the fairy had come to make the boy the first to know about her new wind spirit. She thought of some special bond between them, which was why he was her first companion. Turning on the barbarian peddler mode, Bjorn allowed the fairy to come anytime. It was necessary to remain friends with her, for they were comrades. There were 26 days to go before returning to the labyrinth. That could have been a large or small amount of time, but the hero knew how he needed to use it best. The boy came to the Furious Bull Tavern, where everyone knew him. A room here cost 300 stones, for everyone slept 10 to a room of 5. But the boy had not come to find lodging for the night. On his way, he met Einar, for whom he had come to the tavern. He had a request. He wanted to fight her. Varvar needed practice, for he was weaker. Fenelina's daughter told the young man not to even ask her, but just to go to the court. There the barbarians fought, testing their strength. If not early morning, the girl was ready to fight at any time, so they started practicing right away. The barbarian had come to learn, but he didn't want to lose. The guy only had time to scatter, but a second later he was on the ground with a broken nose. In terms of pure strength, he was weaker. The young warrior was stubborn and never gave up what he wanted. He fought the best barbarian again and again. The girl was very strong, but that didn't stop the hero. Bjorn went out to fight so many times that he lost count. The heroes stopped only when the stars were already shining in the sky. Einar needed to rest. Training was over for the day. Einar was smarter than the usual barbarians and would hardly betray. The boy learned that she was going to go to the labyrinth alone, for she had no money to gather a group. It was the perfect choice for the barbarian. He offered the girl to be his comrades, taking only 80% of the proceeds, but promised to pay for the team. Without even listening to the terms, Einar agreed without a second thought. She wouldn't have understood anything anyway, so she just decided to trust Bjorn. The next day, the heroes came to the temple of the barbarians. The boy didn't want to go back there because of the leader, but he had to. The old man was surprised at their coming. He did not know the reason and assumed that Andal's son was following in Einar's footsteps and wanted to learn to write and read. After all, the wars that had gone away never came back. But it was different. The young fighter needed the seal of the immortal. It was a mandatory skill to clear the labyrinth. Dwarves could gain the blessing of armor, which increased the effectiveness of equipment. Dwarves could contract with ancient beasts called spirit beasts, and the barbarians had a spiritual seal, except that no one was supposed to know about it. The young warriors were usually unaware of this, so the old man was furious and demanded an explanation. But it didn't matter because the hero visited the library and specifically looked for information about the seal. He said that he had read about the seal, which helped a lot in the war against the fairies, in a book. The old man was acting strange. He laughed and tapped the boy on the back. The Lord said he was proud of him and Einar. If the warrior wanted, he had no reason to refuse, but he had to pay 800,000 stones for it. At the beginning of the game, it was hard to earn such a thing. At higher ranks, you needed more than just money. However, the boy held out one pouch for 500,000 and three for 100 each. He had money now. Bjorn had an explanation for such money, and it would have been sad if the old man hadn't asked about it. The boy told him that he had found a wounded fairy, used her as a slave, and took away the crystals, gave her the essence, and then made his sister pay. It had been a long time since the Lord had been so pleased to see someone take down a lug. For his great potential, he rewarded the young man with 200,000 in stones. It was a huge gain for a simple tale. Spiritual seal was a kind of amplification technique. The point was to fill the body with special ingredients that gave special power. Barbarians tattooed newly born children when their souls were still pure, so that the paths of the soul could be seen even after growing up. That's why every barbarian had tattoos. Once the path was paved, one could not choose another spiritual seal. An advanced immortal spiritual seal was the basic prerequisite for a barbarian tank. The other seals were useful as well, but for those playing the long seal of an immortal, the choice was obvious. Finally, the ceremony began. The immortal seal remained on the barbarian's body. It was so painful, as if thousands of games had been stabbed inside. But now the physical characteristics had increased by 13. The shaman laughed. It was the first time he had seen a warrior thanking him. The young man was confused and thought he had done something wrong. He had better get out before the shaman suspected anything. The next morning, Bjorn entered the shopping district to buy the necessary equipment. Thanks to his training with Einar, it was clear to him that the sword was not a good fit. The hero planned to concentrate on learning the shield techniques after getting the right essence. Fiddling with a sword was a waste of time, so the boy went to the armory. The medium-sized mace was an excellent choice. He also took a custom helmet because he couldn't fit into the ready-made ones, and a half armor for 360,000. When he bought everything he needed, he had 50,000 stones left. A long time had passed since leaving the labyrinth, and things had become routine. The hero woke up at 7 in the morning and had breakfast with Irwin. He stayed in the library until 4 in the evening. After that, Bjorn would go to dinner at a place he had never been before, to gather information that couldn't be found in the library. And about 5 o'clock, he would go to the Barbarians. After a week of training, the guy started fighting more than just Einar. It would be nice to get some skills, but such training was good for normal fighting instincts as well. Repeated training improved reflexes, flexibility, and field of vision. After them, the immortal seal holder began to occasionally defeat Einar. The girl was skillful, but her movements were predictable. The barbarian had told her that, but it had become a habit she was unlikely to correct. At 9 o'clock, Bjorn would go home, wash, and see Irwin again. They finished dinner after 11, and the fairy went home. The whole month flew by, and that evening the girl wished the barbarian good luck in the labyrinth. The labyrinth was one day away from opening. After gathering all their equipment, Einar and Bjorn Yandel came to the Explorers Guild. They had come for a magical bond for 2 and had to put their hands on a crystal. It was worth 15,000 stones to the researcher. It was a bit expensive for a one-time thing, but necessary. The starting point was set randomly, so a magical connection was needed to get the heroes in the same place. The researcher's rank was determined by the total amount of essence in the soul. The price changed along with the rank. When everything was ready, the link was to be active for 24 hours. Before passing through the labyrinth, the barbarians gathered to eat. Bjorn ordered the most expensive dinner in the tavern, a last feast for the last 800 stones. There were 10 minutes left before the labyrinth opened, but it was still impossible to enter. The heroes were already out of place. The guy hadn't paid attention last time, but the portal would be huge. When the portal was opened, Einar was about to jump in, but the barbarian stopped her. He needed to check something because he had read about the instability of the portal across dimensions. The girl didn't understand anything, but she trusted. There was only a minute left before it closed, and the portal had gotten much smaller. We had to wait a little longer. The most opportune time was when the guards said the portal was almost closed. The heroes rushed out, but the lords stood in their way. It was too dangerous. Everything went according to plan. The barbarians got inside and found themselves in a dark area. Einar panicked and couldn't see anything, but it was necessary. This time the hero took his torches with him. Everything was coming together. The monument in front of them was also in place. It was still possible to use it to open a portal to the second floor to get there immediately. It was the best decision Bjorn could have made. Every gamer should have known how to use bugs to their advantage. Touching the monument, the boy managed to open the portal and escaped all the trials on the first floor. A bright light illuminated the cave and a magical portal opened. The dark earth that squelched underfoot was the remains of stone structures. The chief had said it took 3 days to get to the second floor, but the hero had found another way. Silent, heartbreaking sounds spoke of the land of the dead. Lighting the way, the barbarians wandered into the wilderness, where fear lurked. Something moved through their veins and filled their bodies. It was raising the level of the soul. The level increase was also in dungeon and stone. The mana that was needed to use the skills grew with the level, as well as the amount of essences that could be absorbed. On the second floor, the hero would be able to use 2 essences. He was able to raise his soul level without even killing monsters. Opening the portal was his first achievement. Experience was called an achievement in this world, but when hunting, you could only get it from the first monster. That's why it was harder and harder to level up over time. One way to break that wall was to shield the portal. Experience was given for each opening. It was an easy method of leveling up. Bjorn warned his partner to tell everyone that it had taken her 2 days to get to this place. Sooner or later, other explorers would get here. They would probably ask how the newcomers had gotten here before them. Tying a torch to his helmet, the hero called it Barbarian Candle Mode. Other explorers had used this method long ago, but the young man was still a little embarrassed. There were strong monsters in the lands of the dead, unlike the Goblin Forest, but there were no traps here, so it was much easier for the heroes. In other words, this place was perfect for the barbarians. 3 ghouls suddenly appeared on the hero's path. Their number would increase on the 3rd day. Einar could no longer walk idly and decided to deal with them alone. Though the girl was huge and strong, she was afraid of sounds that made her blood run cold. They were banshees. They rarely attacked on their own, but they were worth staying away from. The attacks didn't work on them. If the barbarians attacked first, they would receive a curse. The monsters would continue hunting until the end of the labyrinth. Bjorn had taken the barbarian girl as his partner for a reason. At first she shook with terror, but then she followed her warrior instincts and eliminated all enemies in her path. Even skeletons were within her power. After that, the barbarians marched north for nearly 8 hours and encountered older ghouls that were larger than usual, mutants that had turned into skeleton warriors. But they posed no danger. It was the first day. There weren't many monsters, and the hero's fighting abilities had grown. The mace was perfect in weight and length, so skulls were broken much more effectively than with a hammer. The vest-like armor reduced the area that had to be covered by the shield. It made it easier to fight more aggressively. The rotten helmet would hardly have saved him from a crossbow, but it was perfect against the pitiful arrows of skeletal archers. The warrior became better at destroying enemies, and there was someone nearby who was no worse. Every time in battle, the girl shouted Vegella, which was the name of the goddess of the barbarians' ancestors. It was a refreshing feeling after the fights with Irwin. The barbarian partners seemed to be made for each other. They understood each other half-heartedly and pushed forward with savagery. The immortal seal improved natural regeneration, so the barbarians were not afraid of injuries. It took only a minute to heal a wound half a centimeter deep, and stamina was restored faster. As the ground became dry and the banshee's screams intensified, the heroes faced true terror. A demon of death appeared before them. The labyrinth had a way of absorbing light, but the barbarians didn't see it until they were close. Einar had already learned to aim for the head, otherwise the monster could not be defeated. When the warrior maiden pounced on the enemy, the demon deflected her blow with a huge paw. Meanwhile, Bjorn was trying to take the attention and was hitting the demon from behind. His body was so hard like a rock, it couldn't be penetrated so easily. Swinging harder, the girl struck hard with her sword. It seemed impossible. The sword didn't go in. The angry demon pushed the girl away with force. The death demon in the game had a very high defense, but the protagonist didn't think this freak was so tough. Einar's sword only scratched him, and the wound healed in 3 seconds. The demon opened its mouth wide and roared throughout the forest. The barbarian team was in danger. Their opponent was using the active ghoul summoning skill, Call of Death. Now things were about to get a lot more complicated. While Einar went to deal with the nasty ghouls, the protagonist decided to distract the demon of death. But as soon as the barbarian dealt a couple of blows to the demon, he noticed his partner nearby. The girl managed to deal with the huge crowd of ghouls in a matter of minutes and came to the rescue. 2 experienced fighters were a great team. Einar flew up to the demon's front to transfer his attention to herself. At that moment, Bjorn took the chance to strike hard with his mace. It wasn't a bad punch, but the monster appeared to be fine and pushed the boy away with force. There was so much blood from the demon that it seemed the wound was serious, but it healed immediately. Fighting against a demon was making Einar a true goddess of war. She literally grabbed the monster by the leg and started pushing it around. Her strength was far greater than it seemed. The girl was trying to upset his balance. It was a great idea. Bjorn immediately understood everything and hit the demon in the second leg, after which the giant monster collapsed to the ground. The Barbarian team was a true marvel. They made the big cabinet fall loudly while fighting hand to hand. This was how barbarians were supposed to hunt. This was the way the kids only kicked rice cakes when they went on a school field trip. It seemed as if even childhood trauma was being healed as the hero's partner cried. After defeating the demon, the guys got a huge crystal that was only worth 100 ordinary ones. There was no arguing about it. The reward was really small. The cream pie cost 300, so the girl figured she could eat one of those for every demon. It was a good way to count money. After that, the barbarians only hunted death demons. As soon as they saw one, they grabbed it by the legs and threw it down and then killed it on the head. In this way, the boys killed about 70 death demons. At the beginning of the game, the chance of an essence dropping was low, so most people played what they could get. Bjorn found it advantageous to hunt demons, as they dropped essence with good seal synergy and a useful passive skill. On the second day, the death demons started appearing in pairs, but the barbarians still knew the method of dealing with them, so it was simple. First they'd roll one, and then the other. If not done quickly, the ghouls would surround the barbarians, which was dangerous. The death demons did not pursue prey outside the territories, so the guys just had to run as fast as they could. By the end of the second day, they had stopped hunting demons and found shelter. But even when they came across other explorers, Einar was not frightened and brutally chased them away. The girls suggested finding another place to camp because people already knew their location. They couldn't be trusted. It was as if something had happened to the girl during the research. They looked for a long time for a similar good place to camp, but found nothing. Suddenly they heard cries for help, but that was not the way those attacked by monsters screamed. It was the explorers who were killing each other. There were 4 fresh corpses lying on the ground, and the woman with the bloody knife was a marauder. She was not afraid of the strangers and took them for newcomers. The people who were called marauders were in the business of preying on other explorers. Instead of collecting magic crystals from monsters, they collected other people's equipment. In Rapadonia, such activity was punishable by death, but no one condemned Bjorn for killing the 6 explorers. Outside the labyrinth, no one would know about anything if they didn't tell anyone. The marauder girl looked like a professional. She was tall and trim, shoulder-length red hair, a torn ear, a tattoo under her eye. She was known with such signs, but the hero had heard nothing about her. The equipment of those killed was of a high level. There was a mage among them. The guys looked like explorers who reached at least the 5th floor. They had no visible wounds, so they were killed by poison. The marauder calmly backed up and searched the corpses. She was not at all afraid of the 2 barbarian newcomers. The girl was the lucky owner of an expensive traveler's bag. It was impossible to imagine how strong she was. The only way to get out alive was to run as fast as she could. The barbarians had bought a little time, but the assassin girl could catch up with them at any moment. Bjorn left markings on the trees just in case. They could be followed to get to the portal to the 1st floor. Suddenly, the heroes met a group of 4 on the way, and since there was no choice, they asked for help. The explorers suspected that the barbarians were marauders themselves, but the hero swore the honor of a warrior. One of the guys decided to help, but in return, he demanded all of the marauders' belongings. He called everyone closer because he wanted to use the gnome's stealthy skill. When the skill was used, everyone within a 3-meter radius merged with their surroundings. It was a very powerful camouflage ability. The only disadvantage was that you could not move. As soon as the barbarians came closer, they immediately froze in place. The young man laughed loudly that the prey had walked into the trap himself. The group of 4 were marauders themselves. The goblin skill didn't stop just the flow of thoughts in his head. The hero realized that the essence that the researchers of their level could take out was the golem's active skill, suppression. In order to remove it, one had to take any kind of damage. The marauder pulled out a small knife and wanted to kill the giant with a single blow. The hero's life could have ended so easily, and all the resources he found would go to the bastards. At least the slightest damage should have saved the young man. As soon as the knife was in his throat, the boy sharply tilted his head back. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The marauder remained unarmed. He was in danger in front of the huge hulk. The barbarian was not going to hesitate. He swung his mace and struck a crushing blow. Meanwhile, Einar had also taken damage from her partner, so now she could move. With the knife in her shoulder, in a state of frenzy, the girl cut in two the scumbag who was thinking of doing dirty things to her. The wound in his throat was still too deep. Bjorn had lost too much blood, and by the time Einar saw him, the boy was barely breathing on the ground. Vavar was very lucky that he had acquired the seal of the immortal while he had the chance. Without it, he would have died for sure, but the scar from that was permanent. The last hero marauder wasn't going to be killed. They only needed his gnome skill, which would help him escape from the nasty marauder girl. But at that moment, a poison dart stabbed into the guy. It was the same girl. She'd been watching the barbarians the whole time. If the barbarian team couldn't escape, they had to fight. Raising their weapons to battle, they pounced with vigor on the dangerous marauder. Defeating the girl wasn't easy. She was capable of pushing back any attack. She had a huge amount of essences since the hero couldn't overturn her. Bjorn wanted to push her forcefully, but suddenly her whole body stopped moving. The barbarian fell to his knees. The girl pierced his armor and stabbed him in the back with a simple dagger. Seeing her partner in distress, the fearless warrior maiden pounced on the girl and wanted to strike her with her sword. But at the very last moment, the agile opponent struck Einar herself and fled. The marauder surpassed them in speed, strength, and generally everything. The girl offered the barbarians to surrender, saying that the basilisk's poison was already spreading through their bodies. The lady was willing to keep them alive, but in return the barbarians had to promise to keep her deeds secret. She'd planned to do that from the beginning. She didn't really want to kill the barbarians. Now it was clear to Bjorn why she was just watching their fight. She wouldn't have to kill the enemies personally if a group of marauders could handle it. Despite all doubts, the protagonist had no choice but to swear the honor of war. It was definitely a cheater's trick. Einar was forced to swear, for she had promised to follow all of her partner's orders. Her pride was of no use if the girl was dead. The marauder fulfilled her promise and let the boys go. At parting, she said that she had passed the 8th floor. If it was true, the heroes were saved only by her promise. Soon, the barbarians were moved to the 1st floor. In Einar's case, it was different. Now she was landing unsuccessfully, not Bjorn. Falling face first into the floor was painful, but the girl had no right to complain, for she no longer considered herself a warrior. It was shameful for a barbarian to beg for mercy with the honor of a warrior. The hero said that only the strongest warriors survived. Barbarians got a chance to defeat the marauder in the future, but the guy could not fully understand her feelings because he was not a real barbarian. The partners had been up for 20 hours, and even though the guy was mentally destroyed after these events, he couldn't sleep. He felt like shit, just like when he'd been saved by a group of blondes. When the priestess refused to heal him, and the swordsman threw the potion like the young man wasn't worth it. Like a wounded dog, Bjorn couldn't forget that feeling, though he swore it wouldn't happen again. The guy made the best choices in situations, roughly speaking, focusing on the present. As soon as the hero opened his eyes, a man was beheaded in front of his face, and other terrible things happened one after another. He had to put his own safety first. But it was impossible to survive like this. Another plan was needed. Waking Einar, the boy offered to show her another method involving risk. The girl immediately agreed. They would still die if they didn't become stronger. This life was always filled with chaos, whichever way you chose. It was too difficult because of the large number of monsters, still needing torches all the time. There was no reason to go inside except to take a shortcut. Once outside the memorial to the man who had been the first to pass the labyrinth, Bjorn told him that he was going to open the rift. Everything had to be kept secret. To open the rift on the 1st floor, it was necessary to place the magic crystals of the 4 kinds of monsters on the memorial. With a rank 8 monster crystal from the 2nd floor, the rift would be open. The Death Demon crystal opened an instance for 5 people. The difficulty depended on the number of participants. The barbarians didn't know who would end up with them. It was a maze within a maze. In the game, it was called an instance dungeon, a passage to another reality that was random on each floor. The rift on the first floor would open in at least 3 months city time. But it was hard to just wait, so people started looking for ways to open the rift. There were 4 rifts on the first floor. In the one the barbarians were going to, the sky was red, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Clouds of crows flew over their heads on the way to the dark castle. The hero knew where he was supposed to be because he used the Death Demon magic crystal. I was glad that all the rifts of the first floor were passable. Soon, new team members were to appear across the rift. They were chosen at random. People began to pass through the rift. Meanwhile, on the first floor in the Crystal Cave, Irwin was going through the maze with her sister. Tertia had made her walk without spirit to learn how to defend herself. The Barbarian had always told her before that it was the duty of every explorer to trust their team and fulfill their assigned role. The older sister agreed with that, but the world wasn't that welcoming. The girl said that mere companions were not to be trusted much. Irwin wanted to go to the second floor as soon as possible, but in her sister's opinion, one couldn't go straight upstairs after a little hunting on the first floor. The rift had to be found first. The last rift had opened 8 months ago. That was their cycle, so a new one would soon open on the first floor. That was something the barbarian newcomer hadn't been told about. Suddenly, the ground shook and a rift appeared. Irwin trusted her sister, and they ran inside to get stronger. But just as they ran closer, Tertia touched her hand lightly to enter. At that moment, the rift evaporated. The girls were out of time. Finally, the first member of the team, Dwarf, appeared through the rift. He looked like a dwarf and carried a huge hammer. Behind him, heels showed through the crack. The second member of the barbarian team was a mage. The girl had not expected her appearance in the Blood Citadel. It was a perfect combination. Mages were a valuable resource for the city, so only the truly strong could enter the labyrinth. The girl was strong enough. Alua Raven was a rank 6 mage. She looked a little arrogant, but in the game all mages were geeks, so this one was somewhere on the level of a saint. Hikaru Murad had been exploring the maze for 3 years now, and was now excited about his new team. Because of his experience, he had excellent equipment. The new team members didn't look like they could work on the first floor. They did not reveal the reason, but said only that a rift was about to open. After introductions, Alua suggested that the bounty be divided among all but her professional porter, Tarjan. It was common sense to follow the wizard's advice. Since there was a mage on the team, Bjorn decided to follow her. It was the mages who convinced the ruling family that the evil spirits had to be destroyed. Einar shouted loudly that she was not in agreement. The girl wanted Bjorn to run the team, for he was the best warrior and read 6 hours a day. The dwarf laughed and said that it was hard to find a wife who was so protective of her husband. He was even a little jealous of Bjorn. The warrior maiden continued to scream and create chaos, proving to everyone that she was not the wife of a barbarian. But Rawi asked them to stop and move on. On the way, the mage said she was going to pick up the loot from the keeper. She needed it for research. Hikaru Murado was extremely disagreeable with this. Such conflicts happened in the game all the time. In 100% of cases, it was about money. Everyone knew that the loot from the keeper was in the form of rift colors. For successful mages, research came first. But for ordinary adventurers, money came first. But all the magic crystals from the rift Raven wanted to give away. She stepped on the money mine, but the dwarf was still furious. In fact, there was no guarantee that anything would have fallen off the keeper. The mage girl was very depressed because she hadn't expected such a development. Alua had no choice but to promise to give up all the items besides the essence. Then the dwarf offered to roll the dice to decide who would get the rift stone. The other members were thrown out of the conversation altogether, so Bjorn stepped in. He didn't want to come back empty-handed, so he said he wanted the rift stone. But it didn't work. The mage and the dwarf had been nice a moment ago, but now they were embittered. It was clear from their faces that they weren't going to give up the items. The maximum a hero could take was 2 essences from normal monsters. There were no barbarian-level essences here anyway. Therefore, the heroes agreed on that. These guys seemed like creepy bastards. The young barbarian didn't care how many times they would kick the ladder beneath him. He was going to climb to the top. The bloody citadel was divided into 4 parts. The lift bridge at the entrance of the fortress, the battle zone outside the outer walls, the underground prison, and the demon worship area. At the entrance, the team of heroes were greeted by gargoyles. The 8th-ranked monsters spent most of their time just sitting there, looking like statues. But as soon as they saw an enemy, they attacked. The petrification skill was the most obvious way to defeat them. Heroes could sacrifice a member of the group to petrification to keep the rest of the group fighting. But with the mage, everything was changing. Alua Raven used a magic staff and broke the monster's curse in seconds. The evil spells were broken. Gargoyles that couldn't cast petrification were the simplest of enemies. One gargoyle was sent to its death, and it was the turn of the second. The enraged dwarf pounced on the monster. After the successful victory, the heroes continued onward. Using force, they finally made their way inside. Only it was too dark. As soon as the mage turned on the light source, monsters without rank appeared in front of the guys. The dead didn't give experience or crystals. The bodies didn't disappear unless they dropped essence. There was no point in wasting time on such useless monsters. These guys were a pity for mana, but the heroes decided to deal with them quickly. Destroying all the dead people was quick enough. The brave team received the commander's horn. Soon they would learn the way to use it. Ahead of the team was a huge steel door that could not be broken with an iron hammer. This issue was easily solved by the mage girl, who easily opened the shutters. The boys found themselves in the first part, on the lift bridge at the entrance to the fortress. It was raised. Ms. Einar blew the horn, and the long, dormant magic seal was activated. At that moment, the bridge began to lower, and the bloody water began to rise. Suddenly, the barbarian noticed something in the water. This place was called the Bloody Citadel for a reason. They were just ordinary dead people who had come to land. The hero's goal was to survive the onslaught of countless deadites. That was the difficult part. But forgiving her wasn't hard if there was a mage with area attacks on the team. The spell was ready, so Alua swung her magic staff and dealt critical damage. A strong magical wave covered all the dead, turning them into corpses. Now the heroes only had to wait for the bridge to come down, because they managed quite quickly. The team of Seekers easily passed the lift bridge of the outer wall and traveled to the inner castle. In a normal situation, they would have encountered many monsters. Raven used the long-range attack again. The strike was powerful, but she managed to destroy 90% of the creatures. The death demon was still fine. Using the already learned double grab technique, the barbarians attacked the giant demon and knocked it to the ground. They shocked the team with strong blows. The death demon was famous for its passive regeneration skill. If you blocked it, the monster would become a piece of meat. Now the barbarians understood the true purpose of mages in battle. Without their magical abilities, the heroes could not survive the battle. The essence of her character was that the girl pretended to be modest, but loved to brag and do research. Thanks to her, the heroes saved a lot of time. It was time to move on. But it seemed strange to Bjorn that the mage had come all this way without taking the most important thing. It was enough to destroy the statue. Many gamers were in the habit of hitting the interaction button when they saw a unique item. The protagonist was one of them, so he often found hidden objects over the 9 years of the game. But the kid could hurt Alua's ego if she found out she hadn't discovered something after spending a lifetime researching. He was better off avoiding things that aroused suspicion. After passing through the inner castle, the boys came to an underground prison. Ms. Raven said they could meet Skullrat, Banshee, Death Demon, Wolves, Lord of the Ghouls, and Corpse Golems along the way. Fighting golems was a new experience for the dwarf. The mage warned that he should have feared the explosion of flesh. Pieces of the monster were poisonous, so it was possible to die. Hearing the Banshee screams, Alua said that running into that creature would cause problems. The monster wasn't very dangerous, but the experience would be horrible. The mage on the team played almost the most important role. They had many ways to defeat the Banshees. Ms. Raven used magic and directed a stream of energy directly at the scary witches. When several scary creatures surrounded her, the girl swung her magic wand, and a mad agony destroyed the monsters in no time. Alua was an imbecile. Soon the heroes entered the underground prison on the second floor. The interior resembled an evil scientist's laboratory because of the ugly monsters and objects. Quickly locating the right wall, the mage said it was a secret door. A corpse golem was supposed to be waiting behind it. Leaving the things on the ground, Bjorn lit a torch, and the mage finally opened the door. The intrepid team of explorers were stunned by the pile of decomposing corpses. A horrible odor hit his nostrils, and the limitless piles of corpses blocked his entire view. In the past, Bjorn would have fainted for sure, but the effect on the barbarian was not as strong. The porter was the first to give up, and then Raven. She was used to seeing this sort of thing during autopsies, but the disgusting odor didn't cancel that out. Making their way through the mountain of corpses, the heroes continued to walk forward. Under their feet, human organs were literally decomposing, and the mountain of dead people began to talk and beg for help. The team was in danger. The first corpse golem monster had appeared. In the game, corpses were silent, but now each of them spoke with a human voice. That made it even scarier. Dungeon and Stone was a niche game, but the horrifyingly realistic photo-like illustrations could appeal to anyone. They were so often flashed on the internet that many people recognized the pictures, even though they didn't even know the game. But the reality was on another level. The mage who had experience with autopsies, the dwarf who had seen many horrible monsters, and the porter who was strong for his role, screwed up. The barbarians were the only ones left sane. The filthy corpses joined together and attacked with great force. Hikuro became useless for a moment, the monster's venom burning his eyes. With a barbaric spirit, Bjorn sent Einar to defend everyone who was still puking, rushed into battle, or everyone would die if he failed. The corpse golem's attack sequence was simple. It threw the corpse bomb at long-range targets and caught short-range enemies for absorption. One could not approach the monster too quickly. If the barbarian approached, the golem would hit the mage with an attack, and she hadn't come to her senses yet. So the young warrior had to stay not too far away, but not too close either, and to remain a decoy to stall for time. But suddenly something happened that no one expected. The mage rose from the ground and used magic power to burst into flames. That was the full power of the mage. The first phase of destroying the golem, which required many torches, was destroyed by a single spell. The second phase was a skeleton golem, but a couple of novice barbarians could destroy it by removing the top shell. Aiming straight for the chest, the barbarians dealt critical damage to the golem and tore its body apart. It was madness. Elite monsters that didn't appear in the labyrinth appeared here like rain in the desert. The items from the keepers were coveted by every explorer. But the main feature of the rifts was the fact that the chance of the essence falling out increased dramatically. The heroes stumbled upon the first one a little late. The explorers threw up the whole fight, and almost all the work was done by the barbarians. The protagonist wanted to take the essence for himself, because that was the agreement. His movements were dulled by a drop in perception, but the rest of his features were perfect for a tank. The density of bones gave a bonus to defense, and the weight, which helped to roll the enemy, reduced the damage from weapons. Pain resistance was useful too, and there was a nice bonus in strength and poison resistance. The only problem was the skills. The skill undermined the selected body part, but the cost was health points. The blood also became acidic and got on the clothes, reducing their durability. The essence was good, but Bjorn would have to spend a lot of money on clothing and healing potions. For now, he decided to forget about it and cure the dwarf. When Hikuro Murado came to his senses, he was very ashamed. The barbarian girl had saved his life, for his body was petrified when he saw the monster. The barbarians almost got killed by the intermediate boss due to the mental problems of the new team members, although had enough strength to deal with him. The mage woke up, so it was time to negotiate a fee. Bjorn said that the barbarians had saved everyone, and a spell wouldn't solve the problem, so he decided to take the Rift Stone. Miss Raven was against it, but she had to agree. If the heroes came across the stone, the girl promised to give it back. But when the researchers heard that essence had fallen from the corpse golem, they were genuinely shocked. It was even rarer than the guardian essence. The mage had heard all about the couple and began to consider researching them. As expected, the real negotiations began. The mage was faced with a hard choice that took her by surprise. The barbarian agreed to give up the essence in exchange for a guardian's essence if such a thing came to pass. The girl was more interested in the golem essence than the keeper, so she agreed. The negotiations were over. The essence was needed by the mage for research on its own. The vial was a very expensive item that wouldn't even pay for itself with a 6th rank essence. It would be about the rarity of the essence, so the girl was taking a risk. She was going to use her only vial. Continuing on their way, the heroes came across a gargoyle statue, but the mage couldn't feel any energy from it. The Lord's room had to be somewhere nearby. When Ms. Raven touched the statue, a book that imparted knowledge suddenly fell out from there. It was as if the girl knew about this hiding place. This book was called the Necronomicon. It contained magical texts of black magic that sold for a great price. The magician knew more than Bjorn had realized. Alua had gotten the item with her own powers, so she was going to keep it. The dwarf didn't mind, he said. No one knew distortion magic anyway. The Necronomicon was an item that could be taken out of the labyrinth without distortion magic. It was clear from the girl's grin that she was aware of it. The explorers wandered demon worship and hunted monsters. They destroyed gargoyle statues, wolves, and encountered the second intermediate boss rider. The Bone Rider was a rank 7 monster. 3 attributes were encountered: hate, sadness, and desire. The sadness type used a fog that caused psychosis. The hate type used soul killing, which lowered the level. It was the hardest opponent. And the last type, desire, could regenerate. The mage tried to knock down his regeneration skill with a wound aggravation spell. The barbarians were not going to wait on the sidelines, but pounced on the enemy with vigor. Ms. Raven was right. It turned out to be the easiest type. The heroes were rewarded with the essence of the Bone Rider. From a player's perspective, it was better to give the essence to Einar. Life force absorption worked better with swords, and Bjorn would one day have to give up his weapons. But the hero felt it even when he entered the labyrinth. Einar could be relied on. She had such a character that she would not leave him in trouble. The barbarian girl had gotten smaller after the absorption. That was the one thing Bjorn hadn't told her. The dwarf didn't seem so small to her now. This was the standard effect for the Bone Rider essence. The mage told me that the density of the bones was increasing, but they were shortening. The girl was horrified and squealed at the top of her voice. She was sure that no one would see her as a warrior now. Everyone already looked down on the barbarian girl. The whole team tried to calm Einar down. The mage promised to do a detailed check of her body, and the dwarf joked that it wouldn't be visible if it had absorbed the essence. Bjorn said the girl looked fine and asked her to test her new power. She still had a debt, even if her appearance had changed. Although the girl no longer looked like a huge warrior, her strength had become many times greater. She was able to kill a death demon with a single sword strike. Now, the little girl wasn't just a warrior, she was a great warrior. The protagonists supported her as if they were family. The explorer's adventure was coming to an end. Behind the last door was the keeper's room. The mage understood why the others worked with the explorers. Einar absorbed the essence, and the barbarians got a large cut for the golem. But the hero began to wonder if there had ever been a time in his life when things had gone easy. Everyone was ready to head inside. The dwarf was the bravest and pulled the handle. But at that moment, the protagonist abruptly ordered it closed again. It was a big mistake. The master of the bloody Citadel was awakening from a deep sleep. But it was too late. The monster the searchers encountered turned out to be a vampire. He was rarely seen after the 6th floor and was a mutated version with intelligence and a name. His name was the Vampire Duke Cambermere. Monsters were divided into 4 categories. Mutants did not change race or characteristics, but gained a new class, like goblin swordsmen or goblin archers. Monsters whose rank was higher than the average floor rank belonged to the advanced category. For example, the death demon that the heroes had met earlier. The rare category included corpse golem-type monsters that could only be found in special rifts, or mimics that were very difficult to encounter. And the last ones were the ones with individual character and name. They were advanced mutants named monsters. The heroes were terrified. It had never been seen before that a guardian had become an advanced mutant. He was now powerful in both melee and black magic. So now the mage's surprise at meeting the first one of these was understandable. Even the protagonist, having spent thousands of hours in the game, had never met a vampire duke. In the game, the boy tried hundreds of times to find the vampire duke, repeating after the streamer, but never once could. In the end, he watched the tape over and over again until he noticed a small detail. The only difference was the different color of the handle on the door. If Bjorn had been distracted by the team's tremendous luck, he wouldn't have been able to notice the change. The explorers had to get to the sunlit room as soon as possible, but the vampire considered the guests rude and began to surround them from all sides. Everyone hated monsters with dark magic. They were too much of an imbo. Such a creature could only be a peer with similar power. The mage ordered everyone to close their eyes and attacked. By this time, the vampire duke had already disappeared. The spirit form was one of the black magic spells that vampires used. The spell allowed them to move quickly, but the real body remained in place. The spell allowed them to move quickly, but the real body remained in place. Suddenly, a terrible thing happened. The porter shouted that Miss Raven had been wounded. She was bleeding internally. It could have been caused by the essence of another monster. The video would end before the player could do anything. Therefore, the hero could not find out what other powers the vampire had. There were a few more ideas about what might have happened, but there was no time to look into it. First, Bjorn decided to get out of there. It seemed impossible, for only the magician knew the way. Then the boy said he knew the way too. He didn't want to seem like a suspicious barbarian, but now survival came first. As it was said, the barbarian had memorized the road, but he couldn't help but memorize it, having been to this place thousands of times in the game. The intrepid heroes ran as fast as they could, but the Duke kept catching up with them. They sped up even faster, for the vampire could latch on at any moment. From the last of their strength, the explorers managed to run to the inner wall. They were lucky that the sun had not yet set, but it was going to be sunset soon. There was little time left. They had to keep moving. Bjorn ordered them to take the mage and move forward, but the porter replied that Miss Alua needed shelter. Her strength was running low. One could run or guess endlessly, but all the hero had to do was retrieve the object they had passed by. He went back and smashed the stone statue. In the place where the head had been, the tears of the goddess appeared. The disposable item healed well and was also useful against monsters of the evil attribute. The sun had almost set. When the young man returned to the team, by then the mage was already awake. The girl didn't know what had happened to her, but it was like pain sharing. It would take Ms. Raven about 20 minutes to heal. After that, she would be able to cast a rank 7 spell 5 times. Things really did suck. Asking a mage about his arsenal of spells was rude, but no one cared. Bjorn decided to ask if the girl had solar-type magic. Miss could use a sunspot sphere. The 6th rank spell was like a fire sphere, but had the sunspot attribute. The hero decided to buy 30 minutes so that the mage could accumulate mana. This would allow the girl to use the attribute enhancement spell at the same time as the sphere of spots. Boromir came out as night fell. He couldn't contain his bloodlust at the sight of the heroes. The vampire duke was unstoppable. The brave team of explorers was already in position. Everyone was ready. There were 30 minutes left before the spell was ready, so the guys had to hold out at all costs. At the sight of the vampire, the barbarian immediately sent Targan and the mage aside. It was like a game. Though they had comparable intelligence to communicate, the conversation ended with a couple of phrases. The bloodthirsty vampire came at the heroes with force. He was very fast and agile. The dwarf reacted quickly and struck him with his hammer. But it took unimaginable strength to defeat a vampire. Hikuro Murado held him back with all his might, even though his attacks were strong. It was a 7th rank Yantro counterbalance essence. The Lord would not be able to be thrown back or slammed down as long as his feet were on the ground. The bonus was cushioning, which was very useful for a tank. The barbarians decided to surround the vampire. Einar went around to his left and struck sharply, but the keeper used his teleportation skill and was out of the way. At that moment, Bjorn crept up behind him and dealt critical damage. The vampire didn't expect to see him and flew backwards slightly. The barbarian's attack did not deter the bloodthirsty Boromir. He used dark powers and his body began to transform into birds. Black crows flocked around the enemies. The dwarf stepped forward. His second essence was living armor. He had an emergency ability to regenerate and was not afraid of birds at all. Bjorn blocked everyone he could, but blood splattered. It was all too dangerous. Einar and the dwarf fell under the effects under the vampire's skills. They were wearing the sacrificial seal. The sacrificial seal was otherwise known as eternal life. It increased regeneration in proportion to the health points lost. It allowed the vampire to gain the skill of the target that was absorbed. Vampires relied on skills in combat to be strong, and the problem was that the black magic he could use was on the same level. Great Boromir was able to turn into smoke to dodge a sword strike, transform into a raven to cause an explosion, or summon monsters with blood. It was 5 minutes until the spell was ready. The dwarf, who was the backbone of the force, was damaged, and Einar and Bjorn were exhausted. Taking full responsibility, the protagonist sent the barbarian girl and Hikuro to rest. The young man was going to apprehend the vampire alone. He didn't need weapons because it wasn't a battle. The barbarian fought in his own way and absorbed the potion. The pain of taking potions was hard to even imagine, and it got worse if the wounds were serious. After drinking a whole lot of potions, the savage had changed a lot. Smoke was already billowing over his body. It was too dangerous. In such a situation, he could die of shock at any time. But the strong warrior managed to block the attacks. In this state, even the fact that the young man was moving was a miracle. His body continued to take damage because he couldn't block every attack. But the hero didn't miss a single one that was aimed at important points. The Barbarian's real value was not in his strength, but in his sound judgment. Ms. Raven thought about what she was doing. Even a barbarian who had recently gone through a maturation ceremony could think straight and make the most rational decisions. And the girl was a mage. The only way to get out was to bury the keeper, so she decided to send Targan to Murad. The mages were not just shooting spells from behind their backs. They had to analyze the situation based on their knowledge and choose the best path for the team. Now, brave Alua needed to make a decision if she wanted to live. And that was the best option in this situation. Gathering her strength, the girl increased the accuracy, projected the range, and activated the automatic targeting. The golem essence flew straight at the hero. The character Bjorn Yandel has absorbed the essence of corpse golem. Pain resistance was increased by 70, strength by 15, and bone density by 55. Poison resistance, weight, and appetite were also increased. The hero's head went blank, his vision blurred. At the crossroads, a person always had to choose what to sacrifice and what to keep. The barbarian forcefully pushed back his weak heart. It would be impossible for him to block every attack. He had to ignore minor things like arms and legs, but protect key points. The character had absorbed the golem's essence, and now the vampire's claws couldn't cut the barbarian's bones. It pained the boy to even imagine how the training plan would have to be changed because of the absorption. But if you evaluate this situation, it was a fortunate development. The doll that had been beaten in one goal was now able to move. Even such a small thing increased the chances of the hero's survival. But it was no longer possible to just keep taking damage. At that moment, a recovery effect was applied. The mage came to his senses. If Bjorn could regenerate at this level, he had a chance. The bloodthirsty vampire pounced viciously on the barbarian and clawed into his body. The hero didn't care how his muscles would be cut. The acidic blood would do damage to the Duke. The barbarian's body was attacked by a vampire, but the damage would soon be cured with potions and essences. At that moment, an enraged Einar ran headlong to help. Swinging her sword, the barbarian girl rushed into the fight and struck hard. The vampire used his best skill and moved to another place. The attack didn't hurt him. At that moment, Bjorn went for a frontal attack, but the vampire managed to counter all of them. He threw the girl back and threw punches at the young man. The magic wasn't ready yet. Soon the sunspot sphere was finally ready, and the mage channeled her forces into battle. The barbarian gathered the last of his strength and pushed the vampire into the wall. It was time for the real battle. Hikaru Murado charged the lightning bolts and used discharge. His lightning power was spreading in all directions. It was unthinkable. The vampire Duke had gotten a stunned effect. Thousands of bright discharges grabbed his body, and the monster couldn't go anywhere. The hero had one last step to take. Despite all the dangers, he saved the tears of the goddess until the very end. Bjorn forcefully shoved the tear vial right into the vampire's mouth. The toxic blast knocked the bloodsucker back and spilled its dead blood. A grace appeared at the site of the destruction. Under its effect, all of Duke Cambermere's resistances were temporarily sealed and the damage was increased. After that, the strong shock changed from stunned to paralysis status. Alua Raven applied a 6th-rank Sunspot Sphere spell. A strong fire engulfed the field. The flames were moving too fast. It was too late to run away. The character was hit by the sphere effect and got stunned. The vampire used pain sharing, and all team members got stunned. After a while, Bjorn woke up puzzled. It was too quiet, so he didn't realize how it ended. There was too little information. The mutilated and vile Duke remained alive. The effect of his active skill, Eternal Life, allowed him to increase his regeneration. Thanks to the source of darkness, his skill, the vampire would not be destroyed until his heart was destroyed. If the young barbarian did nothing, Cambermere would be healed in an instant. All hope was in the hero, for the others were unconscious. The boy was obliged to finish what he had started. From the last of his strength and pouncing on his enemy, the boy struck until the vampire woke up. The body had turned to mush, but the heart was still fine. The cold bastard had to die. The fearless barbarian used Flesh Blast and touched his hands to the vampire's chest, creating a bloody explosion. It brought wild pain, but to survive, the guy had to make an explosion of flesh. His instincts screamed that he was already at his limit. Even if there was only a little bit left before the vampire died, The health points were down to 1%. The hero would still die if he didn't continue. The health points dropped to 0% and the countdown began. Bjorn couldn't stop, but he was losing 3 spirit points per second. Having already lost half of his spirit points by doing the flesh blast, the protagonist was left without his own hands. Now he had to use his body. When the guy had only 13 spirit points left, the vampire Duke Cambermere was destroyed. The warrior did not fight to the very end in vain. The character leveled up, but there was no healing in play after the upgrade. In that instant, the chance of a guardian essence falling out increased. This was what the character had been waiting for since the beginning. The essence of a vampire permeated the character. Thanks to the source of darkness or skill, Bjorn couldn't die until his heart was destroyed. The countdown was interrupted. The character received the Survive the Countdown achievement. An abnormal growth rate began. The manager kept an eye on the character. Suddenly, he woke up to Einar waking him up. She was glad to see a surviving partner and told him that everyone else had left 3 days ago. The boy slept for 4 days. This was already his 7th day in the labyrinth. He felt no changes in his body and no injuries were visible. It turned out that Bjorn had been without pants the whole time. They were so disheveled that Einar had to tear them off. The girl was sure that the barbarian was a warrior. The warrior maiden said that while the guy was out, the dwarf took the numbered item, and the sorceress took away the riftstone. Since the barbarian had survived, the essence had fallen out of the enemy, and that meant that the heroes had gotten all 3 keeper items. The team agreed to roll the dice for the stone, but the mage kept whining and insisting. She promised to cover the costs. Einar continued to argue with her, but then the sorceress said that Bjorn had taken the best thing anyway, so he wouldn't complain without getting the riftstone. The hero realized that Alua was the only one who realized that he had absorbed the vampire essence. If you added the amount for the corpse golem essence in the potions she spent, there was only one loss. Einar said that Alua went around collecting items and then just walked silently through the portal. The girl thought the mage was greedy and wrong. Bjorn agreed with her. They were partners for a reason. Even if Raven had gutted all the items from the maze, one thing had to remain. So he needed to get at least that one thing. The labyrinth was closed and the character was moved to Rapadonia. He returned to the city, but there were many problems this time. The profit for the proceeds amounted to 231,000 stones. It wasn't enough for such a difficult journey, but at least the guy had gotten 2 essences. When Bjorn wanted to take the stones, the girl suddenly took the pouch back. In her opinion, such a profit was huge for a rank 9 explorer, so she asked to see the contents of the backpack. Bjorn had never been asked that before, so he was a little taken aback. The guards surrounded the barbarian and ordered him not to move. By this time, Irwin had also finished mopping up the maze and returned to the city. She hadn't realized that the 3rd floor was so hard. The strength of the rank 7 monsters was astonishing, as was the rank 6, even though it was my sister who fought them. This time, it was more like an adventure than survival. The girl was looking forward to meeting the barbarian. She was eager to show him her new essence so he could test it again. When the fairy turned in the stones she had received, she was informed that it was too much for a rank 9 explorer. Irwin said that she had gone through the labyrinth with her sister. After checking Darius Wittenberg de Tertia's name against the list, the Lord was satisfied that she was a verified researcher. Now everything was in order and the fairy was released. Before meeting her old friend, sweet Irwin was very excited. She wanted to treat him to a delicious dinner with the stones she had earned. Later, the fairy learned that the barbarian had not yet returned to the room. Literally stunned. It had been a long time. She hoped he would have returned soon. A week later, Mr. Still hadn't shown up. Suddenly, the girl noticed that things were being moved out of his room. She was confused, but Mr. said he had waited too long already. The fairy couldn't believe it had happened. She realized that the barbarian had died while exploring. Something collapsed in her soul, and the girl felt the pain of loss. That day, Irwin sat in the rain on the doorstep of the hotel for a long time. Her sister had been informed of the tragic news, so she came to support the little girl. Bjorn was imprisoned for a whole week on the suspicion of looting. They found things in his backpack, like a crossbow, that the barbarians never used. There was an unwritten rule in which it was forbidden to ask questions of researchers unless there was solid evidence of a violation. But a few days ago, the rules changed. The gentleman said they were going to investigate rank 9 researchers to reduce the number of attacks on others. Realizing that the authorities had decided to cling to everyone who didn't have connections and loot, the hero still had to answer questions. He said that he received a weapon that belonged to the guy who attacked first. It was about an incident when they encountered a group of looters. But the Barbarian didn't mention that marauding girl. She could understand that the young man was an evil spirit if he broke the Barbarian's promise. There was almost no proof. The scar on his throat was gone. It could be because he'd been cured by the vampire essence. Bjorn didn't want to, but he had to talk about the rift. No one believed the guy, but he angrily asked to bring a mage to prove the existence of a vampire on the floor. No one would call a mage for a rank 9 explorer. Only researchers of rank 7 and above could ask for it, even if the hero paid for everything himself. The authorities were going to take all his money after his death anyway, so it was foolish to spend it on something useless. 2 days later, a mage from the guild was invited to the prison. The 9th rank mage's spells did not work on the Barbarian, for his mental connection was too strong. Even when the warrior mentioned the dwarf and raven, the Lord refused to listen. He kept pressing the young man to come clean. On the morning of the 7th interrogation, the Lord found irrefutable evidence. It was the Alliance Stone that the Barbarian had taken from the Crystal Alliance. Authorities checked the unique number on the bond stone to determine its ownership, and received evidence from the Alliance. Bjorn was charged with looting and scheduled for execution in 3 hours. The point of no return was passed. But if the Barbarian had simply ripped out the bars, he would still be wanted as an escaped bandit. Then there was only one way left. The hero had to prove his innocence to survive. The first obstacle to escape was the grate. Using the flesh explosion skill, the boy violently smashed the exit to freedom and knocked out the guard. It was time to get out. The other prisoners thought the Barbarian was a real madman. They must have committed crimes, but Bjorn didn't care. By stealing the keys from the guard and opening all the bars, the brave warrior set even the worst villains free. The bandits rejoiced. When the prisoners got out, there was chaos in the Explorers Guild. The slaughter between the explorers and the brigands rattled the entire castle. The Barbarian hoped the criminals would have lasted longer with only a couple sticks in their arsenal. He didn't just want to escape. While sneaking forward through the guards, the protagonist used the flesh explosion technique. Poisonous chunks of skin exploded all over the guild explorers. The character applied the sacrificial seal and received a physical ability boost depending on the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. The guild was defended by a very weak guard. They clearly needed to take the Barbarians into submission. Their strength was mere dust compared to an experienced warrior. The effect of the doping was awesome. The hero felt the power that overflowed from within him. The wounds healed instantly, making the guards shiver with fear. Only low-ranked researchers were locked in the branch. They didn't expect that someone powerful could be here. Bjorn overcame 3 floors and quite a few guards to finally reach the office of the head of the branch. But there was an ambush waiting for him. The Lord had brutally wounded the young man, but he didn't know that it was impossible to have contact with his blood. The Barbarian blood was acidic and wounded the man. When the young lady saw the blood, she was very scared for the life of the head and screamed. It was the daughter of the regional leader. The Lord told the Barbarian not to dare touch the girl, and for those words he was finally punished with acid blood. Now the hero had to change his plan. The girl screamed loudly, so Bjorn had to put his hand over her mouth. He didn't think he'd ever get a chance like this. Her presence changed everything. It could be easier or much harder. The leader's daughter was in the wrong place at the wrong time and became a hostage. The Barbarian ordered the guards to bring the investigator, the leader of the Crystal Alliance, and the Tower Mage. Climbing onto the balcony of the guild branch, the protagonist shouted so loudly that everyone could hear him. It was time for a counterattack. The young man told all the researchers that the guild had tried to frame him. All the accusations were false, and he swore he was innocent. An urgent call came to the magic tower for researchers. The old man learned that the head of the branch needed help. Some crazy person had shown up. The mages learned that the Barbarian had freed all the prisoners, taken the regional leader's daughter hostage, and demanded to call a mage. He had no brains at all. Ms. Raven was just about to find someone, so she was sent out of the magic tower to check on her. She was very angry and didn't understand what the fool was doing. Bjorn asked her to stop arguing and deal with all of this sooner, using memory check magic. If only the mage understood the whole situation. There wasn't much time left before the execution. Aloa didn't want to, but she had to agree. demanding one wish in return within reasonable limits. The girl used a spell, but it didn't work. It could have been prevented by some sort of mental barrier artifact. The barbarian was in no shape to have such an item and asked to use memory visualization magic. At that moment, the investigator burst into the office and found the head of the branch in a terrible state. He was surprised that someone had gotten to the third floor, as the first floor was already almost clean. The barbarian claimed he had been framed, and the investigator was in charge of the investigation. The head felt bad, but asked what the conclusion that the young man was a marauder was based on. The Lord began by saying that the barbarian had brought a quantity of stones that a rank 9 researcher could not collect, and the stolen equipment was found in the backpack. Witnesses from the Crystal Union confirmed that Bjorn killed the innocents and took their bondstone. The barbarian said that the testimonies from the clan members were not confirmed by the mages, so they had no validity. The head was in agreement with that. The angry investigator said he didn't check with magic because the barbarian kept lying. Said he survived being stabbed in the neck, but there were no scars. Then said he had absorbed the vampire's essence. The Lord was sure that the young man was lying because he possessed some kind of specialty in blocked magic. With full confidence in his professionalism, he thought the barbarian was finished. Ms. Raven suddenly confirmed the barbarian's words. She said that she had been in the labyrinth with him, but could not use magic on him. When the investigator dared to suggest that the girl was just covering for her acquaintance, it displeased the mage greatly. No one dared to doubt her words. With her displeasure, Alua made the Lord, who had gotten a drop of power and decided to look down on his enemies, bow at his feet. The Tower of Mages was very close in power to the nobles. They had many factions, but together they represented one large group and protected each other's interests. The head was sure that even an experienced mage, faced with the situation personally, would have considered meeting a vampire a complete absurdity. There were no precedents with a vampire in the rift before, yet Alua said that those were not words that the branch head of the Explorer Guild had to say. From the moment the labyrinth was discovered, it was filled with mysterious phenomena and surprises. Anything could happen there. In arguments, Miss Raven was not inferior even to the head of the branch. The magicians were on a completely different level. The girl insisted that his words were complete absurdity. A gentleman suddenly flew in at the noise. He was guarded by a pair of guards, a respected regional leader. Neil Urbans asked what the commotion was about. The Explorers Guild ran the clans, cast spells, and sold information. Everything was for the convenience of the explorers. Each of the hundreds of branches had its own manager. They reported to 13 regional leaders. They were second in terms of power, and above all of them was the guildmaster. But even they dared not turn a blind eye to some things. Niall Urbans threw the snitch to the floor, for he had heard that the barbarian was looking for him. Bjorn had waited a very long time to meet the one who had slandered him. People said that the Lord had made false accusations about the communication stone. The head of the Crystal Alliance tried to dismiss the accusations, but the mage set things straight. Using a spell, she read his mind and found out that he had lied. The magician had confirmed everything. Bjorn was found not guilty by the regional leader. Since the head of the alliance had perjured himself, the Lord decided to conduct a thorough investigation and choose a suitable punishment. The Crystal Union was causing too much trouble. The investigator Niall Urbans ordered fired. After all, he had the audacity to turn his incompetence over to the guild. His cases needed to be audited. And if any trouble was found, the Lord promised to punish him to the full extent of guild law. It was time to talk about compensation. The leader promised to make the barbarian a rank 7 researcher and replace all the equipment with new ones. The young man was furious and didn't consider it as compensation. With a rank 5 essence, he would become a rank 7 researcher anyway. The angry warrior was literally seething with anger and demanded to bring any rank 7 researcher to prove his strength. This had never happened before. Raven decided to intercede and said that it had never happened before, that a rank 5 researcher had defeated a vampire lord and returned alive, and with essence. The mage had asked for a minimum of 5 million stones for the barbarian, and separately another million for her services. It was too much, but the lord had no choice. After some excellent negotiations, Alua's apprentice Raven led the barbarian to her laboratory. As he looked around, the young man saw a creative mess. The girl didn't have any cups, so she gave the guy water in a flask. She could also offer basilisk concentrate if he didn't like the water. The barbarian was left wanting, So Ms. Alua said she wanted to investigate the essences he had absorbed. It was good for the young man too. The mage was willing to open something unknown, because no one had ever gotten the essence before. Bjorn realized why the mage had asked such strange questions when they signed the papers. The girl was only willing to agree to the terms if the leader would not write down the barbarian's essence. Miss Raven told the lad to come to her once a week for 3 hours for about 6 months, but the hero was only willing for 3 months. The barbarian was grateful for her rescue, but for their relationship to last very long, the young man had to show at once what kind of man he was. He towered over the sorceress and said that she had purposely fed him the essence of the corpse golem in order to survive herself. That was the problem. After demanding 5 million from her, Bjorn said he hadn't asked her to save it. He had heard that was how much he had to give to the temple to save the essence. This item was very valuable and expensive to the explorers, but the boy wanted to get rid of it. He had other plans, and the magician spoiled them. The guys needed an independent opinion from a researcher, so Alua contacted Patsran. He had recently met with her mentor. The girl had a question about what the Lord thought if he was fed an essence he didn't plan to ingest. To him, the answer to the strange question was obvious. Patsran said he would have been pretty pissed off to begin with, and even the rarity of the essence wouldn't have changed anything. If it wasn't in the plans, it would get in the way a lot. It was hard for mages to understand such a thing, but explorers couldn't consume everything and expect to go higher up the floors. The more the hero absorbed essences, the more it cost to disperse them. As compensation, the barbarian was willing to take 15 million. That researcher was familiar with the tower mages and was probably very experienced. He perfectly understood the importance of the combination of essences. If the same question was asked to rank 9 researchers who barely managed to survive, the answer would be different. That was the magician's main mistake. At this moment, an old man entered the room. This man controlled 5 floors of the tower and was a grand master of the Artemian school. He was even above the level of a regional leader. The mage had installed a noise isolation system, but the master could still hear everything. It was the first time his youngest student had brought a live barbarian, so the master had to satisfy his curiosity. The old man joked that barbarians were always brought dead, but Bjorn appreciated his sense of humor and joked that he wished he could crack his skull open. They had clearly found each other. The Grand Master suggested that the young man accept the Frost Spirit Ring instead of the stones. The numbered items could only be obtained from the keepers, and each contained a unique skill. The ring sealed one of the skills that gave absorbed essences. Schoolmaster Artemian said that having acidic blood was surely quite a problem. Convinced that even the teacher didn't know about the main function of the ring, the guy took it and left. Now he had to come in twice a week for a study. The old man was sure that the numbered item was worthless. Its market value was in the neighborhood of 1.5 million. With full confidence that the barbarian was dead, the hotel manager had long ago thrown away his belongings. When Bjorn returned and found out about it, he was furious. Such behavior became normal for the hero. From the moment he appeared in this world, even when they wanted to kill him, his mind remained calm. When the boy first killed, all he thought about was that it had to be done. The process was simple. Even during the jailbreak, he had no doubts. 29-year-old office worker Lee Han-soo would never be able to argue with the old man of the tower. It seemed to the hero that these were simple changes influenced by the surrounding reality. After each battle, the instincts that were sealed deep in his body came out. The boy's mind was becoming simple, brutal, aggressive, as Varvar's mind should be. His consciousness was merging with his body, and it was even better that way. By applying barbaric cruelties, the guy's life became human-like. The room was twice as expensive as the previous one. It had a window and a proper bathtub. The next day, Bjorn decided to visit an old friend and went to the hotel. Einar was glad to meet him and told him the news. Everyone was already aware of the Freedom Barbarian, but no one knew his name. The guild had managed to keep his name anonymous, and the barbarians were proud to have such a man in the tribe. The warriors had become fanatics of the Barbarian of Freedom. The hero didn't know it would become such news, but nothing serious was going to happen. The heroes came to Kermelby, where Einar had come for the first time. It was the first district, which together with districts 2 through 5 made up the belt surrounding the Quran, the Golden Road. The middle class of Rapadonia lived here, with many stores, artisans, and traders. This area was also called the Free Market. With the equipment the barbarians took from the bandits and Bjorn's scrap metal, The guys had about 800,000 in revenue. After leaving the rift, they had about 500,000 worth of items. Eyes in the area ran to a wide variety of food, so the first thing the barbarians did was eat a hearty meal. The boy even had to buy cotton candy, which the girl called a cloud on a stick. Einar said that lately she had been treated differently than before. There were guys everywhere who wanted to get to know her and were always protecting her from something. The girl thought that others didn't see her as more of a warrior and called herself ugly. She changed her mind and could no longer go to the labyrinth with the barbarian. Einar left the group. It wasn't surprising. Her appearance had changed a lot, but that wasn't the main reason. An elder of the sacred land, a renowned swordmaster, noticed Einar's talent, so she decided to learn the art of the sword under his tutelage. The girl said that the master couldn't take a vacation. He was talking about some special training method, and he couldn't leave the land for 6 months. It was a great opportunity for the warrior. She didn't ask to wait for it, and she couldn't ask to be welcomed back after a time. She was defeated by a marauder during her second research and forced her to take an oath. In the rift, Einar could only watch as others took the initiative. It was the last straw that influenced her decision. Bjorn couldn't hold her back. Now he had to find a companion again, though he could always go alone. The protagonist had grown a lot in 2 months. Absorbed not just 2 essences, one of them belonged to a guardian. The base stats had increased tremendously. Considering his regeneration skills, he was unrivaled on the 2nd floor. But getting through the 3rd floor alone was impossible. The game was based on the gameplay of groups, no matter how strong the hero was. As the floors went up, the absence of some roles was critical. So a whole team was a necessity. Bjorn needed a companion to hunt stronger monsters. He decided to recruit the mage Raven to bring the target closer. It turned out that Miss was against joining a team with 2 barbarians. Without a priest and team members of at least rank 6, there was no way she would have agreed. The girl gathered the data she had gotten from her research on the vampire essence. There was data about natural regeneration, magic resistance, and soul power. His main passive skill didn't even need to be mentioned. The sacrificial seal enhanced physical abilities depending on the number of victims. The active Bloodmaster skill temporarily absorbed 1 skill of its victim, whose blood the vampire would drink. Bjorn received the Seal of the Immortal and the Essence of the Guardian. It could be said that the regeneration pumping was complete. After playing the game for 9 years, the hero had never grown like this. The mage was only interested in one question. She pondered the thing the barbarian had put in the vampire's mouth. It felt like holy power. The situation was too chaotic, so the guy turned on Barbarian escape mode. He wasn't going to say anything. Ms. Alua still wanted to get to the truth. She found an ancient manual on rifts that couldn't even be found at the academy. On one of the pages, the girl found notes about the bloody Citadel, but the information was unreadable. The pages were stained black. The tears of the goddess were expendable relics of unknown origin. When destroyed, they gave a strong holy blessing to the surrounding area. 150 years ago, during the measurement collapse, Cardinal Andron used 3 such items to save a holy pope. After reading the information in another book, Alua couldn't understand how a barbarian who had recently gone through the ceremony could know about the place where the tears of the goddess were hidden, and how could he understand their effects? The golden mask was an item that would drop after defeating the boss of the bloody Citadel. When many conditions were met, the mask allowed the wearer's face to be changed for 30 days. It was dropped in the game, but the hero had no interest in changing the face of a 2D pixel character. But in this reality, Bjorn had faced the forces of the law and spent time in prison. If the whole city became his enemy, this item could come in handy. That night, Tertia sat at the bar. The news that the Crystal Alliance had been disbanded had spread everywhere. Everything had changed overnight. The Crystal Union had created a huge information network using communication stones. They offered different services to the newcomers on the floors. People said some pretty good guys managed to find salvation there when they couldn't pay their taxes, but once they got a little bigger, they got mired in nasty business. The members of the Crystal Alliance shunned outsiders, regularly bullied, and did terrible things to newcomers. It was enough to know what they wanted to do to Tertia's sister. The girl didn't want to admit that things could have ended badly without that barbarian. She wanted to deal with them, but she didn't need to anymore. The gentleman at the bar said that the union fell apart because of a barbarian who broke out of jail and took the daughter of the regional leader hostage. It was felt that the rule about finding looters would have been reconsidered. But the most surprising thing was that this barbarian was himself a rank 9 researcher to whom this rule applied. If the freedom barbarian was that barbarian, the disappearance situation was completely understandable. But only Darius Wittenberg de Tertia didn't know if she should have told her sister about all this. After all, Irwin had become different since the barbarian had disappeared. Meanwhile, Bjorn got serious about finding companions. He came to the guild to find a team of 4 people with activity above floor 3. The dwarf had begun to hesitate when they said about a barbarian of rank 7, but now he was convinced of the choice. The first member of the team was good old Hikuro Murado. A mage joined the boys next. Lior Wab Dwalki came to be the newest member of the barbarian and dwarf team. After greeting his partners, the 8th-ranked mage said that he was a representative of the ruling family of Rapadonia. He didn't work for the guild or the tower. The barbarian asked why the mage wanted to become an explorer. A rank 8 mage didn't have enough skills for the upper floors, and the lower floors brought little money. It was much simpler than that. Lior Wab wanted to become a famous explorer and make Baron Martoin's family famous. The husband of his mother's sister was the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. The mage was looking more and more like a rogue. He knew how to use daily and administrative magic, knew a couple of curses, and was good at cold magic. A wizard with no experience was full of lies and arrogance. There were nuances, but the mage on the team had become a lure for good fighters. So they decided to accept Dwalki. As expected, applications from the best researchers fell after that. So the heroes met several times a week to sort out the documents. The team was assembled. Bjorn even bought himself a Lithinium armor and shield and acquired an extended backpack. On the way, the hero spotted a barbarian in an alley, but he was unarmed. All barbarians kept their weapons as if their lives depended on it. No matter how hungry, weak, and poor they were, the kid decided to ask what happened, but the barbarian was scared. He said that he had no money, so he had to sell the weapon. Tarakan's pitiful appearance allowed him to eat a hearty meal. He told me that he had gone through the ceremony a month earlier than Bjorn, and then he had gotten lost and not found the labyrinth. Though it was more like he was afraid to fight the monsters. Running away from a heated group of barbarians would have been easy, but the problem was the consequences that followed the decision. The young man must have tried to find a job, but no one wanted barbarians. A month later, the poor barbarian did not go to the labyrinth again, for he had no weapons. He was thrown out because he had run out of money. Next, he told what Bjorn expected. The Lord had gone through hunger, cold, sickness, tried to go to the other barbarians, but they drove him away. The hero wondered more and more as he listened to the story. He realized that if he had run away that day because of fear, the same fate would have awaited him. The warrior had no intention of taking him to the labyrinth, but decided to help in another way. He gave the poor man 150,000 stones to buy weapons for the labyrinth. Bjorn said it didn't matter to him what Leon's son would do with the money. Whether he lost it, spent it on foolishness, or got rich in the labyrinth, he was forbidden to seek out the hero again. The barbarian had behaved abominably. A logical person would say he was stupid, and an emotional person would be angry for helping the barbarian so poorly. Both points of view made sense. The hero could be hypocritical, but it was the best he could do. The only thing he wanted was for Tarakan to survive. When the labyrinth opened, the heroes entered the crystal cave on the first floor. Dwalki, a 20-year-old mage of the 8th rank, turned out to be a typical dullard. Brown Rothmiller was a 7th-ranked explorer. In his 34 years, he spent 8 years researching the labyrinth. The heroes had to take a pre-selected route. The master said that the direction was the right one. He was the only normal person on the team. Hikuro Murado was a 6th-ranked dwarf and explorer. He was a tank and the leader of the group, and the barbarian was a rank 7 tank. The last member of the team was the beast woman, Misha Karlstein. She was 25 years old, of which she had been exploring the labyrinth for 5 years. She had a strange habit of saying Nia at the end of phrases. Someone said she was the 13th princess of some tribe, but no one was allowed to call herself that. And so began the first exploration of Bjorn's team's labyrinth, where members with different abilities were fully assembled. Led by Rothmiller, the heroes reached the portal to the 2nd floor in 10 hours. Though they were moving at top speed, the Lord was not pleased. He used his guide skill to figure out the direction to the portal, but he wasn't a guide himself, so the result was impressive. The team moved to the beast's lair. The portal to this area was accessible from the eastern area of the 1st floor. It was filled with beast monsters. For the same reason, the smell in this place was terrible. The dwarf was a weakling and threw up almost at the entrance. Brown warned that the area was full of sinkholes, so the heroes had to stay close by to avoid falling into one. The beast's lair was a canyon, so the way could be found through a natural labyrinth. There were no traps, but a guide was needed even more than in the goblin forest. The local beasts were no hindrance to their team. The heroes defeated a razorback wolf, a werewolf, a saber-toothed tiger, and a wall mole, increasing their experience. Thanks to Dwalka's signaling magic, 4 people could sleep at once. And that was as much as 6 hours of sleep for the hero. On the second day, just after noon, the portal to the 3rd floor was close at hand. Rank 7 and 8 monsters were waiting for the heroes there. The 3rd floor was a huge map called Pilgrim's Path. On the 2nd floor, everyone went to different locations, depending on the portal they chose. But on the 3rd floor, they were in the same one. When the heroes entered the 3rd floor, they found themselves on a hill of steel rocks. At that moment, a monster pounced on them right in front of the portal. Bjorn reacted in time to stop it with his shield. The beast was powerful. If it weren't for the lithium shield, the hero would have been blown away by now. The dwarf's shield was worse, but he was able to withstand it. It was Hikuro Murado's active skill Counterbalance that gave resistance to being thrown away. The Lord recovered very quickly. Mage Leor Dwalki used the 8th rank curse, Corrosion, which he wielded perfectly. The monsters were literally melting before his eyes. Together, the mage and the dwarf, who used counterbalance power, were able to destroy the monster. Hikuro finished it off with a huge hammer. There was one last monster left. At that moment, the brave Misha Karlstein pounced on the boar from above and used the essence to strike. The intrepid team had defeated Ientro, though they didn't usually show up here. Now the way was cleared for the heroes. Brown Rothmiller used heat-seeking to locate other humans. The conductor lizard skill helped find living creatures by the heat they emitted. The gentleman couldn't see anything, but he could tell by the smell that someone had been here recently. 2 minutes away at most. Bjorn assumed they were watching the fight. Luring monsters to the portal was a common method of marauders. They used the moment when those entering were most alert. Misha offered to catch them and beat the crap out of them because they were being rewarded. But it was hard to catch them, and the heroes had no proof. In the end, the blame could fall on them. Rothmiller was clever, and Miss Karlstein had never heard of this method of attack. But the gentleman himself had seen it for the first time. There weren't many opportunities to run into marauders. The girl had run into them 8 times in the last few years. It was outrageous because Bjorn ran into them all the time. The team heard loud laughter at the hero. The dwarf said that the situation was bad 150 years ago, but now their numbers had decreased. After defeating the Iron Falcon and Stoneworm, the team finally arrived at the border of the location. They were going to set up camp and go to another location tomorrow. This evening, Dwalki looked sad. His fantasies of adventure had been shattered. He knew that everyone thought he was young and naive. Researchers wanted to kill other researchers, and some even thought that they could get money for it. It was not what you would call a fairy tale. One day, Dwalki would have to kill a man too. So all along the way, he had prepared himself for it, but he wasn't sure of his abilities. It was determination without self-assurance. Young Leor was full of confusion and fear. It was a better demeanor than confident people who began to weep in the face of death. Rothmiller said it was important not to overestimate his strength. He asked the heroes to take a minute to show him something. The explorers found themselves in front of an incredible sight. The view that opened up from the hill was mesmerizing. It could only be observed at this time. No one knew why this phenomenon was occurring on the 3rd floor, but it was amazing. But the reasons were not so important when one could observe such a thing. Soon the light disappeared and the usual darkness set in. All the heroes went to bed and Bjorn remained at his post, but Dwalka's awake breathing could still be heard. Soon the heroes reached the orc settlement, the area with the most monsters on the 3rd floor. Only monsters above rank 8 appeared. Unexpectedly, the pack of orcs moved straight toward the heroes. They didn't chicken out and acted as they had practiced. Using the ice spear, Dwalki and Rothmiller launched ranged attacks, and Hikuro and Barbarian's tanks were blocking the enemies. Brave Misha killed the approaching monsters one by one. The situation was becoming dangerous. The orc shaman was preparing a spell. His resistance to physical attacks was tripled by 10 seconds. Suddenly, the monsters broke through the first line and pounced on the back row. The task of the others was now to protect the most vulnerable member of the team, Dwalka. Misha had excellent reaction and combat experience of a real assassin. When 10 seconds passed, she immediately killed the orc archer, gaining combat experience. The heroes did a great job and defeated a pack of orcs. It took 8 minutes, which was expected in a team with 2 tanks and a scout. The explorers continued to walk through the orc settlement and fight. The closer they were to the center, the more monsters there were to the group. Once, they even came across a great orc warrior of rank 7, which the guys defeated without any problems. But a simple hunt couldn't last long. Suddenly, as if out of the blue, a lord came upon the heroes. He said that the orc settlement was the territory of the Zavri clan and demanded that everyone leave the place. Dungeon and Stone had a lot of restrictions. In the beginning, it was forbidden to move freely around the map without advancing in the story. But later, if the player would create a clan, he could take control of the hunting grounds. It was known that the clan was active from the 6th floor, but they had taken over the orc zone on the 3rd floor. There was no logical explanation for that. The dwarf had heard that some clans were given territories for their services, but no one had said that this place belonged to the Zarvi clan. Hikuro doubted they were clan members. Among the members of the clan was Misha's brother Karlstein. The master was indebted to the Karlsteins, so he wanted to make an exception, but the young man said it wasn't necessary. They had family problems. In that case, the Lord revealed that they needed the essence of the great orc warrior. If everything went well, the next time the zone would be free. Respectfully, the clan member asked the explorers to go the other way. Otherwise, he would have used his power to stop them. Bjorn understood that the dwarf wanted what was best for the team. However, one had to know one's place and leave while everyone was alive. Dwalki suddenly stepped forward and decided to deal. He introduced himself as a mage of the ruling family of Rapadonia and greeted his colleague. The lord didn't like it and called the young man a pig. He shouted that the boy had learned a few spells and was pretending to be a mage. He had to find his own strength, and he didn't dare call himself a wizard. After saying those words, Dwalki completely failed. But Hikuro couldn't leave this rudeness just like that and decided to intercede. His inner anger came out. The angry dwarf used the discharge skill. He was seriously going to fight the 6th floor clan. Now was not the time for stupid decisions and mindless fights. So Bjorn had no choice but to stop his mad partner by force. The members of the Zarvi clan tensed. The mage praised the team and asked the dwarf to be sure to thank the barbarian for the rescue. They were almost killed. The delinquent Hikuro was forced to apologize to the entire team for losing control. It all worked out, so the heroes decided to close the topic. Misha didn't really like to tell her family because she was the only one who couldn't make a contract with the spirit beast. Beastmen were able to contract with the spirits of ancient animals called spirit beasts. The contract could take many forms. Some summoned beasts that helped them fight. Others became possessed, which enhanced their physical abilities. And some received blessings that gave them special abilities. Of course, not everyone could sign a contract, but the problem was that Misha was a direct heiress of the Karlstein family. She couldn't sign a contract and dishonored the family. As a child, the girl was on great terms with her siblings. But when she became an adult and wasn't chosen to be a spiritual beast, everyone started to ignore her. Misha became an outcast. Everyone called her a mudblood and an illegitimate child because she had dirty blood. Mom died almost immediately after Misha's birth. There was no one to tell the truth. The girl could not tolerate such an attitude, so she left home and began to fight. That's how she became a researcher. The dwarf was incredibly surprised to hear such a heartfelt story from a little girl who had been through such suffering. In return, he decided to tell a little about himself. Hikuro Murado dreamed of becoming a blacksmith. However, he lacked the talent. In 10 years, he never finished his preparatory training. It was one of the reasons why the dwarf became an explorer after 30. He needed the money, so he had to run away. Dwalki considered himself the most untalented. He was able to become a mage due to his family's status, but he didn't have the talent to get into the magic tower. The young man cried and said that if he were a real mage, the man of their clan would show respect. The dwarf was overly sentimental and comforted even the distraught mage. When Murad and Ms. Karlstein talked about age and experience, Brown Rothmiller got very upset, all because of jealousy. He thought they had no right to complain because they weren't born human, and the young man had no idea what they were going through. It was absurd because human explorers had advantages. Misha said that people could use aura, become elementalists, mages, or priests. A whole team of misfits had revealed all the cards, and now they were going to cover each other's minuses to make the team last. Only the Barbarian had an undisclosed identity. The heroes looked at him as if they were waiting for something. He didn't know what to say, not used to groups like this. Exhaling, Bjorn shouted out that he had been left without a mommy at birth, and his dad had gone into the maze and never returned when he was a baby. Now he was an adult, but he couldn't see his family. Despite the foolish lie, the crew members cried even harder. They had complained about the problems, but now they thought only of the Barbarian's family. The dwarf was even ready to replace his parents. Somehow the hero became the most pathetic member of the group, but those were minor things. The Barbarian actually had a mom, and he was also a munchkin barbarian. Choosing a place to go, the dwarf insisted on going to the witch forest. After all, it was too early for everyone to go to the 4th floor. You only went into the witch forest if you had to. It was a bad place to hunt, but Hikaru had set it up that way because the 4th floor wasn't any better. There were rank 7 and 8 monsters there, but sometimes there was a rank 6 monster. It was rare enough that one could walk for 4 days and only find one, but it was possible. The boy had died in the game many times because he went there underprepared. The dwarf's concerns were clear, but the hero wanted to go to the 4th floor. Bjorn and Hikaru were pretty solid tanks. Sure, they lacked damage, but they had a mage and 2 explorers on their team. They had to get through the 4th floor. As a result, the small pathetic team decided to go to the 4th floor. 3 days had passed since entering the labyrinth. The heroes made a rest at the same time as the camps of the 1st and 2nd days. Rothmiller chose future vacation spots based on remaining distance and speed. It didn't sound complicated, but it was impressive. The walking GPS navigator informed that they would arrive at the Witch's Forest by lunchtime tomorrow. It was impossible to expect anything else from the veteran explorer. Deep in the night, when everyone was sound asleep, cries for help were heard, which woke the boys up. The master smelled an odor that reminded him of a case of marauders' attack. It felt as if the strangers were targeting the heroes and pretending to be people in trouble. They were almost there. 3 frightened explorers ran up to the team of heroes. They asked for help and said they had seen fire, but the Barbarian was already tense. The other members of their group were killed by forest monsters. The boys begged for help and promised to give thanks. Bjorn noticed right away that the orcs behind them were just watching, trying to see if the humans had teamed up. When the Barbarian ordered the explorers to drop their weapons, the orcs retreated because they didn't want to attack a large group. Damn monsters were tricky. The beautiful Eliza thanked the young heroes for saving her life, but her stunning appearance gave her the right to say anything. The girl said she was a priestess and served the goddess of light that protected explorers and relationships. The star that rose at dusk guided her. Hans from her team was slightly wounded and asked to have his wound examined. The priestess used a divine spell and healed the wound. Rothmiller could not believe his eyes. His feelings were understandable. In the world of the game, priests were sacred and pure beings, and people were very devout believers. Eliza hoped that her spellcasting demonstration had given the heroes confidence that they were telling the truth, and asked for their weapons back. But Bjorn turned her down. That only worked for humans. Barbarians were a different race with a different faith. First, he demanded a reward for the rescue. The young man demanded 2 million stones for their lives, but the researchers didn't have that kind of money. Eliza asked for a reprieve. Not trusting people who didn't belong to his tribe, the Barbarian told people to give payment in things. Taking all his armor, Bjorn swung his mace and struck the young girl on the head with great force. The Barbarian's savagery burst forth. It seemed to him that the men were marauders, and the warrior couldn't help himself. His hand twitched to kill the heiler. The other members of the team were scared out of their wits. They were sure that death awaited them because of the Barbarian who had gone rogue. At this moment, something strange happened. Irda Tyson suddenly found himself under a devilish spell that grabbed him by the throat. The young man fell to the ground in pain. A horrible, scary monster with a fractured body and skull appeared in front of the heroes. The girl was bleeding and possessed, but it was definitely not Eliza. The heroes froze in horror, as if they had seen a corpse golem. But the Barbarian decided to make sense of it all and knocked the creature on the head again. The best defense was offense. If this scum had come to life, there was only one answer. The young man realized it was the priest of Karui. It was a hidden class that could be obtained by a priest that reached the 5th floor. It gave a huge amount of spells and curses. It also allowed the use of dark and light magic at the same time. Of course, there were weaknesses to the class as well. Karui was a true evil god, so he was punished severely. The authorities prescribed execution for his use. To be fully utilized, living creatures had to be sacrificed regularly, so Eliza became a marauder to make it easier to find prey. The Barbarian was furious because Hans and Tyson had died because of her. He was ready to avenge his comrades and fight with the girl. Eliza Behench used the Call of Death, and the dead rose up. Karui Priest's standard skill could turn the bodies of subordinates into powerful undead. The tanks of the research team immediately rushed into action to protect the others. They used their shields to repel the undead. Misha Karlstein used the poison attribute honed into her edged weapon. The girl pounced on her enemies and cut Tyson. Leor Dwalke used the magic skill Ice Spear, which stabbed straight into the possessed Hans Argoth with force. The teamwork was top-notch. The characters understood each other without words. But the dead had resistance to ice and poison. The attackers couldn't do any damage to them. Fire was the best way to deal with the enemies. Rothmiller made a grenade from improvised materials with which he ignited a strong flame. It was all useless. Eliza used the dead man's flame. With its help, the girl consumed the fire in the surrounding area. The only attack that could work against the dead became useless. The heroes couldn't use the holy element. The Barbarian and Dwaffer played the role of an impenetrable wall to hold back the possessed subordinates. But at that moment, Eliza Behench used a Shadow Guardian to attack the humans. Misha was almost attacked by the creature's curse, but the brave dwarf stepped in and protected her. He threw the Shadow Guardian away from the little girl with force. Eliza, under the power of an evil god, tried to destroy her enemies, but all her attempts were in vain. She was just furious and ordered Tyson to protect her. Pressing Hans to the ground with one hand and grabbing Tyson with the other, Bjorn apologized and said they were busy right now. Eliza Behench couldn't forget such humiliation. She used her spiritual form and turned into a magical stream and ran away at the last moment. She also took offense to the characters. The twisted priestess put all her curses on the characters. The Barbarian was only lucky in that Dwalke was good at them. Hearing that there were a couple curses that needed to be broken, Leor was a little confused. He said he could use the spells but not break them. A character's physical characteristics could be permanently reduced if curses were not removed by magic or holy power. Bjorn felt so bad, like he was dying, because he had to run under the influence of the curses. If it hadn't been for the vampire essence, he would have fallen off his feet. The fucked up girl put over 15 curses on the Barbarian. The others were cursed as well, but only 2 or 3 were on them. It was the energy reduction among all the curses that the hero received. Stamina was used up with every step, but natural regeneration did nothing to help. There wasn't much left to run. In the game, the Barbarian character stopped moving at 10% stamina, but since he was moving now, the percentage was 30. 5 hours ago, after the witch went missing, Rothmiller could find no trace of her. The heroes had discovered her identity, so they knew she must have returned before exiting the labyrinth. The team decided to proceed as before. Monsters could attack them from behind. That's why the heroes decided to go to the Witch Forest. This area surrounded the portal to the 4th floor. Many monsters here had a spiritual body that ignored attacks. Therefore, for a group with 2 warriors, this place was not the best. In the special zone, all status effects lost their power. Elise's curses had lost their effect, and now the guys felt better. Karui's curses disappeared, but an abnormal zone effect appeared. It wasn't as powerful, but not everyone could handle the auditory hallucinations. The 3 heroes who were already here were fine, but Dwalke was completely disheveled. The whole thing was interesting. Bjorn had been on duty last night, so the dwarf let him rest tonight, but suddenly Hikuro decided to talk about Eliza. He said that when he came to the guild to gather the team, some girl pestered him with questions. He thought it was Eliza. In the bloody Citadel, Hikuro received a numbered item called Guardian's Armor. The dwarf's rank was increased thanks to it, and the girl could recognize it. Guardian wristbands were usually found in rifts above level 4, an item from among the 3000s where there was an effect. The Lord didn't recognize her because she was dressed very differently. The priestess's clothes, even torn in places, made him stare at the other. The team was having a group meeting at the bar, and Eliza could overhear everything and ambush them. Treasure was always bad luck. The next monsters in the hero's path were fairies. Emitting poisonous pollen mixed with stimulating substances was their only skill. Hikuro Murado accepted the challenge. He used his lightning charge and then used discharge to attack the enemies. The brave warrior defeated the fairies, but at that moment a fog appeared in the place of lightning. The heroes realized that there was danger ahead. A huge, abominable half-troll emerged from the mist. Being a monster that only appeared in the witch forest, it had a habit of stalking groups of fairies. The enraged half-troll swung a huge club and wanted to finish off the dwarf, but Hikuro managed to repel his attack with his shield. He didn't have the same resistance to pain as the barbarian. That was one of the reasons why the location wasn't suitable for warriors. They had to take the damage, but in the forest, the pain was amplified due to the zone effect. Most monsters were immune to physical attacks and also used mental magic, which was effective against warriors. When Dwalka's magic was ready, the power of the next ice spell increased significantly. The young man used the attack spell, Ice Spear. The half-troll was defeated. Not a single essence fell from the monster, but the battle was quite difficult for the fighters. The witch forest was not a place to rest, so the heroes wanted to go further. But suddenly explorers appeared on their way. It was Miss Eliza who was protected by an army of warriors. She was already causing too much trouble, but now it was even worse. The battle was unwinnable, so the heroes had no other choice. Hikuro had to use his item. The dwarf activated the Guardian's wristbands, which repelled enemies and temporarily gave protection from any negative effects. The abnormal effects were removed. After the heroes entered the forest, this woman lost track of them, so she went looking for the explorers, pretending to be a poor priestess that she lost the group to marauders. Now the girl was trying to push the researchers' foreheads together to devour them all. The priestess's cruelty could have destroyed the subject. The item's effect ended, and the negative effects were activated again. The situation for the heroes was getting more and more dangerous. Rothmiller was the first to spot the enemies. He was the one who led the team on the best route, gathering data ahead of time, then leading the explorers through the maze. The researchers' skills were told in front of the gate to the 4th floor in the witch's forest. Rothmiller's key power was sense. He used specific essences. In a bizarre forest where even the trees tried to trip him up, Brown found his way to the 4th floor surprisingly accurately. At a certain level of essence, one could smell magic power and use that to create a route. Brown said that the opponent's scout was not easy either. It all came down to who would get to the portal first. The only problem was that the heroes were already very tired. Misha ran so fast that she even managed to twist her ankle. Now the girl and the barbarian were alone. The team split up. The situation in the witch forest was becoming more and more dangerous. It was impossible to pass the location without a scout. Suddenly, Bjorn heard Hikuro's voice. If he oriented himself to the sounds, he would definitely come to a disgusting place. He realized that the dwarf was under attack. Water, food, tools, and endurance were important things in an emergency. If the hero had to choose one thing, he would definitely choose fortitude. Varvar and Misha needed to get out soon. The guy had to accept reality, needed to focus on the present. Misha drank a potion to heal her leg, and now she could walk. The heroes spent 4 days in the labyrinth, and it didn't get any easier. The worst part was that they couldn't attack the spirit monsters. The guys needed the power of attributes to last 11 days. Suddenly, Bjorn made a decision that left Misha stunned. He put a ring on her finger and said that in exchange, he would always be by her side. It was a bit unexpected, but it was the first time the girl had received such an offer. Misha said she hadn't thought of the barbarian in that way. She got really angry and yelled at the guy. The young lady didn't say she didn't like him, but she preferred thin men with charm. There was a misunderstanding between the team members. The barbarian asked her to become comrades, so he gave her the ring. Misha Karlstein could refuse at any time, but then she had to give up 15 million stones. The ring was very valuable and could fulfill any wish. If the protagonist hadn't played Stone and Podzolyo for almost 10 years, he never would have done this. He was going to awaken Misha. The Frost Spirit Ring was a numbered item that Bjorn received from the master of the Artemian school. After destroying it, a special effect appeared. It did almost no damage, but the hero figured it out after a few tries. If the ring was worn by a beastman who had not yet made a contract with a spirit beast, an event would occur. The seal of the Scadia spiritual beast of ice had been broken. The awesome ice dragon finally awakened after a long hibernation. It was Misha's spirit power. Frosty Scadia offered Misha Karlstein a spiritual contract, and putting her palm to the beast, the girl agreed. The contract was successfully concluded. The girl could not believe that everything had happened so quickly, and that such a thing existed. She was upset that her father hadn't told her everything, but in fact the mages had been trying to understand the effect of the ring for a long time, and had only recently discovered it. After the contract, the girl was naked. The marauder's belongings just came in handy. All clothes were destroyed during the ritual. Misha Karlstein was very grateful to the barbarian. She told me that she once wanted to end her life, but her father found her and saved her. When she woke up, he told the girl to do it in the maze if she wanted to die so badly. So the young girl went into the labyrinth because she didn't want to die, like her father said. She was trying to escape from that house. The little girl thought she could become an illustrious explorer, even without a spirit, and then her father would pay attention to her again. The father might not have accepted his daughter with such an acquisition, but in any case, the event was a good one. So the girl bowed low to the barbarian. She would never forget such an act. Swearing to the patron god, Misha promised to seal it in her heart and thank her partner. A beastman who contracted with a spirit beast received summoning, strengthening, or strength, which were enhancements. In Misha Karlstein's case, she was forever imbued with the power of the spiritual beast of ice, Skadia. It was a fortification system. Now the explorers could easily deal with the monsters in spirit form. They were contentedly weak for their rank. Now the girl could fight alone. But it was just like with the spiritual seal of the barbarians. Beastmen had to reinforce their beast. Misha was only at stage 1, so she couldn't add a weapon attack. She was a martial arts master before, so she could fight even like that. But the witch forest was too difficult for one person. The spirit monsters were becoming more and more numerous, so the only choice was to flee. The hardest stage of survival was just beginning. It's been 11 hours. The partners avoided large groups of monsters, attacking only small ones, and thus defeated many of them. Bjorn had awakened Misha's spirit beast, and now the corpse golem skill was active again. But the acidic blood was corroding even the lithium breastplate and shield. Another problem was that the heroes did not find a single attribute essence. Misha had less and less strength left, and the chances of returning to the city alive were practically at 0. They had been wandering in the woods for over 12 hours. The effect of the zone was getting stronger. Holding out a rope to his partner, the barbarian ordered her to tie it around herself in case they got separated. The researchers got the witch's eye effect. It was because of her that the witch forest was considered a passable area where it was best not to linger. If you stayed in one place long enough, the Cannavaro monster would appear, and the time of its appearance decreased with the level of the effect. It had been more than 3 days since the group had split up, but the explorers still couldn't find their way. After activating the witch's eye, they couldn't rest. At level 5, Cannavaro would appear in 10 minutes. It would take the heroes about 15 to kill one. If they stopped, it would be an endless battle. The only thing that could be done was to tie strings between the boys so that they could find each other. But this morning, Misha's condition finally deteriorated. The hero was slowing down, but Misha was so exhausted, she couldn't even keep up that speed. Most of the damage was due to her hallucinations. The barbarian grabbed her and put her on his shoulder to give her some respite. Normally, the girl would have resisted, but now there was no strength left even for that. Bjorn had been carrying his partner for about 17 hours and was at his limit. He could not let her go, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. The boy immediately realized from his voice that it was his ex-girlfriend. The girl offered him to let Misha go because he had already solved the biggest problem in her life. In life, she behaved just as seductively. The hero assumed that it was just a hallucination based on his memories. The girl looked like a tempting snake. She said the barbarian wanted to know everything, but never told her about herself. Bjorn had learned every corner of his body. His ex wore pantyhose, which he simply adored. The young man was getting turned on by her in this situation. Pressing herself against his body, the seductress called the hero with her. She said the other girls didn't understand him, and she was the best choice. At that moment, Misha seemed to get jealous and sharply rammed her fist into the girl's pretty face. The former barbarian flew aside. In reality, it was all just Bjorn's hallucinations, and his ex was a dryad. It was a rare monster that appeared in this place and used charms. No sooner had the heroes moved away from one monster than the explorers appeared on their way. It was the first time they had come across someone since the group split up. Bjorn knew that it was difficult to meet other explorers in the Witch Forest. In 8 days, the bulk of the groups had to go on. The strangers said they weren't bad people. They had children in the city themselves. They invited the barbarian and the girl to come with them. If they had children, things got even more dangerous. They had more mouths to feed, and that was the best motive for making money. If Bjorn promised a reward and asked to be let out of the forest, it would be a good deal. But first he had to find out who the men were. One of the researchers introduced himself as Hans Stowe. There were too many Hans in the game, the name was common. The heroes refused help and wanted to leave, but suddenly Viet shot the barbarian with her bow. She was attracted by the lithium equipment, which was very expensive. The second gunman was scared and reluctant to attack the likes of the explorers, but Hans quickly shut him up and ordered him to get the hell out. The fighter was also ready to fight. The barbarian's expanded backpack the marauder explorers couldn't buy even with 5 years of research. The situation was hopeless. Bjorn realized that he would not be able to cope with a team of 5. Besides, the scout would quickly find the heroes. Out of consternation, Misha revealed that she was the princess of the beastmen and promised to reward the humans generously for killing the barbarian. The young man hoped it was a ruse, but the cunning marauders decided to kill them both to get valuable prizes. With nowhere else to go, everyone rushed into battle. At that moment, Cannavaro appeared, who would chase his victim all the way to the underworld. The barbarian quickly put Misha on top of him and made a run for it. The cunning warrior ran past the monster and went around behind it, pushing the marauders right into it. The forest creature would have been able to get a jump on them. The cursed Cannavaro used magic mines to stop the humans. The explorers decided to destroy it and then return to the 2 heroes. The monster was incredibly strong and was beyond anyone's power. He used his dark powers and summoned hounds, dogs designed to hunt. The explorers had angered the monster and now they were getting the full brunt of it. Its deadly attacks gave the humans no chance of survival. It was a hunt. The wild dogs pounced viciously on the explorers and caught up with the barbarian. The dog clawed at his leg, but Bjorn used a blast of flesh to kill it. Below the ankle, the hero felt nothing. The leg was finished. Injury to a body part could lead to damage, so the young man urgently changed the plan. Like a true Pokemon owner, Misha chose her spirit beast and lunged at Cannavaro. The girl had no mercy on anyone. Only a magic potion was able to heal the barbarian's injury. The regeneration was increasing due to the effect of the eternal life skill. The leg should have healed instantly. It was the regeneration of vampire essence, the seal of immortal, and the skill eternal life. In game figures, it was 150. The hero could regrow a limb even without potions. Bjorn drank the potions even without pain. Einar could drink them safely too. In his case, it was all about high resistance to pain. The heroes traveled onward until a new Cannavaro appeared. If they didn't seem so weak, they wouldn't be wearing expensive equipment. Misha didn't understand why everyone around her tried to attack and change their attitude at the sight of her. She went to the labyrinth for money, and the others had the same reason. Money was the best way for heroes to protect themselves in a world where anyone could be executed for not paying taxes. When a long 109 hours had passed since the boys got lost in the forest, they finally found what they were looking for. The characters found themselves in the only place where they could rest. The witch's hut was a shelter that appeared in random places in the forest and stayed there for 8 hours. In this safe place, the effects of the area where no monsters appeared, the effects were temporarily removed. The hut was hard to find, but there was nowhere else to rest. The heroes searched for the first hut for a long time, but Masha's sharp eyes helped them find the next one. In the third hut, the number of visitors was 5. Bjorn saw a man who looked like a bum, but he realized at once that the gentleman was the one who had helped Elise. Everything looked strange. Using a little force, the barbarian knocked out the warrior and dragged him to the others who were hiding in the hut. It was a wonder the Lord survived. When they woke up, the beaten explorer told them that Eliza had made them do it. They found the barbarian's group, but there were only 3 guys there. Eliza's subordinates didn't want to run all over the forest and wounded the guy who resembled a scout. He was left with only a scratch on his shoulder. Then the warriors were thrown off by a strange light, and when they woke up, the scout already had an ice spear sticking out of his head. It wasn't until the second day after the scout's death that Elise's team realized everything. Once she absorbed his life force, the Lord swore that it was not their fault, for the priestess Karui had deceived them. The angry barbarian would not listen to him. The warrior had killed people since entering this world, but couldn't make the right decision. This time, Misha was ready to agree with anyone. Bjorn killed those who attacked him and were unworthy of living. But this case was different. The bastards caused trouble, but no one died. The hero was between 2 fires, as if his 2 lives were divided in opinion. The barbarian side was pushing him to kill, while the side of the common player did not consider one mistake critical. Asking Misha's opinion, the guy heard that she couldn't trust these people. Now she realized that she couldn't forgive such a thing. Whether it was a mistake or not, the warrior had a feeling that people would repeat it at any opportunity. In Rome, they obeyed Roman law, so the barbarian side won. When the hero opened his eyes in his new body, he realized from day one that Bjorn Yandel was the name he had to live with. Not only the name, but everything else had to match the barbarian. It was the only way to survive. Being cruel, the young man burned the body of the murdered man. In doing so, he provided a new victim and opened the hut for an additional 8 hours. The guys had 2 more dead logs left, so they could rest for a total of 24 hours. All this scared Misha a lot. Sleeping on the bed was the best sleep. The more Bjorn renounced humanity and embraced barbarism, the more his life became human-like. Living in a monster body and fighting real monsters was now the young warrior's new reality. There were 24 hours until the labyrinth closed. The last day of the hut's closing came. Those were the best and most peaceful hours the two of us had spent together in the hut. As time expired, the characters were again moved to the witch forest. But now everything around them had changed. A red light illuminated the forest. Chaos Lord Riakis wandered around the floor. A floor lord was like a zone boss, and each floor had its own master. Misha was panicking, for she was sure it didn't exist here. The barbarian reassured her that the method of summoning was kept secret. He told me that if some sick psycho decided to call him out on purpose, there would be a couple of deaths. The monster roamed and used erosion, having an effect on the entire floor, and killing every person it encountered until it would die itself. Burning the body was one of the conditions of the summoning that blocked all portals. The hero was sure that the ancient creature wouldn't come out because of the 3 bodies. But it turned out that someone had burned 4 more before him. The barbarian asked Misha to forget about it, for no one could know about the draft. The heroes were no longer affected by the zone effect, so they rather get out. Bjorn wanted to leave the forest and go to the orc settlement. If the dwarf was to be believed, the Zavri clan was above the 6th floor. A meeting with Riakis would have ended in death, so the heroes needed to join the clan. At the time, the clan was in complete chaos. The explorers accused the clan of summoning a boss and demanded that the portal be opened. The head reassured the people and reassured them that it was safe here. He said that their priestess had activated the destruction of evil, and the warriors were standing guard. Now everyone needed to hold out for 1 day until the floor was closed. The Zavri clan promised to honor their agreement with the royal family and do everything they could to keep people safe. Declaring the destruction of evil was one of the priest's skills, which was creating a safe zone for humans and keeping monsters out. No one was chasing the heroes away, but they had to be on their guard. A problem could appear at any moment. After a while, there were too many people gathered in the square. There were at least 50 people from the Zavri clan. The only safe zone was created there. However, the head suddenly said that the priestess wanted the people to show respect to the god and demanded 1,000,000 stones from each of them. The plans demanded stones or any equivalent items. Bjorn immediately realized that the clan wanted to take away people's equipment to make them easier to control. The barbarian was sure their strength was less than the floor boss. He didn't trust the clan, but he had to go by the rules and prepare a payment. Just as the young man thought, there were those people who did not want to pay. For them, 1,000,000 in 1 day was a huge sum. The guy kept a close eye on everything. After a while, there were about 300 people left and 300 million in revenue. The clan had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. On the 3rd floor, people hoped for the best, in that they wouldn't run into the master. They remained optimistic, but they were better off praying to the heavens. The fears weren't always true, and it was hard to prepare for it, but Bjorn prepared for the worst. 5 hours before closing time, it rained despair. It was a passive attribute of the Chaos Lord that not only dealt damage to the area, but also turned it into an erosion zone, which removed all effects. The rain eventually brought the bloodthirsty Riakis to the scared-to-death people. They had no equipment, so the damage from the expedition would be severe. The clan warriors immediately used various auxiliary scrolls, numbered consumables that improved equipment. Not even a minute later, items worth tens of millions of stones were used and disappeared. The clan was ready to fight the monster. It wasn't just Bjorn who was preparing for the worst. Here were people who had walked the knife blade many times to get to this point, and it wasn't just luck. Real raids differed from in-game raids in that melee, attackers and tanks tried to avoid direct confrontation and could barely block the easiest attacks. Warriors would return to the first line immediately after healing, even if the body was in a terrible state. The situation was such that one warrior was crushed, 3 ranged fighters were killed by Ryaka's breath. The explorers didn't understand what they were talking about. The clan was doing its best. The warriors held the first line, and the mages suppressed the boss. Chaos Lord Ryakas drew power from the source. It was impossible to attack him at this moment. The fighters needed to destroy the spheres. The clan knew about the Dark Realms and the second phase since they were desperate to prevent it. They understood the strategy of victory. Every time Ryakas went on a rampage, one of the explorers died. It was their fault for sticking around for such a battle. People panicked a lot and wanted to help the clan in the battle to survive. But the problem was that all their equipment had been taken away. The Zavri clan was attacked by explorers who had paid for their lives. They angrily demanded their belongings back. It was obvious to Bjorn, for no one knew the strategy for defeating the boss. He grabbed Misha and started to run away. Ahead of the heroes were waiting for the spirits of chaos, but the guys had no time for monsters. They stopped abruptly and changed the route. There was still a little more to run, but suddenly the Chaos Lord absorbed the power of the source. Darkness surrounded the heroes. It was the cleft of evil that belonged to Ryakas. The Floor Master had managed to gather all the spheres, and his ultimatum skill activated after absorbing 10 spheres. He was effective for 45 minutes of game time. If the heroes didn't escape the zone in time, they would die despite their strength. The skill had one peculiarity. It attracted everyone caught under the effect of the zone. All the characters were moved to the center. During this time, 11 members of the Zavri clan and about 200 explorers remained. Both sides blamed each other for what had happened. The clan considered the men guilty, and from that point on refused to protect them as before. It wouldn't be hard for them to kill everyone. One of the explorers dared to say that everyone had to get out or else death awaited them all. He had read about it in ancient texts. According to the young man, it was necessary to get out of a zone of 5 kilometers. There were monsters on the way, but people had to work together. The excited explorers were ready to leave. But the problem was that if they got too far away from the center, the spirits and clones would attack them like crazy. 23 men survived. Many warriors died in the commotion because they were unsupported. They tried to buy time, but Ryakas absorbed the spheres. Sir Migraine was confused. The shortage of warriors had become fatal. 2 melee attackers would not be able to clear the way. The only strength of the clan was the swordsman and the spearman. The alliance had no men capable of fighting. At this point, Bjorn tried to make his way to the vice captain to talk, but Misha's brother was blocking his way. The barbarian asked for the essence of Organ Hero and promised to clear the way. He used the skill Survival Instinct, which greatly illuminated the character. It was the first time Iraz Migraine had ever seen such a bright light. It was a skill that had saved him in difficult situations, and now said Barbarian was the key. When the hero was trusted, he finally introduced himself as Bjorn, Andal's son. His second bet had worked. The Zavri clan occupied a vast territory. Such consumables and items they needed were clearly not for ordinary orcs. Their goal was higher. The orc hero was a hidden boss that could be summoned using an altar in the orc settlement and 777 crystals. A great deal of supplies had been stockpiled by the clan, but as long as the supplies remained, Bjorn was sure the Lord hadn't shown up. A barbarian with the seal of an immortal was an excellent choice. He absorbed the essence of a vampire corpse golem. The warrior could fight and drink potions at the same time. It was quite unreasonable compared to the remaining warriors of the clan, so the vice captain agreed to bet on the young man. With donations, 3 different orcs, monsters with inconvenient essences, could be summoned. That was why the group had to be special. There was red essence falling from Danish's brother, blue essence falling from Velt, and Targus with one special skill that could be a great basis for a build. The essence of the orc hero turned out to be green. After absorbing it, the barbarian could feel the power soaking into his body. Strength, agility, fighting spirit, defense, and bone strength were increased. The big clan was also supportive and provided the character with a scroll of physical defense, a scroll of increased stamina, and a scroll of energy regeneration. The barbarian used a potion of increased strength, a flask of basilisk and tears of the goddess, thanks to which he increased his resistance. Aaron Deflane applied spirit defense, regeneration flame, and sacrifice coffin to strengthen the warrior. Also using the blood master skill, Burn absorbed Kalstein's blood. His eyes turned red. It was the acquired skill, Unholy. The skill obtained from the essence of orc hero gigantification turned the barbarian into a true monster. The size of his body increased greatly. The barbarian hero mode was activated. Behind the hero were 23 clan members, Misha and 40 explorers who had decided to stay behind. They were allowed to join in exchange for equipment, but Migraine offered them to pay with their lives under the power of the sacrificial seal. Strength overwhelmed the barbarian. Finally, he faced the small clones of Riakis. They were under 2 meters tall, but they were small for a warrior. The clones did damage to the person who killed them, and it was enough to make the overpowered barbarian feel numb. But thanks to the vampire essence, it was enough to protect his heart. The hero was the only one in the first line. His aggro was proportional to his enlarged body, so his fantastic damage was hard to imagine. He had an orc hero skill that increased defense when health dropped by 50%. To use it to its full potential, no one had to occupy the first line. Tylon Karlstein was not in a good position. One attack caused him pain, so he had to retreat like an idiot. Beastmen suspected the barbarian of conspiracy. At first, he accepted the humans as third-floor explorers who were hanging around his sister. Thane didn't hesitate at all. In bravery, the barbarians were unrivaled. With such a man, the clan would be like a wall of stone. The hero was supposed to be known for something, but no one knew his name. Tylon dreaded to imagine what the team would do without him. The barbarian hero would be like the famous Balkan, but there was no point in recognizing his name. Soon everyone would be talking about him. When there was only a little bit left to go, the cleft of evil disappeared, and the brave hero managed to get out. Suddenly, the young man began to shrink in size. Gigantification ended right after the exit. People miraculously managed to get out, but not everyone could be saved. The orc settlement was wiped out in an instant. After escaping instant death in the cleft of evil, one of the survivors would be the chosen prey. Bjorn hoped to the last that he and Misha would be lucky, but suddenly the girl fell to the ground, started shivering and couldn't get up. She had been chosen as the victim. The person who received the paralysis debuff became Riakis' sole target. In other words, he pursued his target until he died. The vice captain didn't even know she was the barbarian's partner and was willing to protect her if the young man had any desire to join the clan. But Bjorn wasn't used to working with others yet, so he decided to just leave. That was the end of the deal with the clan. To help in any way, the mages from the clan used the blessing of the wind, sail, so that the character's soul power would recover faster. Along the way, Misha could feel the heat from the barbarian's skin as he ran. She couldn't look back, but the loud growl was getting stronger. The girl was shallow and realized that the monster was only after her. Even her family chose to ignore the little girl. She was sure that her existence hindered everyone. The heroes were attacked by evil eaters, and the girl tried to stop her partner. She said that he had done enough already, but the guy didn't want to hear it. Bjorn didn't understand her at all. Misha didn't want to become a problem for others, but it wasn't more important than her own life. If she wanted to live, all she had to do was ask for help. Back from the forest, the hero did everything he could to help. Misha couldn't just give up. Stupid things like that weren't what the man who'd worked so hard for her wanted to hear. Finally, the girl made up her mind and told the barbarian to help her. In return, she promised to always be there for him and to give him all the money from the research. Suddenly, it rained despair. The bastard was already on his tail. The chaos spirits stopped in increasing numbers. Bjorn used gigantification and body size increased. But more importantly, the steps increased. With the remaining soul power, the skill would last for a couple of minutes. Therefore, the hero decided to deal with the nasty creatures first. The location began to be covered with erosion. The barbarian fought desperately against the spirits of chaos, but suddenly he saw a bright glow. Everything was illuminated with light. The heroes were already within breath-striking range. Breathing helped rid the spirits of chaos. Escaping was easier. But that meant the boys were within the monster's attack radius. It was incredibly dangerous, and Misha tried to convince the hero to leave. But the barbarian wasn't going to stop. He wanted to get out of there alive. There were 60 seconds left, but the hero had already lost his arm. He had to hold on a little longer. There would be no escape. It was madness. The countdown was on, and Bjorn was running straight for Riakis. The young hero had an equally crazy plan. The barbarian had learned the monster's attacks while watching the Zavri clan fight. The monster attacked with its breath where they stood, but it definitely wouldn't shoot itself under their feet. The huge monster was so huge that it covered the entire sky. It struck a fatal blow, but the hero was able to move away quickly. The next blow was too fast for the boy, and Ryakis knocked him to the ground. Bjorn couldn't have dodged his sharp spikes. At this point, time was almost up. There was a gigantification cancellation. It was just in time. His skull was almost crushed. With quick movements, the hero latched onto the monster and sank his teeth into its body. The enraged Ryakis tried to throw him off, but there were a couple of seconds left. Grabbing the heroes in its strong paws, the monster was ready to devour them. But it was too late. Time was up. The labyrinth closed and the characters were transported to Rapadonia. From the horrible and mutilated appearance of the characters, people were utterly horrified. It was Bjorn who suffered the most. He came back in a state that was too much even for a barbarian. With tears in her eyes, Misha begged him not to die. As she approached the body, the girl heard the beating heart of the barbarian in her chest. He was unconscious, which reassured her. News of the hundreds of dead spread that same evening. There were rumors that people had survived because of one man. His name was Bjorn, son of Andal, a barbarian who made it to the 3rd floor in his 3rd month of research. The Lord was told of him by a magician. Though the barbarian was young and had accomplished no feats, he followed in the footsteps of a hero who was braver and greater than all. There have not yet been researchers who have been able to achieve such results and explore 3 floors in 3 months. His essences were beyond the ordinary explorers. The growth was too fast. It wasn't like luck. There have been similar cases in history. There were people born under the star of a special destiny. They are remembered as heroes for everyone. It was now a mystery to many who this invincible warrior was, a brave hero or an evil spirit. After a while, Bjorn Andal woke up healthy. Getting out of bed, the hero realized that he had returned with his lousy girlfriend. 2 days later, the bar was actively discussing the appearance of the Lord of the 3rd floor. Everyone was already aware of the famous Little Balkan. After a long time, the barbarian team was finally back together again. Misha was incredibly happy to see everyone safe and sound. After ordering some food and drink, the dwarf revealed that right after the incident with Rothmiller's injury, he had once again used the Guardian's cuffs to create a gap. After the heroes escaped a decent distance, they managed to heal Rothmiller. The guys were separated by too great a distance, so Brown was unable to find the others using the search skill. On the 3rd day, Brown and the dwarf ran into that bitch, and after those words, Misha couldn't sit still anymore. The heroes had no choice but to go up to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, the Heavenly Tower had a structure where the color of the portal changed periodically, and those who entered before it changed would ascend to the 100-story tower. On each floor, they did not regenerate. In other words, it was complete safety. But spending 10 days on the 1st floor was unbearable for the heroes. And as surprising as it may sound, on the first trial, the dwarf was given the essence of a rank 7 mimic monster. This injustice infuriated the barbarian. Mimic was a rare monster that revealed essence from a strong strike. He wasn't a combat type, but he possessed a treasure hoard skill that opened a personal hoard. The key point was that when the hero first opened the treasure hoard, various randomly added items were revealed inside. Hikuro said that he had decided to sell them, and Rothmiller had deducted the amount for the essence in his favor. This news was already giving Bjorn a nervous tick. After that, the barbarian had to tell the story that had happened to him. He didn't give Misha the floor, for he couldn't tell everything. It was the greatest and most amazing story Dwalki had heard. The mage said that after all he had been through, the barbarian deserved the title of Little Balkan. Until that moment, the barbarian did not yet know that his nickname represented a comparison to Balkan, the barbarian of a bygone era. 3 days later, Misha and Bjorn met again. Getting through the labyrinth was difficult, but even without it, the barbarian had a lot of things to do. The young man picked up the equipment that had been given to him for repair, replenished the consumables, and even stopped by the auction house. But he didn't understand why Misha was hanging around him. Having prepared the essence as well as weapons and equipment, the hero had to focus on the girl's growth. She was his main comrade. Bjorn went home for a few days. With his characteristics, he could move to another team, but it was difficult to take Misha with him. The streets of the city had been quiet for several days, and today there were surprisingly fewer people than usual. The young man returned to watch the execution of the evil spirit, but saw no monster. As he drew closer, he suddenly recognized Tariqan, Leon's son. The sharp blade came straight down, and at the last moment the barbarian suddenly looked up and saw an old acquaintance. Bjorn's name came out of his mouth. The execution was over, and the barbarian decided not to help anyone else. As he was leaving, a stranger behind him called out to him. The blonde-haired young man knew Bjorn from somewhere and asked where he was from. He introduced himself as a traveler from the States. The young man was sure that the barbarian was also here because of vigorous curses. Either way, he admired Bjorn. Unexpectedly, the hero received an offer to join a certain clan of Vigra, and the kid immediately suspected that the stranger was an evil spirit. It was hard to trust someone who spoke in riddles. As soon as the boy introduced himself as an evil spirit, the barbarian shouted at the top of his voice. The tribal chief had taught that when one saw an evil spirit, one was always to kill it, so Bjorn did not hesitate to drag the stranger in. The guards dragged the barbarian away, and he was taken to the station. But first of all, the Lord thanked Bjorn for rescuing his little brother from the labyrinth. It turned out that the young man brought to the hospital was a hunter of evil spirits. The hunters usually tested those who became famous in a short period of time or showed extraordinary abilities. Bjorn didn't think the hunters knew such details, but if they had reached that level, it was no wonder Tarakan had ended up on the guillotine. In a completely unfamiliar city, the barbarian was approached by a man who knew everything. The more he thought about it, the more this world seemed repulsed. This time the boy managed to get away with it, and he went back to the hotel. On the doorstep of his room was an envelope with a letter and a pill. The email said it was randomly sent to a researcher, a presumed player who was not supposed to tell anyone his identity. There was a community that guaranteed complete anonymity. By swallowing the pill from the envelope, he could get in. Otherwise, the hero needed to destroy the pill to avoid being caught by the hunters. The Lord, who had recently felt the full force of the barbarian, had returned to the secret Ministry of Public Order, subordinate to the royal family. He decided that a barbarian with 3 months of experience was easy to uncover, so he showed the chapter the result through a magic step. Evil spirits usually preferred to flee in such a situation, but the barbarian attacked him without a shadow of a doubt. After thinking about it, the commander said that the barbarian was innocent. The next day, Bjorn was in the magic tower after all. In that case, he had to show that he wanted to get to the truth. Ms. Alua met him inside and told him that usually everyone who was promoted received such a letter. According to the girl, it was a letter from evil spirits. Ordinary people were not allowed to realize that they were making a mailing. The pill was made by an extremely talented magician. He was also a magician with mind control magic and other dimensions, and a deep knowledge of alchemy. By ingesting the pill, the hero could enter another dimension. Only the mind would enter, but the body would remain in place. From that day on, the spirits would summon the man every month. Evil spirits used the pills to exchange information. Therefore, many who consumed the pill were found in a pool of bloody vomit the next day. Alua told me that one theory was that evil spirits had a way of culling outsiders and separating the souls of the invaders from their bodies. There was one peculiarity. This world used soul appearance, so it was impossible to recognize the spirits in the city. The community guaranteed anonymity. Bjorn assumed there was a way back, so he decided to take a chance. Miss Raven began her experiments. The barbarian thought long and hard about the decision, weighing the risks and benefits. If the pill was so dangerous, the community wouldn't have created it at all. Bjorn supposed he might have been the only one who had received an invitation at that time. Then he would have been found out in no time if he had joined the community. 15 days later, in one of the laboratories of the Magic Tower, the Dark Lord contacted the Queen of Souls. She reported that the newcomer had yet to appear. The master realized that he was indeed a non-player and decided not to delay. He ordered all the other letters to be sent out in order. Doing homework-inspired tasks every day, Bjorn Andal didn't notice how so much time flew by. The stones flowed away like water. The hero spent them on things like a giant-sized mace, spells, and new uniforms. Misha had acquired a couple of goodies as well. Using the Lich's paired blades, thanks to the blood of the wild beast, she was able to give the weapons an icy effect. The shaman's training took place every day. The young warrior activated the Stage 2 immortality imprint and was the first to remain conscious after completion. According to the shaman, the barbarian was destined to experience many once-in-a-lifetime events, both good and bad. He was destined to be a hero, and in order to withstand any adversity, the young man had to prepare for everything. Bjorn activated Stage 3 immortality and could use Surge of Savagery. He could attract monsters with a single breath, and the skill gave a bonus to his physique. There was nothing better for a tank than to draw the attention of a crowd of critters to himself. And given the gigantization, the hero would have no equal. He managed it in just 3 months. In the end, the shaman threatened the young man to always and everywhere beware of those who were filled with resentment. There were many such people. Einar came first to congratulate the barbarian on his victories. She was acting strangely and hiding in the bushes to avoid being seen. Bjorn told her what had happened. The girl was worried, but when she learned that the barbarian was on the team with Hikuro, she calmed down a little. During the time Einar had spent with the elder, she had gotten very thin. The girl compressed her muscles, and that was the end of it. Einar was very happy to meet her old partner, but she had to go. In parting, she said that he looked very handsome. Bjorn was filled with anger before. It couldn't be considered a bad thing, but now he seemed more relaxed. When the young man returned to the library, the mage spoke to him first. He had tried to get close to her for information in the past, but now he saw no need. Survival was the priority now, and Bjorn was in no position to pry into other people's souls. He rejected idle curiosity. So the boy was wary of those around him, focused on their value and his own benefit. He killed when they posed a threat and was ready for betrayal. But the current guy was a barbarian. He decided to turn around and told the librarian that if she wanted to talk, she could do so. It was immediately obvious from the girl's eyes that she wanted to have a conversation, so she didn't have to restrain her desires. The next day, Bjorn had lunch planned at the Promise of Flowing Water Cafe. It turned out to be a real dollhouse, which the broad shoulders of the warrior did not interfere with. Shavina Moore was already waiting for him. She was a friend of the librarian and introduced herself as a 7th-class officer of Revision's administrative office. The young man asked for an order of beer and meat, for he was not a fan of sweets. He was getting revenge for the barbarian being called to this explosion at the unicorn factory. The girl said that usually the officers themselves sent out guards to catch tax evaders or other criminals. But the last squad had died. Now Shavina needed a replacement. She chose Bjorn, for he was now very popular as the Little Balkan. The officers were fastidious in their choice of mercenaries. So if the barbarian worked out with them, he would show himself to be a qualified person in the eyes of the other guilds. This was the first assignment he was offered. No one thought the barbarians were good workers, so the young man took a chance. 2 days later, the outcast team was back together. They had reached the sewers, but they hadn't expected such a stench. Bjorn talked about the mission at yesterday's General Assembly. A trip to the sewers Hikuro would never miss. It was full of ghosts. Dwaki also asked to go on a mission. Lately, he'd been so buried in books that his head was starting to rattle. It was easy to get lost in the sewers. It was a great chance for Brown Rothmiller to test a new skill. The barbarian said there were criminals hiding there, so Misha Karlstein could test her new paired blades on them. Despite the smell, it was spacious inside. Rothmiller's help came in handy, and Dwalki used spells to light the way. It was rumored that all the waste from the magic tower was dumped here. If a potion or a chemical that reacted with a corpse was disposed of, it could lead to the appearance of a certain specimen. The powers that be said that there hadn't been a problem down there in 2 years, so the barbarian didn't really believe that such monsters were down there. Rothmiller stopped. He could hardly feel anything because of the stench, but it felt like there was someone downstairs besides them. The essence of mimicry absorbed by Brown allowed him to make no mistake. At that moment, Misha detected a man in the wall. The imprisoned man tried to attack, but the barbarian immediately subdued him. Bjorn pressed him and demanded an explanation, but the Lord remained silent. Suddenly, he cried and asked not to be killed. The stranger didn't even hurt a fly and was just an ordinary homeless man because he couldn't pay taxes. Rothmiller immediately noticed the branding on his forehead that spoke of terrible sins. It meant that the wanderer had not only escaped from taxes. Bjorn didn't know what to do because the department gave 5,000 for the head of this bandit, but he was not afraid to kill him. The perpetrator was frightened and said that a few days ago, some crazy girl had kicked him out of his hiding place. She was using evil magic. She had a bunch of corpses walking around with her, but they were nothing like the undead from the labyrinth. The Lord said tearfully that the temple would give a lot of money for her. The protagonist decided to check it out. He couldn't let the karui priestess walk around freely. That woman had a huge grudge against him. The bandit led the team of heroes to a deep descent down where they met the priestess. They should have kept their voices down from now on. This was the only way out and in, but the heroes were fearless and went on. On the way lay many corpses, as if a devourer lived somewhere nearby. At this time, Eliza sensed the presence of the people from the temple. She still hadn't found the passage, so she ran further to find the victim. Meanwhile, the heroes encountered 120 undead souls along the way. Bjorn sent the bum first, so he was very lucky not to turn into a corpse. Continuing onward, the boys watched out for Eliza. They found the dead guy's hideout, and Dwalki felt faint traces of mana on the floor. The barbarian did his best to smash the floor with his mace. He used gigantization to make it work for sure. The heroes were a bit shocked to see such strength of a savage barbarian, but found themselves in front of a secret passage leading downward. Rothmiller clearly felt the presence of that woman. At that moment, an informer hastily brought the vice captain the news that the entrance had been destroyed. It had been long forgotten since the Karui incident. The Lord assumed the priestess was on the run and ordered Amelia to handle the matter quietly. In the depths of the sewers, a team of explorers found a labyrinth. There were many forks, but none of the heroes had ever encountered such a maze. The smell of the woman intensified dramatically. She was quite close. Her path wagged violently. The laughter of an evil god could be heard in the sewers. Every time Eliza felt a giggle, something bad was happening. The bastards of their temple were catching up. She needed to get the hell out of here right away. Priestess Karui realized that it was the barbarian and his company, so she wasn't going to let them go this time. She opened the gate to the demon realm and let the shadow guards out. The team rushed into battle. They had grown much stronger since their last encounter with the demoness, and now the barbarian could use a surge of savagery, raising the threat level. Hikuro Murado used a lightning and discharge combo to attack the nasty priestess. She was surrounded on all sides, and the anger within her grew more and more. Eliza pelted the enemies with dark curses, but by using a support spell, Dwalki removed all the effects from the team members. He had learned mass-level purification magic. The reckless barbarian chased straight at the priestess and attacked, but she used a resistance spell. The moment of truth had arrived. Liorwab Dwalki used materialization and accuracy enhancement. Resistance to physical damage was removed from Eliza Behench. The priestess of Karui finally got hit. The gentleman had done a good job and could now return. They had the dangerous girl on a short leash. Bjorn didn't hear any familiar voices, and when he turned around, his partners were lying breathlessly on the ground. The characters had been poisoned with basilisk venom. It was the work of a psychopath from the lands of the dead. She asked why the barbarian was still on his feet and not fallen beside his friends. The hero realized that the girl had let him go last time, but now that he was famous, decided to clean up the loose ends. She seized the opportunity. The girl knew he was the one who had opened the passage inside and invaded this place. She wondered how the barbarian knew about the forgotten place. She was surprised that the barbarian was just bludgeoning the floor. The priestess of Karui was also well known to her, having been wanted for a long time. This time it was different, and the girl could not let the heroes go. But suddenly Bjorn decided to tell her about 2 ways to piss off his opponent and started to undress. First of all, the unspoken phrases were very annoying, and when the young man wanted to tell about the second method, he immediately attacked the killer and struck a blow. The girl was invulnerable and dodged every attack. Even Captain America's throw was not a problem for her. The big barbarian had great strength and attacked even with his legs, but he was clumsy. His opponent was too flexible and only retreated to dodge. The barbarian decided to attack unexpectedly. As he held the girl by the shoulders, he used gigantization and grew larger in an instant. This allowed him to finally stop this fury. In her hands, the assassin held an aura-soaked knife. She wanted to cut off the young man's entire arm to save herself. Then Bjorn wordlessly used a blast of flesh and dirt on her. But the stubborn lady kept coming no matter what. Amelia was cunning and used self-replication to trick her enemy into attacking with an Asura strike. Fighting stealthily was her best quality. The character survived thanks to the source of darkness. The girl didn't kill him and asked why the barbarian suddenly attacked her. After all, it could have been solved with a conversation. The hero was sure she wanted to kill everyone, but Amelia said she couldn't just let everyone go. To the stupid barbarian, there was no difference. The girl gave the boy a blessing of summer prepared by the alchemists of the underground city of Noark. Once taken, it erased the memory of the last hour. Bjorn didn't understand why she couldn't just kill all 5 of them and get tens of millions of stones. But the young man had clearly mistaken her for the wrong person. The next morning, the barbarian was rewarded for Hans Markham, a criminal wanted for robbery and murder. Together with the bonus, the assignment was valued at 180,000. He woke up yesterday in the sewers and luckily, he had all his gear with him. But his headset with flashlight and recording device was broken. The others didn't remember anything, so the psychopath's words could be believed. The last memory for them was the descent into Hans's hiding place. The heroes did not understand at all how the woman died. They had no memories of what had happened and of her death. Rothmiller assumed they caught up to the priestess, tried to tie her up, but she woke up and did something to them. Bjorn's memory was still there, but in any case, Rothmiller's version sounded very plausible. When the heroes got out of the sewers, they were met by Ragna, Lieutenant Pepro, and Officer Shavina. They decided to follow the heroes because they were very late. Ragna had just been dragged in, so she asked to thank Shavina. She clearly had an incredible amount of money. After Shavina accepted the assignment, the team of weirdos decided to celebrate at the bar. It was a mess. Even the beastmen knew how to get drunk. The reason for their merriment was simple. The reward for defeating the priestess was 10 million stones, an astronomical sum even when divided. Unexpectedly, the Moslems appeared in the tavern. It was one of the most powerful organizations, accepting only noble knights into its ranks. While Dwalki was sleeping sweetly on the table, the Moslems approached him and told him they were going to take him into custody for insulting a noble family. For 3 hours, the heroes waited outside the Moslems' office for the results of the investigation. None of them realized yet how everything would end for the magician. After a while, Liorwab Dwalki finally left the meeting room, but he looked slightly different now, as if he were depressed. Half an hour later in the tavern, the boy said he had to leave the team. His older brother was Baron Martoine, who belonged to the aristocrats. The mage was only half an aristocrat. He was the son of the previous Baron Martoine, and because he dishonored the family, he was adopted by Baroness Tirva's third brother right after his birth. But in reality, it was all just on paper, and he was raised by his mother. He still grew rich while he studied magic. According to Dwalka, his father died a year ago, and a second brother took his place. Brown was surprised that it wasn't the first brother who took his place. After the former Baron's death, his eldest son died, as did everyone in the indirect line of succession. Presumably, the brother sent Moslano after Lear as a warning. The young mage concluded that his brother was annoyed by the fact that he had taken root in a team of explorers where a celebrity had wormed his way in. After the meeting with the team, Bjorn went back to the library to pick up something. Shavina wanted to give him a present, but then she asked Ragna to do it because she owed her friend a favor. At that moment, the librarian was using the Beardo Parsitiev spell, which allowed them to find books of high secrecy. Only a select few could use it with special magic. The contents of the top-secret books proved to be very useful. Thanks to Ragna, the hero managed to stay after the library was closed and learned a lot of information. The book, The Organizational Chart of Rapadonia, contained information even about organizations that residents had not heard of. The World of Evil Spirits was a masterpiece exploring the spirit world. The book was written by an agent of the Hunters and described a journey into the spirit world. A complete book about the rifts, told about all the secrets Bjorn had learned at the cost of sleepless nights for 9 whole years. The surprise was that the hero are a book written by the developer of the game. If that was the case, things were getting very complicated. The Barbarian assumed then that he had been thrown into this world on purpose. The developer was clearly not human, but some sort of divine entity. This world was just a reminder that Bjorn knew nothing. But if he could trace the author's name, he would one day find his way home. The next morning, the hero came to Miss Raven's house at the earliest possible hour. He said he needed a mage for the team, but was immediately turned down. As the girl was about to close the doors, the young man slipped her a piece of paper from a complete book on rifts. He wanted to know how the paper had been made. Alua never helped for free, so she was only willing to honor the request if the Barbarian would help her research assistants with their research. The results would be ready in a week. A little later, the team of misfits reconvened for a talk. Dwaffer was adamantly against looking for a new mage for the team. Hikuro said that he and Dwalki had given it a lot of thought last night and decided that the team needed to talk to Baron Martoine. The Baron always stopped by this tea house at this time, so the dwarf and the mage couldn't wait. They wanted to talk to him together, so it wouldn't be so scary. When Dwalka's brother appeared in the establishment, the young man immediately fell at his feet and asked to listen. The master showed mercy and stopped. Lear Wab was very confused and speechless, so the Barbarian had to intervene. It had been a long time since Martowin had interacted with barbarians. The hero said that Dwalki was tied up by the mausoleums and forbidden to enter the labyrinth. The master could have lifted the ban, but said he had nothing to do with it. But as soon as the servant reported to the Baron that the barbarian was a little Balkan, he changed his tune. The Lord had in no way expected to meet the explorer who had so interested the Count. 2 months later, the Count was hosting a major banquet. Sir Martwan was willing to lift the ban in exchange for the barbarians accompanying him to the event. The hero was rewarded with 1,000,000 stones. He could not refuse such money and was ready to come running at the first whistle. Time passed quickly and the labyrinth was reopened. Bjorn Andal again came across confused young fighters who needed to be directed. The hero took everyone to the labyrinth and handed out tips for everyone to get the same glory. The explorers were delighted with him. It would be nice if newcomers were taught properly instead of clinging to ancient traditions. And maybe then they wouldn't die. Passing through the magic portal, new adventures awaited the heroes. They could not afford a second of carelessness and be ready for anything. Thanks to a lucky point of appearance, the guys managed to reach the rocky desert in just 9 hours. They hunted monsters, increasing their experience. On the 8th day, the characters reached the 4th floor and entered the Tower of Heaven. There, the mobs from the 3rd floor appeared, among which were unique monsters. It was a great place to gain experience. There, the heroes earned 3.9 million stones thanks to the Mimic's greed skill. The Barbarian continued to make good use of his time. He helped Raven with her research, in return learning the date of the complete Rift book. 150 years ago, the events of the game began, and the death of the king of the dynasty occurred. The book was written at the same time. Time was running out, and having been in the maze for the 5th time, the team had earned 790,000 stones per person. They had only raised their level, but the intrusive thoughts were tearing at Bjorn's head. The hero always prepared for the worst, and even if he seemed crazy, he was at least alive. The young man came to the library once again and immediately realized that the librarian was holding something back. He had always seen everything through her eyes. He was right, and Ragna warned that a collapse of change could soon occur in the labyrinth. A real disaster for the maze, one that even the monsters were not equal to. The girl learned about it from a mage named Fairgong from the Taratane school. They had been researching the phenomenon of measurement collapse for many years. That was the first task for the hero, but he found nothing. He began to doubt that this mage even existed, and 10 days later, the rumors started. The rumors were spreading without traces or evidence, so the young man realized that someone was deliberately spreading them. The barbarian had only one option left. Bjorn wanted to swallow the evil spirit's pill after 3 months, but 2 was enough. Now the countdown began. The character took the pill. The soul went into resonance and was drawn to one world. Suddenly, the boy found himself in a strange place. Meanwhile, the firm filed a missing persons report on Lee Han-soo when he stopped showing up for work for over a month. The reason for the appeal was the CCTV footage showing the guy going into his apartment but never coming out. This was a very unusual case. There were no signs of forced entry, no belongings missing. The young man never used his credit card. The clothes were found in the room, and its appearance was as if the boy had taken it off and the body had vaporized somewhere. Before sending the request to federal agencies, the aide showed a monitor from the missing man's room that had achievements from the game. It's been 5 months since Bjorn opened his eyes in this world. In that time, he has acted in barbaric ways, but he has retained his humanity. There was nothing in this world but a computer. When the boy sat down at the desk, he immediately started typing, but the system required a password. The character was an exact replica of his real body. The character was surrounded by his room like in real life. Everything seemed like a dream. Bjorn realized that this was the personification of the place he felt most comfortable in, but the high defense stats made it look like smoke. The Queen of Souls showed up to check on the boy. She was some sort of guide to the soul world and said that the character from the game couldn't manifest clothes from the ground. The girl could only see the outline of the room, but there was nothing to worry about. The boy was an official member, for the spirits no longer used the soul detachment test. She was telling the hero how to use the general forum. Everything worked the same way as in the game, but the player's name was already taken. Finding the people wasn't hard. The guy found a random chat to see how things worked here. He found himself in a forest where there were real players. The man in charge of the channel shook his hand and said that they didn't have enough points to put up proper sets yet, but he was offered to make the nickname visible. The character just thought of a nickname, and Elf Noon's name lit up above his head. It was something new, and a stir started on the channel. He was thought to be Korean. Bjorn used to play under this nickname for about 3 years when he pored over the stat analysis. He didn't remember such a post having many views, but it was talked about as if he was a celeb. It was dangerous to introduce himself as a celebrity, so the young man said he was just a fan, and there was one extra letter in his name. Suddenly, the boy was swept up by another character and told that most people got their invitations much earlier, usually when it became clear that they were spirits. The guy mistook Bjorn for a cool actor who was figuring out how to work in the real world. It's only been 70 days there. Pink Dude was saying that almost no one was aware of going back. The very first member had been here for about 20 years, which is when the community came into being. Anyway, the men reached the Abyss Gate before the boy did. Each of them stood out in one way or another. Pink said he got through the game at 50x. At this point, the hero realized that the max level was level 30, and you could gobble up 30 essences, and rifts could be opened at any time. Meanwhile, the player's computer was confiscated and his memories erased. Everything was investigated, but it turned out that the guy was the most ordinary. But in Dungeon and Stone, Lee Han-soo proved to be capable. He was able to overcome the legacy of Oral Gavis. The girls said that the project was closed 5 years ago because no one could pass the game. However, he managed it. It was all very curious. Talking to the Pink Dude had been helpful in many ways. Even such ordinary chit-chat seemed to relieve the accumulated tension. The hero was sure that space must have closed by itself after time had elapsed. He finally decided to find out about the measurement compass. Barely had a gamer posted an offer using the points earned, a seller of information immediately appeared. The gentleman with the African-American hairstyle was ready to talk about the Tarotine School and the mage Fergang belonging to it. In his post, the young man did not ask specifically about the rumors of the collapse of dimensions. Rather, he was interested in what the mage had been doing lately. The salesman immediately guessed that all the questioning was because of the collapse of the measurements. He had reliable information and said that everything was true, but the collapse itself would not have happened. For 20,000 extra POs, the Lord revealed that the Tarotine School was researching dimension magic and specifically studying the labyrinth. They needed fewer people to enter the maze, so the school spread the rumor of a measurement collapse to stop the flow of explorers. What's more, the royal family was about to quell the rumors, but the source of the stones was drying up as few explorers worked. Eventually, the seller refused to accept the money. He was so well established in the world that he no longer took change. This world was not in play. The brutal reality obeyed one barbaric rule: survival of the fittest. One player bought the walkthrough for the first floor boss. The girl wanted to know about Skull Island. They spent years of their life on it. Not even the thought that the hero could have achieved this on his own flashed through his mind. The fact that the young player reached the second floor in his second attempt was a complete shock to the gentleman. His performance for the month was unbelievable. It was a non-standard case that no one could replicate, so the cause was unknown. It fell outside the statistics. Watching the character, the gentleman suddenly realized that if he was properly trained and sent to them, their chances would increase. Suddenly, Bjorn was back. It had only been a second, but in the spirit world, an hour. That meant he was left defenseless for 12 seconds. Be that as it may, the ghost hunters exceeded his expectations. They had proven to be an excellent source of information. After 12 hours of playing the game, the boy was very tired and wanted to rest soon. Tomorrow he was to meet the Baron. The next day, a foolish costume of a barbarian was put on the young man, and in utter incomprehension, Bjorn accompanied Martuan to the Empire of Carnon. Suddenly, the Lord stopped him and told him that the lad was to look clearly ahead and keep his back straight. He was leading the cartage, and the Baron's honor hung around his neck. But the young man didn't care a bit. When Bjorn had led the Baron to the Count's house, he was alone. The surrounding guests were horrified by the barbarian's appearance and his horns. Suddenly, a young boy called out to the barbarian and praised him for traveling so far in costume. He offered to sit down before the Baron returned. Carl's Aramor didn't talk to the others. He used to be such an explorer, so he had potential. At that moment, the butler trailed off again and ordered the barbarian back. People might have thought bad things when they saw the barbarian sprawled out in the sun. Today, the boy was supposed to be an iron-blooded warrior. If it wasn't for 1,000,000 stones, he would have definitely refused. Since it was necessary, Bjorn decided to act like a savage barbarian with the blood of a fighter in him. He rose to his feet and let out his trademark scream. The invited aristocrats could not believe their eyes. The huge beast pounced on the piece of meat and began to eat it like an aborigine. In the state of a tribesman, the boy attempted to crack the skull of the butler, but the butler jumped off abruptly from his fright. For a while, the warrior enjoyed the revitalized banquet like a true barbarian. But then curious nobles began to approach him. Everyone hovered around the barbarian like gnats at a lamppost. People asked him to shout, to sing, to touch their hands, and many other silly things. Bjorn then followed the baron and met with the other nobles in the banquet hall. Little Balkan was introduced as a celebrity among the explorers. The barbarian used a prepared script and told him that the baron had helped him in one matter, and now the warrior would never forget his kindness. At least 15 conversations took place in this way. As a result, the hero was introduced to all the nobles, but no less than 15 of them were not worthy of their title. After greeting everyone, the boy began to mingle with the people, but Captain Krovitz didn't expect to see him there. As captain of the 3rd unit of paladins of the Order of Letless, goddess of the stars and god of exploration, Paul invited the barbarian into the order if he needed help. Half an hour later, the boy finally met the count. It was true that he had become famous, but not so famous that the count himself dreamed of meeting him. The lord called the young man Big Balkan and invited him to compete in a dueling contest of cadet knights. Even in the game, such an event wouldn't trigger until time had passed. Bjorn didn't know what to say to the sudden quest. Just participating would earn him 2 million in the Garfus necklace. If you put a crystal in it, the necklace would melt and turn into a substance. It was only found in the rifts on the 5th floor. If the hero started avoiding problems because he was afraid of an uncertain future, total annihilation would await him. He needed to accept his fears and move forward. As soon as the warrior was alone, a gang of rats pounced on him with threats. They tried to frighten the barbarian with numbers, but they sure picked the wrong victim. Bjorn wailed at the top of his voice and began to publicly humiliate the knights who had acted out of honor. The disgraced boys tried to cover themselves from the insults. But a little later in the duel, one of the barbarian's opponents was Sir Sylvania of the House of Baron Hesse, one of the knights who was most infuriating. The battle began. Swearing the honor of a warrior, the young man attacked the enemy with a very real sword. It was not the first time for the barbarian to cut off someone's mouseballs. The real barbarian used a wild surge, and the physical characteristics were increased. Now the ordinary knight was in trouble. The wild surge raised the user's threat level, but did not provoke people. Nevertheless, it made timid people shiver with fear. In the brave, the spirit of rivalry was awakened, as in the enemy of the protagonist. He swung and struck the barbarian, but the savage repulsed the attack with his arm. Poisonous blood splattered directly onto the knight. It was a great trick for a weakling. He didn't know who he was messing with yet. Grabbing the fool by the throat and lifting him above the ground, Bjorn promised to deal with the trouble in his head. He was just going to get rid of the head. The savagery of a true barbarian led the fighter to the clinic, where he barely survived. The wounds were not fatal, but no one expected such an end. The barbarian didn't even use an axe, but a simple fist. He could not assume that his opponent would skate away with a single blow. Sylvania suffered a serious head injury and lost some of his memories. He woke up suddenly and was expected to recover soon. Bjorn couldn't believe that his opponent remembered nothing of the battle and asked to repeat his last words. At that moment, the young man remembered that he had called the barbarian Little Balkan because he had a small one in his pants. The memory came back in a flash. After seeing Sir Sylvania, the hero returned to the Baron. The Lord was waiting and was shocked by his warrior's ruthless attacks. Bjorn thought the enemy was stronger. He had practiced too little. The Baron said there was nothing to worry about. After all, it wouldn't be a big problem if the ratsery died. And any problems that arose were taken care of by Martuan, ordering the barbarian to focus on winning. The hero's next opponent was Sir Cordian, who was unable to defeat the huge warrior. Bjorn crushed his skull in no time. In the third match, the barbarian demonstrated a vertebrae crusher and became the favorite of the aristocrats. That's what real barbarians did. The last opponent was Sir Albartos, an apprentice under the command of Earl Faridhild. He was a typical power knight. The enemy was surprised that the boy was fighting without equipment, but he was serious about the duel. The hero had already seen what the knight had made up for himself. Gigantization and wild surge the warrior left for last. Using these two skills together greatly increased the threat level. In addition, the physical characteristics were greatly increased, so the knight could not withstand such a danger and simply ran away like a coward, blazing his heels. That made things even easier. A fighter who had fled the battlefield was recognized as being outside the arena. The Lord turned around and wanted to go back, but it was too late. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in Irwin's apartment. A girl with different spirits had to become stronger to get everything she wanted. Darius de Tertia was very worried about her sister when she saw her in a strange state. She saw the little girl whispering to herself. Irwin calmed her down and told her she was just communicating with the spirits. Right now, she was in the middle of a workout, so she asked her sister to come back later. Rumors about Little Balkan had already spread, so the girl couldn't keep her sister in the dark any longer. But no more fairy would have another chance to grow as an explorer. During this time, the girl formed contacts with all 4 great spirits and successfully awakened 3 of them. The amazing talent has only now awakened. She had achieved considerable success in archery, martial arts, and dagger wielding. She was now strong enough to deal with rank 7 monsters. Tertia suddenly realized that her sister's condition had gotten worse recently, but she was getting stronger. It was probably because of the essence she had received. The girl used the information in the book about a rank 7 Kanabaro, a rank 8 hill hunter, a rank 9 archer goblin, and figured it all out. But one couldn't just erase essences that had already been absorbed. Tertia decided to erase the essences when Irwin would get a replacement essence. Already in the dead of night, the elder sister suddenly realized that if Irwin found out that the Barbarian was alive before the essence was wiped away, the irreparable would happen. The original fee for ordering a Baron from Bjorn was 1 million stones. Participation in the tournament brought him 2 million, and victory 1 million. Also for the trophy, he received 300,000, and in the end, the hero earned 4.3 million stones. After everything, the Count was personally going to invite the Barbarian as needed, and he asked the other nobles to just ignore him. If the young man hadn't agreed then, he might have gotten into trouble. And agreeing was the logical thing to do. Bjorn didn't expect to receive Garfus' necklace so soon. Without a dungeon, there was no way to get the item, even with great effort. The next morning, the hero received a whole ton of letters with errands. Just by doing them, he could earn a fortune. If the young man accepted all the assignments, he would anger the Count. And if he refused, the nobles could take revenge on him. In the end, he refused and sent the letters back. Raven's research was coming to an end, and this time the Barbarian had to help the elder. The master was experimenting with a magical tool that could detect an evil spirit. Based on his experience, the boy could not believe anyone. The old man suspected he was an evil spirit, but had no proof. The boy was sure that such a device did not exist. And if it did, the Barbarian would have been forcibly tied up and used without warning. The experiment may have looked strange, but it was just a chair with no spells cast on it. When Bjorn left, Miss Alua immediately revealed the wizard. He suspected that the Barbarian was an evil spirit, and now the mage wanted to know why the old man had done it. Raven said that if the gentleman had suspicions, he could just report it to the secret security department, who would take care of it. The old man's mood changed. As he left, he said that then the evil spirits would die and asked the girl to get out. After hearing that, the mage realized that the master needed a living evil spirit. No one knew what he had in mind. The next early morning, Misha arrived at the Barbarian's house on time. He made her write letters to the nobles, befitting a barbarian. That same day, Bjorn called the team to a planning meeting. The dwarf stated that he was not going to participate in this exploration of the labyrinth because of the collapse. This was not a singular opinion, and based on the current state of affairs, the rest of the team took a break for a while. It had been 3 months since visiting the bloody Citadel. It was standard practice to protect the first floor every time the labyrinth was opened. But one could not just reveal the method of opening the rift. So Bjorn decided to take Masha with him and go to get the essence. The next day, the news spread across the market. The royal family officially declared that the rumors of a measurement collapse were false. Dwarf and Brown immediately read in the newspaper that the Taratine school was blinded by their research and deliberately spread rumors. From the Barbarian, Misha learned about the way to get into the rift. The girl was surprisingly meticulous and kept her mouth shut. Also, the guy had told her specifically because the girl was a bad liar. Even in his face, he could see that Misha hadn't told anyone about the spirit beast. Soon X day came, and the heroes found themselves in front of the labyrinth. Bjorn did not expect the others to thank him. With the news, the rest of the team also came to the portal, and the Barbarian simply pointed their way. When everyone had already entered the rift, the Barbarian and Misha still remained outside. They were just biding their time. After waiting for the right moment, the heroes jumped in and found themselves in a crystal cave on the first floor. The phenomenon of instability was to blame. Misha said that if Rothmiller had known about such a method, he would have been dumbfounded, just as she had been when she made the contract with the ring. Rothmiller would definitely experience a strong sense of deprivation if he found out about this bug. He had always dreamed of opening a portal with his own hands. 3 hours later, the brave heroes were already fighting against the dwarves as they made their way eastward. The monsters were in the form of mud dolls and used the stealth skill. Suddenly, the hero noticed that people were approaching them. If they could walk this far in 3 hours, they were obviously from the 6th floor. People just ran past, but Misha noticed that they had some amazing gear. Someday the heroes would be able to earn the same. The girl said, thinking good thoughts, that the barbarian had great ambitions. Sometimes she was too straightforward and acted as if she were a barbarian herself. 19 hours had passed since the maze had opened. With an expanded backpack and cool stuff, the heroes looked too weird for the others. Suddenly, the young man remembered the old money. He had really gone through all sorts of difficulties before he met Irwin. Her sister was quite wealthy, so there shouldn't have been any problems for the sisters. But still, the young man thought of them. One of the explorers was literally burning through the heroes with his gaze. His eyes were full of greed and envy, even though he was weaker than the goblin. Bjorn immediately got angry and started a conflict, but Misha tried to stop him. The whole thing was like a cliché situation. The young man apologized and introduced himself as Hans Iwan. His name was originally Hans, but it was a simple name, so he changed it. That's why the traveler seemed so vile to the hero. He ordered that Hans never change his name. But suddenly Bjorn noticed something and grabbed his friend's hand and rushed forward. Only the imminent opening of the rift could have caused such a reaction. Normally, rifts took at least 3 months to naturally occur. This meant that someone had gotten ahead of the heroes by using the barbarian method. In any case, whoever was in there, the boys would know when they entered. Picking up Misha in his arms, the hero jumped into the rift. On the other side, the heroes found themselves on a snowy location. They were met by a team of 3 people. Carlson, Abman Urikfried, and Jenscha Nefrin were happy to see them. The girl on the team was training to be a scout, and she had the essence of a goblin archer. And Carlson was using a sword and shield. Besides them, there were 2 other rookies. The formation of the fault took about 5 to 6 months. Until all the cycles had passed, the fault would not form. Consequently, no one expected it to appear. Bjorn realized that there were no strong competitors here. So if he stuck to the plan, he would open the passage after 3 days. The only ones who would have entered the rift would have been the Barbarian and Misha, and maybe a couple of newcomers wouldn't make it to the 2nd floor. The Barbarians said that they had their own team, but they entered the rift alone. Due to the lack of a scout, they were on the 1st floor and then jumped into the rift. Abman Urikfried said they had exactly the same situation, although he left his team a long time ago. It was decided that Misha, Bjorn, and Mr. Bear would each take a quarter share, and the rest would divide the quarter among themselves. It wasn't a bad deal. Sticking to the formation, the heroes set out on their journey. They had been walking through the icy forest for so long that it even felt unusual. Despite the discoverers, the barbarian was still able to use items. After all, a gatekeeper appeared on the path of the heroes, who was driving in the ice cave. It was clear from his growl that it was Yeti. Mr. Crossbow Bear began his work first. Tightening the mechanism, he fired at the snow monster. As expected, the Yeti guarded the passage. The arrow stuck into the monster didn't come out, but he stayed on his feet. To avoid future problems, Bjorn made his move. He gathered his strength together and attacked the monster, but the forest beast deflected his attacks well. At that moment, Misha struck a decisive blow. She chose the right moment and jumped on the monster, plunging her sharp daggers into its eyes. Now the mob saw what the barbarian and his cat were capable of. Everyone knew they were not to be messed with. Upon entering the ice cave, the explorers found countless frost wolves. They were the only ones encountered on the 1st floor. Almost all the work was done by Bjorn and Misha, but to be fair, Mr. Bear did kill a couple of monsters. Next, they had to go left, left, right, 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 left, straight 7 times and then left. The floor could be covered in an hour. When the heroes went downstairs, Jenscha discovered a glowing column. Mr. Bear reasoned like a gamer and said the monsters must have appeared. Bjorn knew the player was partially right, but there had to be a boss. All his suspicions were being confirmed more and more. But before that, about 20 wolves appeared from the 1st wave, and rank 8 monsters started appearing from the 2nd wave. An ice golem appeared on the location. The aura of this monster was slowing down, but the hero accelerated and quickly destroyed it. And when the X moment finally came, Katoomba emerged from the shadows. The Lord of the Snowfield was an enhanced version of Bigfoot with different skills. The Overlord applied suppression, and the heroes fell under its effect. Countering it was easy, but at every stop the monsters would strike. Or she could bite her tongue, as Misha had done beforehand, so as not to stop the bleeding. It saved her. At this moment, the Snowfield Lord used a blast of cold and attacked the research team. His action made the hero's skin ache. To defeat the monster, the Barbarian pumped up his magic resistance and used a wild surge. The crushing attack flew straight at Bigfoot. The fight between the hero and the monster continued and their strength kept growing. But suddenly an amplified arrow flew straight at them. Now the boy had to get away to avoid dying. Abman Urikfried applied hazardous materials, and the strongest flow of energy took over the entire space. The force destroyed the high-class mutant. Thanks to Mr. Bear's AoE attack, the heroes easily dealt with Wave 9, and thanks to that, they earned essences. The warrior wasn't interested in the Frost Wolf or Tiger essence, so he gave them away. But he took the Naked essence, which could be Yeti's. But the young man didn't take her for himself, he gave her to his partner. She had a couple of first-class characteristics, bone strength and cold resistance. After absorbing the essence, Misha gained the skill Chill, which gave attacks extra damage, and cold condensation, which increased sensitivity. But the girl and guy from the research team in the winter location were not going to absorb the essence. It seemed too strange. Carlson said Ms. Gensia saw the Frosty Wolf essence fall out and decided she wasn't right for him. Removing the essences was expensive, so the girl would not repeat her mistakes. It all seemed too strange. Bjorn removed the one who had absorbed the essence from the list of mafia suspects. However, none of them had taken it, giving perfect answers. At that moment, the icy ceiling collapsed with small crystals. A huge wolf appeared in front of the heroes. It was the final boss of the location. Tyrant Taranbus discovered the uninvited guests and was very angry. He used ice shattering, and thousands of sharp ice shards rained down on the people. At that moment, the floor collapsed and the traveling team fell down. The characters entered a special zone. Upon landing, they were up to their necks in water. A glacier cave field effect was applied and hypothermia was applied. The heroes were not in the best condition because they were dangling like a sack of potatoes in different directions. They were going through underwater paths and getting dislodged on land. Abman had made a fire and now the heroes could at least get warm and dry their clothes. This was a special region. The guys decided that this area was safe, so they made plans to set up camp for the night. Bjorn and Misha lay down separately, and before falling asleep, the hero wanted to talk. The Barbarian told his partner about his suspicions about the trio, and it turned out that Misha had noticed something too. 6 hours later, the expedition continued. At this location, they just had to follow the main trail. But there, the heroes had to kill monsters that came out of the walls, most of which were rank 8. 4 hours later, the explorers came across ice orcs that had picked their way out of the ice. They were very violent and perfectly armed. This brutal attack was the best way to pull something off to test the Mafia's real target. That was why the Barbarian asked Misha not to join the fight, but to watch from the side. The girl said she was just protecting the rear. The situation was getting worse. Abman Urikfrid summoned the Iron Hero Iradun and launched him into battle. The huge bear warrior rushed to attack the ice monsters. The summoned beast was great at dealing with critters. He could clean up before the mob was even revealed. The hero had no choice but to give in and pretend he was in danger. The young man let the monster strike hard. The helmet, bone strength, and natural regeneration had saved the barbarian's head. Now the rest was left to Misha. At this moment, the ice sorcerer used the steel ice wall. But at the very last moment, the crossbowman shot at him. The arrow pierced the head of the savage monster. The ice orc warlock was destroyed. The hero's plan to make things more difficult failed. But suddenly something happened that no one expected. The girl's character applied invisibility and attacked Mr. Bear. The penetrating and slashing power imposed a bleeding condition on the victim. The mob finally sprang into action, but there was no way Gensia had expected to be hit with a glass object. At that moment, the barbarian used a wild surge and wanted to smash the girl on the ground, but she had time to react and jumped aside. Gensia wanted to use invisibility again, but the skill wasn't working. It was canceled by the witch's lamp potion. There were many indications that the girl was mafia. As if knowing the whole strategy of passing the rift, she was pointing at all the key places, acting like a rookie. But Misha said that after the fall into the water, the girl's odor had changed. Before, she smelled like a monster's lair. The mud in the monster's lair stuck to her shoes. To open the glacial cave, one had to go through the lair. Gensia was definitely mobbed. Misha attacked the Deviless without a second thought and threw her back so that the Barbarian could catch her immediately. The warrior struck her with such a swing that the girl groaned in pain. Bjorn found himself in a bad position. The devil didn't die, and an ice monster attacked from behind. But if the hero killed it, the boss would appear immediately. Suddenly, the girl decided to escape into the passageway, but ran into a bare wall. Even as a player, she didn't know that the passage was closing during the collapse. Genshin Nephrin pretended to be frightened and tried to talk to the Barbarian. In fact, she was just stalling for time. The girl attacked as sharply as she revealed her face. Her revenge skill recharged for 3 minutes, and during that time, she wouldn't be able to penetrate the Barbarian's shield. She tried to fight to the end, but received a crushing blow from the warrior. No one had believed her excuses for a long time, so she deserved to spill blood. All Mafia equipment wasn't tied to a character. Something of it could fit Misha, so the hero undressed the Hellcat and now decided to talk. But before that, the Barbarian broke a couple limbs of this friend and took everything. The girl was ready for anything and begged for mercy. It turned out that the Explorers Guild had information about Miss Nephrin and wanted to silence the traveling team. Bjorn wondered why she had opened the rift in the first place. The girl did it for the heart of the snowfield. She didn't even bother with the part of getting rid of witnesses. Figured everyone would be rank 8 at best. Gensha guessed from the rift talk that the Barbarian was also a player. She pitifully begged for mercy and said that people shouldn't have killed each other. The girl wanted to go home. Not for a second did a sense of pity or compassion flicker through the Barbarian. His heart was surprisingly calm. The achievement killing the first player had been completed.